Chapter 1, The Beginning. You've got 1 trillion to start with? Dream on.
Blue Star, Dragon Country, Jinling City, Jinling University, the exam.
Time's up, candidates, start writing. The bell for the exam rang.
But Shang Zishi's eyelids felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. After filling in the school name and admission number on the answer sheet, he couldn't help but close his eyes. Soon after Shang Zishi entered Jinling University, his father Shang Shuo was swindled out of tens of millions of yuan due to a failed business.
Since then, Shang Zishi's life has fallen from the clouds to hell.
He can barely make ends meet by working 2 jobs every day, and in order to avoid the creditors, his parents have not contacted him for more than 2 years.
Some people say that his parents work day and night to earn money.
Shang Zishi barely has enough money from his part-time job to pay for his tuition fees, and he saves as much as he can for living expenses.
Sometimes he can only eat plain bread and kanji for several days in a row. He can't even afford to eat vegetables.
He only had 2 sets of clothes, both bought from the street market, and he wore them all year round.
None of his classmates looked up to him.
Whenever Shang Zishi entered the classroom, he became the target of everyone's ridicule, especially Wang Xiangyi, who sat in front of him. She always held her hand over her nose. What a smell! It smelled like a dead rat. Whenever she said this, it caused bursts of laughter from the others.
Damn it, where in the world is there such a person?
All day long, he knows only to attack others and seek superiority from them.
When will he get rich? We'll see if you'll still look down on me then. This is the only way Shang Zishi can comfort himself.
Apart from that, he has no other way.
As Mr. Lu Sun said, he uses the method of moral victory to defeat his opponents. Wang Xiangyi comes from a privileged family.
Her father is a real estate businessman and her mother is an accountant.
She is also very pretty.
If there were 10 points to give, she would get at least 8.
But such a girl has a bad heart. At first, Shang Zishi sat behind Wang Xiangyi.
When Wang Xiangyi said that he had a strange smell, he was very ashamed and apologized to Wang Xiangyi.
He went home and washed himself well.
Who knew that no matter how he cleaned up, Wang Xiangyi would scold him for having a strange smell?
Gradually, Wang Xiangyi said that he had the smell of a dead rat. Wang Xiangyi is the talented girl in the class, and she is also very pretty.
She is involved with many people, including Huang Yiba, the captain of the school basketball team, and Fei Junnan from the Sanda team. However, the boys in the class all adore her, and they swarm around her like flies around shit. Wang Xiangyi hates Shang Zishi, and she has driven all the boys and most of the girls in the class to adopt a hostile attitude towards Shang Zishi.
Just last night after school, Wang Xiangyi again instigated the boys in the class to beat Shang Zishi up. In particular, Wang Xiangyi's few lackeys were the most violent.
A few of them almost broke Shang Zishi's ribs. Shang Zishi's face was bruised from the beating, making it impossible for him to go out to work at night.
Who knew that good fortune never comes alone and misfortune never comes alone?
Last night, several young men and women who had come to work in Jinling City moved into the rented room where Shang Zishi lived.
These people kept Shang Zishi up until after 3 a.m. in the morning, so how could he study?
Shang Zishi ran to reason with them, and he almost got beaten up. There was no way Shang Zishi could fall asleep until 4:30 a.m.
Once he arrived at the exam hall, Shang Zishi fell asleep with a heavy head.
He didn't know if he had fallen asleep or passed out, plus he hadn't eaten breakfast that morning.
Ding dong!
A familiar system tone came over, but Shang Zishi was groggy and it didn't catch his attention.
Ding dong! Duplicate everything. System initialization is complete. Please confirm whether the host is bound. System? Shang Zishi asked. What the hell is this? Shang Zishi had heard of the system before. What a start! 1 trillion rewards, 1,000 sets of school district housing, an aircraft carrier. The weakest start is, my cousin's last name is Ma. System, you're just a copy of everything, aren't you too weak? Shang Zishi asked.
How about this, I'll give you a start, your wealth value has been topped up.
How's that? The system sent a mocking voice. Yes, yes, yes. The worst thing for me right now is money.
If you can increase my wealth, oh no, increase the amount on my bank card, I would be very grateful.
You're dreaming. Why do you only think about good things? The system said. Then I won't take it.
Although I'm poor now, I'm not short of ambition.
Shang Zishi said.
You have ambition, but you're going to work 2 jobs a day and 2 more jobs at the weekend.
None of your business. Shang Zishi thought to himself, I've already suffered enough cold stares. No means no. It's already bound, you can take it or leave it. Is there really such a system? Shang Zishi said angrily. 15 minutes until the end of this exam, 15 minutes until the end of this exam. A voice came over the loudspeaker. The invigilator was walking around the examination room, and he tapped Shang Zishi's seat gently. Classmate, wake up, you have 15 minutes to hand in your paper. Oh no, only 15 minutes? What should he do? If he fails this exam, his grades will definitely affect his diploma. Without a diploma, how can he find a job? Does he have to work as a casual laborer for the rest of his life? There isn't a single word written on the exam paper. What should he do? Shang Zishi is going crazy. Calm down, there must be a way out. Shang Zishi kept reassuring himself. Since there is a system for copying everything, why not give it a try? If it really works, won't that be getting rich? Shang Zishi thought about this and quickly looked around. That student, please sit properly. The test will be over soon, and I don't want you to be dealt with for cheating. The invigilator quickly cast a menacing glare at Shang Zishi. Shang Zishi couldn't help but feel a shock inside at the invigilator's vicious words. Fuck, what a jerk, a sanctimonious hypocrite. Fortunately, Shang Zishi saw Li Mohan, who ranked first in the department, sitting directly in front of him on the right. Li Mohan's grades were beyond reproach. Since the beginning of his freshman year, his picture had been at the top of the honor roll in the school window. For 3 years, Li Mohan had not only had the top grades, but also won numerous awards in provincial and national competitions. Copy and paste. Shang Zishi mentally repeated, pasting the answers from Li Mohan's test paper onto his own. Chapter 2, Replicating the Power of the Whole Class. What excited Shang Zishi was that the handwriting of the answers was completely Shang Zishi's, not someone else's. It seems that the system is very reliable, and the system is honest with me. When she thought of this, Shang Zishi couldn't help but smile knowingly. In this way, Shang Zishi adopted the same method in the next exam and copied and pasted all of Li Juanru's answers. Of course, the copied and pasted composition was another composition on the same topic according to Li Juanru's level. The day's exams were finally over. As everyone packed their bags, Wang Shangyi spoke up again. Some people stink, and they slept through the exams, lowering our class average. Wang Shangyi yelled, and soon several of the class's yes men immediately chimed in. Wang Shangyi, I Shang Zishi raised my arms and sniffed my armpits. What are you sniffing? It smells like a dead rat. Wang Shangyi rolled her eyes. Shang Zishi immediately walked up to her and sniffed her face. Wang Shangyi, your mouth really stinks. You shouldn't be called Wang Shangyi, you should be called Wang Stinky Fish. You're a fucking stinky fish, a stinky bitch. You, Wang Shangyi, never thought that Shang Zishi, who had always been under his feet, would dare to humiliate her in public today. What do you mean, me? Don't look at the way you dress like a human, it can't change your bitch nature. Do you know what I smell from you? A smell of scum, a smell of a scum girl. Saying that, Shang Zishi threw his backpack behind him, and it smashed on Wang Shangyi's head. He walked away without looking back. Wang Haoxuan, Liang Hanwan, Guan Haoyuan, and Xu Sirui, the flies that surrounded Wang Shangyi every day, could not tolerate their goddess being bullied like this. Fuck you. Wang Haoxuan rushed over first. Copy and paste. Shang Zishi mentally recited, copying the strength of everyone in the classroom and pasting it all onto himself. You fucking stop right there. Wang Haoxuan yelled. What do you want? Shang Zishi said defiantly. Apologize. Apologize for what? Shang Zishi stuck his fingers in his hair and brushed them to the right and back. Kneel down and apologize to Wang Shangyi. Wang Haoxuan pointed his right finger at Shang Zishi's forehead and said. Without saying a word, Shang Zishi grabbed Wang Haoxuan's right index finger and tugged it downward, and Wang Haoxuan immediately fell to his knees. I've seen people be mean before, but I've never seen anyone as mean as you two. You lick the dog, and in the end you'll have nothing. What have you gotten from Wang Shangyi so far? Shang Zishi said, and gave a hard twist. It hurts, if you twist it again my finger will break. Wang Haoxuan shouted. What did you tell me to do at Wang Stinky Fishes just now? Nothing? Big beads of sweat were falling from Wang Haoxuan's head. Didn't you tell me to kneel before Wang Shangyi? Shang Zishi yelled, and his voice reached several nearby classrooms.
The students in the nearby classrooms knew that there must be a fight when they heard the voice. They quickly gathered around the lecture theater where Shang Zishi's class was.
Wang Haoxuan's right index finger was still clenched in Shang Zishi's hand. Fight! Fight! More than 10 people quickly ran to the window and looked inside. Shang Zishi, let him go. Lian Hanwen and a few others quickly ran over to Shang Zishi.
Shang Zishi, let him go right now, or else we'll report you to the teacher.
Lian Hanwen shouted.
Yo, TSK, reporting to the teacher, you guys are really good kids. Shang Zishi said, while lifting up his t-shirt. You remember these bruises, you remember these scars. You animals, mark my words, I'll make you pay tenfold. As he spoke, Shang Zishi squeezed his right hand hard, and Wang Haoxuan let out a scream and fell to the ground, wailing in agony.
Beat him to death.
Wang Haoxuan yelled as he rolled around on the ground, damn it, I broke my finger.
You all attack together. Lick my ass, you dogs, flies, and scum. Shang Zishi cursed.
I'll lick your ass if you say so, but why do you call me a fly?
Lian Hanwen is tall and strong. As the saying goes, people are dumb, dogs are dumb.
Lian Hanwen is both dumb and stupid, and he won't know why you're cursing him. Oh, let me explain, Wang Shangyi is the toilet's me Lian Gong, and you are the fly on top of me Lian Gong.
Shang Zishi said mockingly. What is me Lian Gong? Liang Hanwen asked.
Liang Hanwen, you really are a stupid idiot, and me Lian Gong is the dung of dung, Guan Haoyuan said.
My goodness, you're not stupid, you two are a pair of big stupid idiots, and you're not fighting.
Wang Shangyi stamped her foot and cried on the table. When the goddess cried, these lickspittles felt as if their hearts had been ripped out.
This is outrageous. Lian Hanwen, confident in his strength, swung his fists and hit Shang Zishi in the face. Due to chronic malnutrition, Shang Zishi was stunted in his growth.
He was short, only about 1.75 meters tall, a full head shorter than Liang Hanwen's body, which was like it had been fertilized with chemical fertilizers. He ducked his head and quickly avoided the 2 punches that Liang Han Man threw at him. Shang Zishi bent over, slipped under Liang Han Man's armpit, and hid behind him. Liang Han Man's fist swung in vain, his body lost its center of gravity, and Shang Zishi gave him a hard kick in the butt from behind. Liang Han Man fell forward like a huge toad, his body flat. He instantly fell over a dozen desks, and the timid girls screamed and scattered.
Yo, Liang Hanwen, is there a rabbit in the classroom?
You're so aggressive, you knocked over the girls' desks.
Shang Zishi laughed and said, who else? Shang Zishi's voice was very similar to that of director Feng in the movie Kung Fu.
Guan Haoyuan saw that Liang Hanwen, a hulking man with the strength of an ox, had been knocked out by Shang Zishi in one fell swoop, and he didn't dare to move there.
Wang Haoxuan got up and saw that Liang Hanwen's body of more than 300 pounds was lying there for half a day without moving.
Wang Haoxuan was scared. Although he cursed Shang Zishi to death in his heart, he didn't dare to say a word in his mouth.
Shang Zishi, you're ruthless today, ouch, let's see what happens. Fine, whenever you want to find me, I'll be there for you.
With that, Shang Zishi sang a song while walking away without looking back, carrying his single-shoulder book bag.
Wang Haoxuan and the others saw that Shang Zishi had already left, and hurriedly ran to Wang Shangyi to comfort her.
Get out, you bunch of losers, you've disgraced me. No matter what you do, you must help me regain face, otherwise, don't even show your faces in front of me again.
Chapter 3, Is someone rich just because they drive a fancy car?
Shang Zishi quickly ran down the school building and headed towards the school bicycle shed, where his precious bicycle was. However, Shang Zishi didn't call it a bicycle, but a little donkey. This little donkey was something Shang Zishi had spent 30 yuan on at a fish market.
Shang Zishi quickly mounted his little donkey. Rode on my beloved little motorcycle. It will never get stuck in traffic. On my beloved little motorcycle. I'll be home in no time. Home, where is home? Back to that rented room? Back to that rented room where a few migrant workers tossed and turned until midnight that night?
Thinking about this, Shang Zishi felt a pang of desolation.
A low growl from the engine flew past Shang Zishi.
A squeal of brakes, and a luxury sports car came to a halt 50 meters in front of him.
What kind of car is this? It's so cool. A flower-obsessed Jinling University student said.
A middle-aged man in his 30s sprang out of the sports car. He was wearing a big gold chain around his neck and at least 5 or 6 big rings on both hands. His red hair stood out.
Wow, this uncle is so handsome.
A girl said,
while lifting the hem of her school uniform skirt. Handsome? Handsome my ass. He looks like a groundhog, and with that red hair, he's obviously not a good guy. Shang Zishi thought to herself. Lori loves older men, but if he's broke, who cares? The red-haired groundhog saw the girl lifting up her skirt as soon as he got off the bus, and quickly sized her up. He lit a cigar and walked over. Classmate, where do you live? I'll walk you home, said the red-haired groundhog with a wink in his beady eyes. Great, uncle, said the girl, handing over her school bag. Damn, being rich is great. When will I be that rich? Isn't there a copy and paste system? Hee hee, copy and paste. Shang Zishi thought to himself, wanting to copy and paste the red-haired groundhog's wealth. Ding, host, copy and paste failed. The familiar system tone came through. What's wrong? Why did copy and paste fail? Shang Zishi wondered in his heart, I have successfully copied and pasted everything today. Not only was today's copy and paste successful, it was also perfect. But why did copying and pasting the red-haired groundhog's money fail? System, please answer me, is it that the system does not advocate copying other people's money? No. Could it be that I am not yet capable of copying and pasting other people's money? No. Then why, you system, are you being so indecisive and unhelpful? Host, because this person does not have as much money as you. Shang Zishi was shocked when the system gave her an answer. Are you sure about that, system? This person is wearing designer clothes, big gold chains, 5 or 6 big rings, smoking cigars, driving a luxury car, and I heard from a passerby that it's a Lamborghini. Is driving a luxury car a sign of wealth? Is smoking cigars a sign of wealth? Is wearing big gold chains a sign of wealth? Is wearing 5 or 6 rings a sign of wealth? The system's series of rhetorical questions left Shang Zishi a little dazed. You can pretend to be rich even if you don't have any money. Don't you understand? But, system, this outfit alone is more valuable than my wealth. Do you know how much money I have right now? 343.50 yuan. The system said. You must be a fairy, how do you know that? I have no secrets from you, right? Shang Zishi asked in surprise. It's not what you think. I know very little about your information, but I do know that you only have this much money on you. Oh. Shang Zishi let out a sigh of relief. System, why won't you let me copy and paste that person's money? His outfit alone is worth at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Shang Zishi was very puzzled by this question. Host, this person owes more than 50 million yuan in debt. Do you want to copy all of his debt? Damn, he owes that much? I can't even survive with 50 million yuan in debt, let alone 50 million more. You can't worry about too much debt when you have so many lice. In that case, the girl just got screwed for nothing, right? Shang Zishi thought to himself, a little bit of a smile. He could imagine the ridiculous look on the two of them later. It's a mutual agreement, the system said. The money problem had not been solved, and he really didn't want to go back to that rental room to sleep tonight. Copy and paste. Shang Zishi chose people he could see with his own eyes and pasted their money onto himself. Copy and paste failed. Looks like another person who is insolvent. Copy and paste failed. Looks like another. Copy and paste failed. Copy and paste failed. Copy and paste failed. Damn, there are so many people who are insolvent. It seems that there are really a lot of people who are insolvent in this world. Shang Zishi thought to herself as she walked along, it seems that her life is still okay, at least she is not in debt. Shang Zishi was almost disappointed. Copy and paste successful. Copy and paste failed. Copy and paste successful. Copy and paste successful. Copy and paste failed. Copy and paste successful. The sound of copy and paste failures and successes was heard. It was 5 whole minutes before the system sound stopped, which meant that Shang Zishi had just copied and pasted the money of the people he had selected. However, those who were insolvent would have copy and paste failures. In no time at all, Shang Zishi's broken phone kept receiving bank text messages. Your card with the number ending in 3321 transferred 8,666,650 renminbi on July 20th. The balance of the card with the number ending in 3321 is 8,666,965, and the available balance is 8,666,965, Longhua Bank.
Shang Zishi took the text message on his phone and read it over and over again. All of a sudden, there were more than 80 million yuan in his phone. Shang Zishi was just a little excited, but then his phone kept receiving text messages. Shang Zishi's eyes were about to fall out from looking at them. These transfer messages ranged from a few thousand yuan to tens of thousands of yuan, and Shang Zishi was even more surprised to see one transfer that reached more than 60 million yuan. Shang Zishi felt her heart beating faster and faster.
This is the feeling of flying. This is the feeling of freedom. Shang Zishi couldn't help but sing.
A minute passed, and Shang Zishi's phone never received another bank message again.
It seemed that the transfer was almost complete.
Shang Zishi looked down and saw that the available balance in her mobile banking account was over 1.2 billion.
Shang Zishi felt dizzy. Chapter 4, Free Dinner for 30 million. With this wealth of 1.2 billion, Shang Zishi took a deep breath before she could stand firmly on her feet.
Heaven and earth, which angel sister gave me this system, it's so damn cool.
First, I need to find a place to fill my stomach. Shang Zishi thought, where should I go for dinner? Let's go buy some instant noodles and go back to soak them. Is this worthy of my billions of dollars worth? I'm not going back to live there today, but he, a little white guy, knows nothing about where to live or where to eat. Let's find a 5-star hotel to stay at first. Who says we're not billionaires now?
Shang Zishi hailed a taxi and didn't want the little donkey that had been with him for more than 2 years.
Where to, my friend? The taxi driver asked. To the hotel. Which hotel? The best one. Which one?
Shang Zishi said with a smile.
How should he spend his billions? There are several good 5-star hotels in Jinling City. I recommend the Bihan building. The driver said. Great you, but is this the most luxurious hotel in Jinling? Shang Zishi asked. I don't know, but I've heard it's good. I'm just the driver, so I don't know if it's really good. I don't want to stay in a crowded place. Is there a luxurious but low-key place? I don't want to live in a high-rise like a pigeon cage. Oh, I remember. There's a hotel called Babaluo Beijuan Chalet Villa, which is low-key but luxurious. Okay, let's go there. Shang Zishi said. Classmate, let me remind you, the taxi fare from here to there will be expensive. The driver said. Oh, I'll give you 300 yuan now, and I'll pay the rest if it's not enough. Shang Zishi said, and handed the driver 300 yuan. Okay, sit tight. The driver said, and stepped on the accelerator. The car quickly sped forward. Half an hour later, the taxi dropped Shang Zishi off at the hotel entrance. Classmate, this is the Babalu Beichen Chalet Villa. The taxi fare is 165 yuan, and the fuel surcharge. Before the driver could finish, Shang Zishi opened the car door and said, keep the change. Great, thanks, handsome. The taxi driver said happily. Watching Shang Zishi's back disappear at the hotel entrance, the driver shook his head. I don't know whose brat this is, pretending to be rich, wasting his parents' hard-earned money. Looking at this outfit, he definitely isn't a rich kid. With that, the driver started the car. Shang Zishi ran to the hotel lobby, where the all-wood decor looked very understated. Hello sir, would you like to stay the night? The receptionist looked up at Shang Zishi's worn-out school uniform and gave a token smile. Yes, I'd like a room. Shang Zishi said, as he had never stayed in a hotel before and didn't know what to say, so he just copied what he had seen in period dramas. The receptionist laughed, Sir, we only have rooms here, but not one room at a time. What then? We have wooden villas here, one set per room. The receptionist was talking to Shang Zishi, but her answers were all polite and her smile mechanical. Can a poor student in worn-out school uniform afford to stay in a wooden villa here for tens of thousands of dollars a night? Okay, open one room, not a set. Okay, classmate, which set do you want? Please look at the price tag. The beautiful receptionist pointed with her finger and said. I'm not looking, just give me the most expensive one. Shang Zishi said. Kid, I'd like to remind you that the most expensive one costs 12,000 yuan a night. Okay, prestige or uniform treasure? Shang Zishi took out his phone and asked. This move made the receptionist gasp. She quickly stood up and said, Classmate, please take out your ID card, I'll check you in. After checking in, Shang Zishi took the hotel shuttle bus to the log cabin villa, which was a 3-story log cabin villa by the lake. Once inside the villa, the interior decoration style was not much different from the lobby.
Shang Zishi quickly ran around inside the log cabin villa, which was really cool and much better than the rented house he lived in.
Not only was the environment beautiful and comfortable, it also gave a feeling of home.
After taking a shower, Shang Zishi felt hungry. He picked up a bunch of horse milk grapes on the table and started munching.
What should he eat? Since he now had the ability to copy and paste, he wondered if he could copy and paste this food. Shang Zishi opened his phone and searched, "the world's most luxurious dinner."
A moment later, a message appeared on his phone, "the world's most expensive dinner, 15 million yuan for a meal."
Holy cow, 15 million for a meal, I wonder what it tastes like. Shang Zishi thought to himself.
There was no one around, so Shang Zishi shouted, "Copy and paste."
Soon, there were 18 Western dishes on the table.
The 18 dishes included Norwegian langoustine roe omelette appetizer, champagne poached oysters, almas caviar, Alaskan wild salmon, and applewood smoked San Island beef, as well as rare pigeon meat dishes and more. You have to have some wine with the dishes, wine is essential.
Shang Zishi looked at all the beautiful and exquisite bottles of wine.
It seems that these are some of the world's rare fine wines. They are all the world's highest-rated aged fine wines, including 1988 Dom Perignon, 2008 Domaine Laflave Chevalier Montrachet Grand Cru, and 1972 Ormus Tokajiyasu 5 Put. Shang Zishi was so hungry that after a meal of wolfing down food, the 18 Western dishes had not even been tasted before they went down the hatch. After finishing a dinner of over 10 million yuan, Shang Zishi felt not only that he had not eaten enough, but that he was even hungrier.
Copy and paste. Shang Zishi shouted again. A moment later, another luxurious dinner was served on the table. This Western food was a real waste. The food on such a luxurious plate was only served in the center of the plate. Shang Zishi savored it slowly this time, and this time it tasted much better. The caviar was refreshing and chewy, the steak was delicious, and the pigeon meat was many times more delicious than the chicken he usually ate. After eating so much Western food, of course he had to drink some wine. He had always heard people talk about the 1982 Chateau Lafite Rothschild, but he didn't know what it tasted like. Shang Zishi copied a bottle of the 1982 Lafite Rothschild. Shang Zishi poured a little wine and took a sip. Ugh! It really is awful. I wonder what the other wines taste like. He tried all kinds of wine, and yuck, 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 they all taste awful. What kind of wine is this? It's not even as good as plain water. I don't know what's so good about this meal that costs tens of millions of dollars. After dinner, Shang Zishi took a shower and went straight to bed. Chapter 5, Get More People, You Bunch of Riffraff. The next day, Shang Zishi arrived at the hotel lobby.
The receptionist saw Shang Zishi coming and immediately came up to him with a smile on her face.
Handsome guy, checking out? No. Renew it for me. Okay.
The receptionist said, handing over a business card. Shang Zishi took it and looked at it.
Hirue? Yes, that's me. Shang Zishi glanced at Hirue.
The receptionist had a good figure and a handsome face, at least an 8 out of 10 if she were graded on a full scale.
Oh, I don't like to receive business cards. If you need to get in touch with me, add me on WeChat. With that, Shang Zishi opened the phone in his hand to the QR code for WeChat.
Upon seeing it, Hirue happily picked up the phone and was about to scan the QR code. But when he saw the broken screen on Shang Zishi's phone, he hesitated. This phone has probably been used for 3 or 4 years, and the cracks on the screen aren't new.
Is this kid really rich, or is he just pretending?
A poor student with a broken phone is here trying to act like a big shot.
Handsome guy, how long do you want to renew the subscription? 1 month. 1 month? Yes, 1 month. That's 360,000 yuan a month. Okay, you renew the subscription for me, I'll scan your WeChat ID and pay.
Shang Zishi said with a smile.
Okay. Hirue smiled. It seems that this is not a show-off, and she has never seen a student come here to book a room for a month.
Hirue's smile was no longer a mechanical smile from work, but a smile from the heart.
This student is no ordinary person.
He paid 360,000 yuan for a month's stay and didn't even bat an eyelid, not even asking for a discount. After Shang Zishi scanned the QR code to pay, Hirue quickly scanned Shang Zishi's WeChat QR code.
After the two added each other as friends, Hirue quickly wanted to see Shang Zishi's WeChat moments, but after searching for a long time, she only found one post from 3 years ago, "New school, new beginning, come on." Indeed, the rich are low-key, both in their clothing and the mobile phones they use.
Hirue thought to herself while taking another close look at Shang Zishi. The student looked quite handsome, but he was a bit short and thin. I heard that the richest man, Li Jiaqing, uses an old phone and wears cheap clothes from the street stalls. Shang Zishi finished the procedures for extending his stay, took a taxi and returned to school. As soon as he entered the classroom, he noticed that many people were looking at him with strange eyes.
What's going on?
Wang Shangi, that bitch, is looking at me with a strange expression.
This shouldn't be. What's this bitch up to?
Forget it, whatever.
What could a bitch like her possibly be up to? Wang Shangi should be called Wang Stinky Yi, she's so smelly and cheap.
The Chinese teacher is an amiable middle-aged man, Zhang Tingyao, and Shang Zishi usually likes his class the most.
When the teacher was talking about an emotional point, with a bang, the classroom door was kicked in. A dozen thugs with colorful hair came in. These thugs were obviously punks. They were all wearing skinny jeans and looked as skinny as sticks.
They had uniform tattoos on their arms and were holding baseball bats and machetes.
What are you doing? This is a classroom, a place for classes.
Get out of here, or I'll call the police.
Teacher Zhang shouted.
Shut up, old man, we'll just have a quick word and leave.
With that, the skinny leader pushed Zhang Tingyao to the ground. The students were shocked.
Some girls quickly covered their eyes and dared not look again. A dozen people circled the classroom, their lecherous eyes constantly scanning the girls. Suddenly, the leader swung the machete in his hand above the desk, and it sank deep into the desk.
Which son of a bitch is Shang Zishi? Your grandfather is Shang Zishi.
Shang Zishi said as he sat down in his seat. He looked at Wang Shangi, and a disgusting smile hung on his face.
Lian Hanwan, Wang Haoshuan, and Guan Haoyuan all looked like they were waiting to be beaten up. These punks must have been hired by one of them. Good boy, you've got guts, don't leave after school tonight. Why wait until tonight? Let's leave after school at noon. Where do you want to meet? Okay, it's on the roof of the complex. Don't even think about running away, if you do, I'll take my men and raid your home. The leader said. Okay, it's a deal, whoever runs is a coward, but let me remind you, there are too few of you punks. It's not enough, get some more people. Shang Zishi said.
What the fuck did you say? A short, skinny guy with a baseball bat nearby pointed the bat at Shang Zishi and said.
I said, you punks bring more people, less than enough for me to warm up. I'll fucking chop you up.
The short and skinny guy said, and he was about to hit Shang Zishi like that.
Hey, wait, this is a classroom.
The tall and skinny guy said in a strange voice, we can't make this too bloody here, it's not good to scare these flowers of the motherland.
A dozen punks laughed together. That's enough laughing. If you're done laughing, you can go find some help. Shang Zishi said. Good boy, let's see how long you can be so arrogant. Go.
The tall skinny guy waved his hand, and a dozen people retreated. The tall skinny guy tried to pull the machete that was stuck on the lectern out, but suddenly, he felt that the machete was 1,000 caddies heavy, and he couldn't pull it out no matter what.
Something was really wrong. Had he chopped too hard?
The tall and thin man muttered to himself. He stepped on the podium with one foot, gripped the handle of the machete with both hands, and pulled up with all his strength, but no matter how hard he tried, the machete did not budge.
This is really strange. Damn it, I'm so embarrassed, I can't even pull out my own eating utensil. No more. The skinny guy's attempt to pull out the knife amused everyone in the room, but they were afraid of his power and didn't dare to move. Wang Shangi couldn't hold back her embarrassment. What kind of rubbish did Wang Haoshuan find? It looks intimidating, but he can't even pull out the knife. What a waste. The tall and skinny guy cursed and walked towards the door. Stop. Take your knife with you. Shang Zishi said. No, leave it as a souvenir for your class. Who wants your knife as a souvenir?
Shang Zishi walked up to the podium, gripped the handle of the machete with his right hand and lifted it slightly upwards, and the machete was pulled out by Shang Zishi. The crowd was shocked. Take it. Shang Zishi threw the machete in his hand at the tall and skinny guy. The tall and thin man was very agile, and he grabbed the handle of the machete with one hand. However, surprisingly, he fell forward with a thud, eating dirt like a dog. The machete felt like it weighed 1,000 caddies to the tall and thin man, and it immediately pressed his right hand against the ground. It turned out that Shang Zishi had copied and pasted the weight of several people onto the machete. The machete weighed several hundred caddies, so how could the tall and thin man have the strength to pull the machete out or catch it?
Chapter 6, Crushing Fracture. The performance of these punks made Wang Haoxuan's face turn red and then white.
He walked over to Wang Shanyi and said, "Don't worry, these 13 people are known as the 13 bodyguards of Jinling, they're awesome."
Whether they're awesome or not, we'll see the truth at noon, so stop bragging here.
Wang Shanyi felt annoyed when she looked at Wang Haoxuan's flattering expression.
Shang Zishi helped Teacher Zhang up. Teacher Zhang, are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital.
I'm fine, said Teacher Zhang, supporting his waist with both hands and standing up with difficulty.
Classmates, you go ahead and study on your own.
I need to rest for a while. You see, the tall skinny guy is their leader. With just a gentle push, he sent Big Boss Zhang sprawling.
He's awesome. Wang Haoxuan continued to brag quietly. You'll see how awesome he is in a minute. Go back to your seat.
Wang Shanyi glared at Wang Haoxuan.
Wang Haoxuan, how can you get out of line?
It's class time, hurry back to your seat. Teacher Zhang said, with one hand on her waist and the other covering her stomach.
At noon, the students all flocked to the canteen.
Jinling University had 5 canteens that could accommodate more than 10,000 teachers and students eating at the same time. During mealtimes, the TV in the dining hall would broadcast current affairs or sports news. After everyone had finished ordering their food, they could chat or watch TV while eating.
This was the most relaxing time of the students' school lives.
Suddenly, the TV screen changed to the roof of the complex building.
All the TVs were showing the roof of the complex building. Auntie, what's going on? I want to watch the news. Some students shouted at the cafeteria auntie to change the TV channel. But no matter which channel they switched to, the roof of the Jinling University complex always appeared. There are people on the roof. A student quickly said. What are they doing on the roof during lunch? Look, they're holding machetes and baseball bats. Are they going to fight?
Look at their hair, dyed all sorts of colors.
They look like bad guys.
These people passed in front of our classroom this morning, and then they went to Shang Zishi's classroom.
This is going to be good. This is much better than the news.
Everyone was talking about it, and several teachers at the school followed the students' gaze and looked at the TV screen. Hurry, someone is causing trouble on the roof of the comprehensive building, go quickly! Shouted one teacher, but no one left their seats, everyone was eating.
These delinquents are like dogskin plaster, if you provoke them, they won't let go until they have skinned you alive.
The teacher had originally thought that someone would step forward, and he would follow, but now it seemed that no one was willing to step forward.
Shang Zishi went to the roof of the complex building.
He pushed open the door, and a blinding light made him unable to open his eyes.
Good boy, you've got guts, you really didn't run. A dozen people surrounded Shang Zishi. Is this all of you?
Shang Zishi looked around and said, You see, I warned you to get more help, but you just wouldn't listen.
Kid, it's not too late to admit your mistake, otherwise, you'll walk in and crawl out.
Admit your fault, how do I admit my fault? You teach me, first admit a fault to me. Shang Zishi said with a smile.
You won't learn unless you hit rock bottom.
The short and skinny guy said and smashed the baseball bat in his hand towards Shang Zishi's head. Copy and paste Shang Zishi quickly recited in his mind, and in an instant he pasted the hardness of the baseball bat onto his own head. Now his head was even harder than the baseball bat. With a loud clang, sparks flew from Shang Zishi's head. The short man's baseball bat seemed to have hit an anvil, quickly numbing his hand. The students and teachers in front of the TV quickly closed their eyes when they saw the short man smash the baseball bat in Shang Zishi's head. They didn't want to see the school student's head split open, and they didn't want to see Shang Zishi's head covered in blood.
2 seconds later, everyone opened their eyes. Alas, this student is fine. How did he dodge the onslaught of the baton?
What a missed show, don't say a word, don't disturb me from watching the show. The cafeteria was boiling, it had never been so hot and uncomfortable. Many students put down their bowls and chopsticks and crowded around the TV to watch. Wang Shanyi and the others stared at the TV without blinking, equally surprised at how Shang Zishi had avoided the fatal blow. The short, skinny guy kept shaking his hands. He didn't know what was going on either, and he wondered if Shang Zishi had some kind of helmet on his head, an invisible helmet.
Boss, this kid seems to know how to do headbutting.
The short, skinny guy's hands shook so much that he couldn't hold onto the baseball bat, and it dropped to the ground with a clatter.
What headbutt? You've seen too many fucking movies or something.
But everyone saw the baseball bat in the short and skinny man's hand smash into Shang Zishi's head. They also saw sparks come from Shang Zishi's head and heard the sound of metal colliding. Everyone was puzzled, but this was no time to be puzzled. They had been paid to get rid of the problem for the client.
Let's get him together, the tall and skinny man yelled. The baseball bats and machetes in everyone's hands all swung towards Shang Zishi.
Shang Zishi quickly lifted his right foot and stepped on the feet of the people in front of him.
Crackling sound.
Shang Zishi's kicks were as fast as a shooting star, not to mention the power. He copied and pasted the strength of dozens of people in the class. These kicks immediately crushed the toes of the people in front of him. The people in front of him quickly dropped the weapons in their hands, knelt down, put their hands around their feet, and wailed loudly. Shang Zishi turned around quickly, lifted his right foot and stepped on the toes of the people behind him. There were several more popping sounds, and the toes of the people behind him were also crushed. More than 10 people kneeled down in pain together, howling as they took off their shoes, their toes bloody.
They admitted their mistake so quickly. Okay, since you've kneeled down, I'll let you off the hook,
Shang Zishi said, whistled, and left the roof of the complex.
Shang Zishi's movements were as quick as lightning.
The students and teachers in front of the TV didn't see how Shang Zishi did it at all, and they only saw Shang Zishi's hands in his pockets. They only saw Shang Zishi turn around, and more than 10 people all knelt down.
What did this student do?
It seems that the guys who were just holding machetes have all kneeled down.
I don't know, I didn't see it. Wang Haoxuan couldn't hold back the embarrassment on his face. This is someone he paid a lot of money to find, and just. Chapter 7, Slamming the Basketball into the Gorilla's Face.
Shang Zishi copied and pasted the school's surveillance camera footage of the top of the comprehensive building onto all the TVs on campus while everyone was having lunch. All the teachers and students in the school saw Shang Zishi facing off against more than a dozen thugs on the top floor of the comprehensive building through this TV screen.
After that was over, he pasted the TV signal onto all the TVs in the school again. The TVs in the school resumed showing the news, sports, and other signals.
Once, he dreamed of traveling the world with his sword.
To see the world's prosperity. As a young man,
Shang Zishi hummed as he walked to the cafeteria, which was the best in the Jinling University cafeteria. Here, you can order your favorite dishes instead of eating from the communal pot. As soon as Shang Zishi arrived at the cafeteria, all the students paid him attention.
Look, this is the student who just appeared on TV.
No one could imagine how this skinny boy managed to escape from those people. I didn't see it clearly just now.
It felt like suddenly those people knelt down before him. This can't be a show he put on, right? Nowadays young people will do anything for fame.
Shang Zishi hummed a song as he headed straight to the third floor. The third floor was again the best in this cafeteria, with specialty dishes from all over the place.
Shang Zishi arrived here, ordered a few specialty snacks, and happily ate them up.
The food here was much tastier than the luxury dinner of several 10 million yuan from last night.
Shang Zishi quickly arrived at the basketball court.
After lunch, everyone wanted to relax, and soon the basketball court was filled with students. The basketball court of Jinling No. 55 Middle School is on the south side of the playground, where 20 basketball courts are gathered together.
Of course, there are also indoor basketball courts in the school gymnasium.
But those are the training grounds for the school basketball team, and ordinary people don't go there to get abused. Recently, there have been no more competitions between schools, and the school team guys are bored, so they often come to the outdoor basketball court to abuse their classmates and find pleasure.
As soon as Shang Zishi entered the basketball court, a basketball flew towards him.
It was very fast, and Shang Zishi ducked, but the basketball hit him hard on the shoulder.
Hey, Beansprouts, you're looking for a beating.
I heard you bullied Wang Shangi, you're looking for death.
As soon as he heard the voice, he knew it was Huang Yiba, the captain of the school basketball team and known as the Gorilla.
This person is 1.59 meters tall, with a burly build, and likes to keep a short haircut. His angular, square face with a pair of thick pig lips looks just like a gorilla. Huang Yiba is incredibly strong, and no one at Jinling University can match him. He relies on his tall frame and strong physique to beat everyone at Jinling University. He is also a scumbag, and the ignorant young girls who have fallen victim to his vicious ways number not just in groups, but battalions. This Wang Shangi is just a small fish in his pond. Although it is a small fish, the fish in his pond will not allow others to interfere.
Huang Yiba is extremely powerful under the basket and is a rare center. Copy and paste twice.
Shang Zishi silently repeated to himself, and he copied Huang Yiba's physical strength and basketball skills and pasted them onto his own body twice in a row. Shang Zishi suddenly felt a warm current in his body, which instantly spread to every corner of his body. Along with this warm current, Shang Zishi felt full of strength. Although he was still skinny, he felt like he had endless strength in his body. Shang Zishi rubbed his shoulders and picked up the basketball. That's right, pick up the basketball for me. Huang Yiba had an expression that looked like he needed a beating. Is this your basketball? Shang Zishi asked politely. Everyone at school knows that bastard Huang Yiba. Of course it's my basketball. Bring it to me now. Huang Yiba said contemptuously. Great. Shang Zishi's strange voice was loud and attracted a lot of laughter from the crowd on the court. Yo, kid, you know how to attract attention. Huang Yiba spat at Shang Zishi. Shang Zishi lightly blocked the basketball in his hand, and all the thick saliva went onto the basketball. You're looking for death, you've stained my basketball. I'll wipe it for you. Shang Zishi took the basketball and walked up to Huang Yiba. With a crack, the basketball in Shang Zishi's right hand hit Huang Yiba's face hard. Shang Zishi copied and pasted Huang Yiba's strength and ball skills twice, and his ball skills and strength greatly surpassed Huang Yiba's. Although it was one-handed, the basketball, which was full of phlegm, was slammed into Huang Yiba's face with incredible force. As Shang Zishi took the basketball down, Huang Yiba's nose bone was completely broken. Huang Yiba's nose was crooked to the side, and his nose blood, mixed with phlegm, dripped down the corner of his mouth. Bastard! Huang Yiba was stunned by this sudden blow. He never expected that this bean sprout in front of him, who was only 1.8 meters tall, would dare to hit him. Usually, he was the one bullying others, and no one ever bullied him. This sudden heavy blow actually happened to him. Huang Yiba was stunned for 2 full seconds before he cursed out the word bastard. All 10 basketball court students gathered around. There's going to be a good show. Oh. This bean sprout is going to be in trouble. Yes, daring to mess with a gorilla, oh no, daring to mess with Huang Yiba, isn't that looking for death? Huang Yiba's current girlfriend, a well-dressed Hao Fei from class 21 of the senior high school, walked over. Brother Huang, you're bleeding. This sentence obviously carried a provocative tone. Pop. Another blow, and the basketball in Shang Zishi's right hand once again smacked Huang Yiba's face. Huang Yiba was completely enraged. In front of so many people, this bean sprout had used a basketball with thick phlegm to hit him twice in a row, and both times it had hit him in the same place. Everyone present was shocked. Looking at the speed and force with which Shang Zishi had hit Huang Yiba's face with the basketball, it must have hurt. Some timid girls quickly lowered their heads. Fuck you. Bang. For the third time, Shang Zishi slammed the basketball into Huang Yiba's face for the third time. Fuck you. Bang. Fuck you. Bang. Huang Yiba swung his fists and quickly struck Shang Zishi's face. Bang. 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 Everyone on the court closed their eyes slightly and cringed, as if Shang Zishi's basketballs were slapping them in the face. The ball is clean, gorilla. Huang Yiba's face could not withstand Shang Zishi's continuous heavy blows, and his body fell heavily backwards.
Saying that, Shang Zishi walked off the basketball court.
He had originally wanted to come to the basketball court to relax, but instead encountered this kind of thing.
Chapter 8 got the best score in the entire department. Classmates, quiet down for a moment, the test scores from a few days ago are out, I'll announce them now. Everyone immediately became nervous.
The Jinling University exam is the most difficult exam in the Dragon Kingdom and is known as the Hell Mode.
There's a joke that goes like this.
In the cold wind howling through the imperial capital, in the midst of thousands of lights, a single bright light, a child is standing next to the desk with his math homework.
My dear child, I'm so sorry, but your father has been buried in his desk for a long time now.
He wipes the sweat from his forehead and says, the problems are really much harder than before, not just a little bit.
Dad, you're a graduate of Yinqing University.
The father smiles awkwardly, ashamed. At that moment, the family maid happens to pass by the desk and, glancing at the exercise in front of it, she picks up a pen and, like ants, words and numbers begin to line up on the scratch paper.
You'd better get back to what you were doing. The father waved impatiently, his face showing disdain. The nanny didn't reply, her face expressionless. In a moment, the problem was solved. The father looked at the exquisite and well-organized solution on the draft paper, his face full of astonishment. Su Province.
The nanny replied, her face still expressionless. The north wind continued to pound on the windows like a wild beast.
Although this is a joke, it can also be seen that the difficulty of the Suzhou exam is in the position of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, before the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, announced the results, everyone was very anxious.
Before announcing the results of this midterm exam, I want to highlight the progress of one student, who has made tremendous progress.
Mr. Zhang Tingyao's joy was beyond words. Who?
The class monitor, Bo Hongrui, usually has excellent grades.
She lowered her head and thought that Mr. Zhang must be talking about her. It can't be Zui Jiayan.
Teacher Zhang said she has made significant progress recently, so it must be her.
No, it should be Li Juanru.
His grades are always among the best in the department.
Although his grades are not as good as Li Mohan's, they are not far behind. The students were all talking, none of them knew who Teacher Zhang wanted to praise. Today I want to praise Shang Zishi. He.
Before Mr. Zhang finished speaking, the classroom exploded.
What?
Shang Zishi, the student who has always ranked last in exams.
This is unbelievable, how could it be him?
Oh, Mr. Zhang said that the one who improved the most was.
Could it be that Shang Zishi improved from being third last to fifth last?
Wang Shangyi said, her words full of ridicule.
More or less, it must be like that.
If Shang Zishi can rank higher than the bottom 10 in the class, I'll eat my words live on air.
Wang Haoxuan said with a smile. Exactly, how could he, Shang Zishi, be in the bottom 10 in the class? Liang Hanwan said. Ha ha. There was a lot of discussion in the class. You have to keep your word when you speak. You scumbags. You just can't stand to see me do well.
Shang Zishi said, looking at Wang Shangyi and the others with disdain. The others immediately cast contemptuous glances at him.
Needless to say, you could see the contempt in their eyes. Teacher Zhang, it's time to announce the answers. Class monitor Bao Hongrui said, waiting for Teacher Zhang to praise her. Yes, Mr. Zhang, don't keep us in suspense. Zui Jiayan also smiled.
Mr. Zhang, please, tell us, who are you going to praise this time?
Li Juanru was also eager to know the answer. The student I want to praise today is Shang Zishi.
His grades are first in the whole department. Before Mr. Zhang finished speaking, the class exploded. Everyone knew exactly what such grades meant. Bo Hongrui, Zui Jiayan, Li Juanru and other students cast envious and jealous glances at Shang Zishi.
Wang Shangyi, Wang Haoxuan, Liang Hanwan, and a few others wilted. Impossible, impossible. Teacher Zhang asked in puzzlement. Some students are so jealous that they can't bear to see their classmates improve. This kind of mentality is unacceptable. Nonsense. Shang Zishi tied for first place in the exam, and tied for first place in the entire department. He copied Li Mohan's. Wang Shangyi said relentlessly. Copied Li Mohan's? I remember that Li Mohan's exam seat was several rows away from Shang Zishi's. How could he copy? Show me. Teacher Zhang never liked students forming cliques.
Wang Shangyi and the others formed cliques at school and behaved in an improper manner.
You people are used to bullying me. You can't stand to see me do well, calling me a pretender.
Teacher Zhang, you can get another copy of the test paper for me, and I'll take it in public for everyone to see.
Shang Zishi said, looking down on Wang Shangi and the others with disdain. This confidence of Shang Zishi's gave teacher Zhang confidence. No need to test, I believe in you. What are you waiting for? Applause. Zhang said, taking the lead in applauding. After a moment of silence, there was a loud round of applause in the classroom. Of course, Wang Shangi and the others folded their arms across their chests and didn't even look at Shang Zishi. Bao Hongrui and the others applauded while smiling at Shang Zishi. For them, Shang Zishi was a new learning goal and role model. And of course, he was also a formidable opponent. Birds of a feather flocked together. The strong like to be with the strong. Shang Zishi's qualities and the few things he did today impressed them. Whether it was dealing with more than 10 people or teaching Huang Yibo and Fei Junan a lesson on the basketball court, he showed extraordinary ability. Several girls in the class also cast approving glances at him, and there was much more to those glances. When they were students, many people still liked the opposite sex who had good grades and were capable. Shang Zishi fully meets these requirements. Teacher Zhang announced everyone's test scores, and while some were happy, others, like Wang Shangi, were at the bottom of the list. Don't forget to broadcast your eating shit live. You have to call out daddy dozens of times, too, or you won't be a good boy. We're all waiting to see it. Laughter quickly spread through the class, and everyone couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 9, Duplicating the Batmobile. Amidst the laughter, Wang Shangi, Wang Haoxuan, and Liang Hanwen's faces turned red and white. Originally, these few people, relying on their family's good conditions, couldn't stand seeing this and that in the class every day. They formed pairs and cliques, suppressing those they couldn't stand and mocking those who were inferior to them. In particular, they either made fun of or mocked Shang Zishi, either hurling insults or using their fists and feet against him. As a result, they themselves became the targets of ridicule. They could see that school was about to let out, and alas, they would have to take a taxi to the wooden villa. After school, they would basically be caught in the evening rush hour. They didn't know how long they would be stuck in traffic, but normally it was a half-hour drive, but during the evening rush hour, it would take at least an hour and a half. Get your own car, something cool. Shang Zishi thought, and took out his old Huawei mobile phone to search. The world's top 10 supercars. Shang Zishi wanted to get a supercar. Yesterday, he saw that red-haired groundhog driving a supercar around swindling, and he was a little tempted. Of course, he wasn't envious of the red-haired groundhog swindling, but he thought that the supercar was awesome. Soon, his broken phone displayed thousands of pieces of information about the top 10 luxury supercars. What Bugatti Veyron, Lamborghini Poison, Pagani Zorn, Koenigsegg CCR, McLaren F1, McLaren CTR. Shang Zishi was dazzled, and all these cars looked the same to him, all short and squat. This is what it means to be a car-blind person. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. He had seen a movie called Batman: The Dark Knight before. The Batmobile in that movie was so cool, and the key was that it could drive without a driver. What Bugatti Veyron, what Lamborghini Poison, they are far inferior to Batman's Batmobile. Shang Zishi quickly found the poster for Batman: The Dark Knight and copied and pasted it. Shang Zishi silently recited in his heart as he copied the Batmobile and pasted it into the school parking lot. Shang Zishi didn't know if what he copied from the poster could become a reality. He had copied a luxurious dinner from his phone before that cost tens of millions of yuan, and it didn't taste very good. I wonder how the Batmobile I copied this time will turn out. I don't know if it will work, and I don't know if it will fail because the Batmobile is fictional in the movie. Or maybe I just copied a simple movie prop that can't be driven in reality at all. That would be sad. Shang Zishi was worrying when suddenly he had an extra remote control key in his hand. Shang Zishi quickly took out the remote control key to have a look. It really looks cool. The car key is completely black, with a three-dimensional Batman logo emblazoned on it. The remote control key is of high quality, and although it is not obvious what metal it is made of, it feels indescribably comfortable in the hand. Suddenly, a laser beam appears from the key, which scans Shang Zishi's face. Scan complete, identity verification in progress. Identity verification complete, Master. The third-generation Batmobile is at your service. It was the sharp-looking car key that spoke in a friendly voice, and the key spoke Chinese. Not bad. Shang Zishi said happily. Thank you, Master. Shang Zishi's conversation with the remote control car key was overheard by some students who had not yet left the classroom. Everyone looked at him with strange eyes. What is Shang Zishi doing? talking to a car key. Big genius, aren't you leaving? Who are you talking to? Zhuo Jiayan walked over and asked with a smile.
Oh, I was just playing. Shang Zishi gave her a small smile. Jiayan, the name is not wrong, Zhuo Jiayan really lives up to her name. She is the flower of the class, with a trademark melon-shaped face, faint willowy eyebrows, a small nose with a pair of light blue glasses, and a small delicate mouth. She is petite, with an innocent look, she is diligent and inquisitive, and her grades have always been at the top.
Zhuo Jiayan was shocked by Shang Zishi's performance today.
In particular, his grades had suddenly gone from the bottom of the class to the top.
Aren't you going home? It's so late. I'll go right now.
Shang Zishi rarely spoke to girls, and his face immediately turned red up to his ears.
Let's go together.
Oh, no, I still have things to do, you go ahead.
Shang Zishi stuttered.
Okay, goodbye, great scholar Shang Zishi. Zhuo Jiayan looked at Shang Zishi's embarrassed expression and picked up her school bag and walked out.
Shang Zishi felt a wave of regret.
The girl had taken the initiative to talk to him, but he had blushed and his heart had raced without saying a word.
Could it be that he was?
He had never felt like this when he was with that bitch Wang Xiangyi. The more he thought about it, the faster his heart beat.
Never mind, he thought, he'd better not think about it. It's time to go home. The Batmobile can be controlled remotely, right?
Shang Zishi asked, looking at the remote control. Of course, it can not only be controlled remotely, but also drive itself.
I remember that the Batmobile can also turn into a motorcycle? Shang Zishi asked, all the weapons on it? Master, none of the weapons on it are there.
According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, private individuals are not allowed to carry weapons, so all the weapons on the Batmobile are gone.
Good, drive the Batmobile to the main staircase of the teaching building and wait for me there.
Yes, Master. The remote control key issued an order, and the Batmobile quickly drove out of the underground parking lot and stopped at the entrance to the main staircase of the teaching building. Along the way, the students of Jilin University let out screams, and the third-generation Batmobile from the movie drove past right in front of them. Soon, many students along the way quickly followed the Batmobile and ran towards the main staircase in front of the teaching building.
Is this real? Did I really see the Batmobile?
One student, panting heavily, took out his phone and filmed a video to upload to WeChat Moments.
Look, it's the Batmobile from the movie. I always thought it was a special effect or a prop car that couldn't be driven.
I never would have guessed that it had such a sharp shape, and that it was a jet fighter engine.
Whose car is this? Let's go and have a look. It seems to have stopped. The car seems to have stopped. It's parked at the bottom of the stairs of the teaching building. Let's go and have a look. Wait for me.
Hundreds of students were running along the way from the underground car park to the bottom of the stairs of the teaching building. When many people reached the bottom of the stairs, the Batmobile was already surrounded by a crowd. People were talking excitedly, leaning against the car windows to look inside, trying to see who was driving such a cool Batmobile.
Chapter 10, Never seen such a car before.
The front of the main staircase of the teaching building was soon filled with people, and everyone's enthusiasm was just as intense as if it were May Day and they were visiting the campus. Many students took out their phones and took pictures to post on WeChat Moments, as this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Some students looked in through the car windows, trying to see what was going on inside the car and who was sitting in such a cool car. But after looking for a long time, they saw nothing. Apart from the futuristic-looking driver's cabin, there was no one inside.
Holy cow, there's no one inside? Really? Let me take a look.
Another student approached the driver's cabin window and looked inside, but again, he saw nothing.
Could it be that it's unmanned? Unmanned? No way. I've only seen this kind of high-tech unmanned driving on TV before, and I never thought I'd be able to see it with my own eyes today.
This girl then took out her phone and snapped a burst of 9 photos.
Excuse me, I'll take 2 photos too.
A boy pushed his way over, took out his phone and took 2 photos of the Batmobile first, then turned around and took a few selfies, including himself and the Batmobile. In no time, many students took out their phones and started taking selfies. Shang Zishi put away his bag in the classroom and quickly hummed a tune as he walked out. As soon as he got off the big stairs of the teaching building, he saw a lot of people gathered around the Batmobile.
It was really cool and awesome.
Shang Zishi stood on the top of the big stairs and saw the stylish and sharp Batmobile. The third-generation Batmobile was really cool, with its angular body, wide tires, and matte black color. One can tell at a glance that the car is full of power and brimming with wild energy. The thought that the third-generation Batmobile can transform into a motorcycle and aircraft fills Shang Zishi with excitement.
Excuse me, let me through. Shang Zishi pushes her way through the crowd. Who are you pushing? A girl dressed in a flamboyant manner says.
As she speaks, she flirts with her long blonde hair dyed golden.
Shang Zishi felt a wave of nausea at the sight of the ghostly heavy makeup. Thief, are you blind? Can't you see I'm taking a photo? You're in my shot.
A boy shoved Shang Zishi, knocking him into another person, who was holding an iPhone 11 in his hand and caused it to fall to the ground.
Are your fucking eyes in your crotch?
The phone fell to the ground and was immediately stepped on and broken into pieces. The man grabbed Shang Zishi by the collar and shouted, "You're fucking looking for death.
I just got this Apple 11. You'll pay for it."
I'll pay for a little Apple phone, don't mention a little phone, even if it's 100 phones, I'll pay for them all. Shang Zishi said, and then gave him a slap. The slap was extremely powerful, immediately swelling the man's face. You scolded me twice, 2 slaps in the face, and neither of us owes the other anything. And with that, he gave him another slap in the face. The 2 slaps in the face stunned the man.
Isn't this Shang Zishi? Which Shang Zishi?
He's the student on TV who used some unknown method to tame a dozen punks.
It really is him. Look at the old school uniform on him, he's worn it for years. Chapter 11, Palm Scan and Retina Scan. You smashed my iPhone and hit someone.
If your iPhone is broken, I'll pay for it, no big deal, but you swearing at me, that's not okay.
Shang Zishi said. Okay, this iPhone costs 8,500, you pay me 8,000. Okay, but are you sure I smashed your iPhone? If you didn't bump it, who did? You were the one pushing forward just now. Come find me tomorrow, I don't have any money on me right now. You don't have any money, what the hell are you talking about?
This person stubbornly held back the expletive that he was about to curse out.
Isn't this Shang Zishi? What are you pushing for? Haven't you seen luxury cars before? Zhao Yuha said. This Zhao Yuha was a former classmate of Shang Zishi.
He was a good-for-nothing scoundrel who flirted with girls all day long at school.
In fact, his family background is average. He is someone who wastes his parents' hard-earned money.
I haven't seen it before, today is the first time I see it.
Shang Zishi said with a smile. Come on, take a picture of my buddy. Zhao Yua handed over the mobile phone in his hand. Okay, old classmate, what are you taking a picture of? Take a picture of me in this car, I want to post it on WeChat to show off. Zhao Yuha said with a smile. Okay. Do you want beauty enhancement?
I want beauty enhancement with filters.
Turn it up to the max. Turn it up to 100. Zhao Yua's smile left only a slit for his eyes. Shang Zishi took a few photos with Zhao Yua's phone, and he captured all of Zhao Yua's ugliest moments. After a few clicks, Shang Zishi handed the phone to Zhao Yuha. Zhao Yuha happily took the phone and flipped through it for a long time.
Several of the photos either had his eyes closed or his mouth open like a ladle.
These photos were simply unbearable.
After looking for a long time, Zhao Yuha finally found a photo that looked quite good, but there was no trace of the Batmobile in it.
Shang Zishi, how the hell did you take these photos?
What? I was hoping that these photos would make you look cool, but you ended up looking like this.
What's there to be cool about? You just look like that.
Shang Zishi said with a smile.
That's a cheap laugh. Why are you talking like that? We were classmates after all, have you forgotten, back in the day? Don't mention the past. It makes me fucking angry just to mention it. Shang Zishi said, excuse me. What, can't you see I'm taking a photo? A girl dressed up in a seductive manner said.
Next to her was her boyfriend, taking photos of him in various poses.
Alas, nowadays some people dress more and more like prostitutes, while prostitutes dress more and more like some people. Shang Zishi took out the car keys in his hand and waved them in front of everyone. Yo, Shang Zishi, you smoke too, now you can.
Zhao Yu and this prodigal son usually smoke, drink, fight, and flirt with girls.
As soon as he saw the car keys in Shang Zishi's hand, he quickly reached over to grab them. Yo, what are you pretending with a lighter? This is the Batmobile, how can you have the keys?
If you have the keys, I'll get down on my knees and kowtow 3 times to you and call you grandpa.
Zhao Yuha said.
No, I don't want you, a disgraceful guy, to be my grandson. Shang Zishi said, and pressed the key to the Batmobile in his hand.
With a click, the laser lights around the Batmobile flashed, and the laser quickly scanned over Shang Zishi. Please wait while the identity is being verified.
The mouths of the people around him who were taking pictures opened wide.
The car moved, and it was so cool.
Look at the dazzling lights, and the laser scanning identity verification system. A student quickly switched his phone from camera mode to video mode. The girl in the fancy dress immediately realized that Shang Zishi was the owner of the car. She hurried over to Shang Zishi.
Identification complete. Welcome, owner.
As this is the first time you are driving this Batmobile, the system needs to collect your palm print and retinal data. My goodness, see, this is a real super beast, a super cool Batmobile, and it needs to collect your palm print and retinal data. The student was taking pictures and explaining at the same time.
Zhao Yuan was stunned. These 3 loud nods, these 3 sounds of grandpa. You have to nod and you have to call out. Not to mention 3 loud nods, even if it's 30, I'll nod them all. Who cares if your old schoolmate has such a cool gadget? What's the big deal with 3 sounds of grandpa?
If Shang Zishi wants, he can call him 3 sounds of grandpa. Shang Zishi extended his right hand and pressed it against the glass window, whereupon a green laser immediately appeared on the window, which scanned Shang Zishi's right palm from top to bottom.
The scan is complete. Please get in the car, the driver's cab will scan your retinas.
With that, the door of the Batmobile opened, and Shang Zishi got in.
Grandpa, Grandpa, I'm your grandson, Grandpa. Zhao Yuha shouted from outside the car. Alas, MMP, how can a person be so brazen as to this extent? Face don't want.
Shang Zishi sat in the driver's seat and took off his glasses. The retinal scanner of the Batmobile quickly scanned the retinas of Shang Zishi's eyes.
Master, the scan is complete, the information has been entered into the computer. May I ask the master, where to go next? The Babuluo Lodge. Shang Zishi said, suddenly thinking of something. I don't have a driver's license and I can't drive. What should I do?
I can't go back by remote control all the way, and besides, I don't know how to get to the Babuluo Lodge.
I've always taken a taxi before. Master Shang Zishi, would you like to drive yourself or activate the driverless mode? Driverless again, of course I'll use driverless mode, but on Blue Star.
The driverless technology in countries around the world is not mature and is still in the experimental stage. These driverless vehicles are all in experimental sites, where the experimental sites are very simple and the road conditions are not complicated. But Jiling City has many vehicles and crowded roads. Will driverless technology work?
Alas, let's not worry about that for now, let's just drive without a driver. Activate the driverless mode.
Shang Zishi said helplessly, no matter how long it takes to get to Pablo's log cabin villa, as long as he can get there tonight, it's fine.
The interior of this 3rd-generation Batmobile is very spacious, and it's enough for Shang Zishi to sleep in it. Master Shang Zishi, the route is now planned. The Bat warplane said.
Outside the window, Zhao Yu and was saying something, but judging by the shape of his lips, he was probably calling Shang Zishi grandpa or something. Zhao Yuan was wearing a servile smile, a smile that looked very fake. A person like this is a villain, shameless and despicable enough to achieve a certain goal.
Chapter 12, The Batmobile Takes Off. Ding dong. The girl dressed in an enchanting manner knocked on the window of the Batmobile. Open the window. Shang Zishi said.
Handsome guy, senior. This squeaky voice made Shang Zishi feel like his goosebumps were falling off all over his body, and he could sweep them up in a dustpan. Especially the pungent perfume smell, which was more eye-watering than smelly socks.
What is it, beautiful girl?
Shang Zishi politely asked. Do you have a girlfriend?
This female voice, with her hands clasped, hung between her legs. No. Meng, what are you doing?
Her boyfriend hurriedly said when he saw how she looked.
The girl named Meng didn't even glance at the boy.
Come back with me, don't disgrace yourself here. Her boyfriend reached out and took her hand, trying to pull her away.
Who are you and what are you doing? Show some respect. With that, Xiaoming reached out and pushed her boyfriend a few steps back. Xiaoming said viciously, go as far away as you can. Don't ruin my good things.
And she gave the boy the middle finger.
So, do you mind if I'm your girlfriend?
Xiaoming immediately changed her tone and said in a sweet voice.
Oh, your boyfriend is over there. Shang Zishi nudged the boy. He's not my boyfriend? Oh, I just saw him taking pictures of you. He's just an acquaintance of mine. Xiaomeng's eyes were all smiles. Xiaomeng, don't embarrass yourself here. The boy said this and pulled the girl over his shoulder and started walking back. What the hell are you doing? Xiaomeng kicked the boy in the groin, and he immediately fell to his knees. This bitch is really ruthless, she wants to make this boy sterile. The boy quickly got up from the ground, hunched over and wrestled with the girl. Close the window and get out of here. Shang Zishi said. Yes, master, close the window. Outside, the two were fighting like crazy. The girl named Xiaomeng had her nose broken. A fake nose? I'm impressed, she's so young and already had such a good job done. Shang Zishi said with a smile. Zhuo Jiayan had never left the school before. She watched Shang Zishi quietly from the crowd, and felt like she needed to get to know Shang Zishi all over again. Master, the route has been planned. It's the evening rush hour, so the fastest way to Pablo's chalet is to fly. This Batmobile can fly? Yes, it can. The third-generation Batmobile can fly after Bruce Wayne's modifications. That's so cool. Let's fly to Pablo's chalet villa. Shang Zishi said happily. The Batmobile is about to take off, please evacuate the area quickly. The Batmobile is about to take off, please evacuate the area quickly. The Batmobile is about to take off. This thing can fly? Run. This is so cool, I have to broadcast it live. This thing will make my number of followers skyrocket, from single digits to six figures, haha. Soon, live broadcast platforms such as Douyu appeared with live broadcast videos of the Batmobile. Isn't this Batman's super cool Batmobile? I can't believe it's real, so cool. One fan left a comment while rewarding the video with a rocket. The rockets are piling up, and so are the spaceships. Bouncing, bouncing, a fan named Rurouni Kenshin quickly swiped 50 rockets. He's rich, he's rich. Old Tai, I love you so much. MMM. Old Ties, swipe up the gifts, this chariot is about to fly, and I'll show you the most exciting moments of sleep, oh no, the most exciting moments live. For a while, the Bat Chariot appeared on major live streaming platforms such as Douyin and Douyu. Many people have gained a large number of followers as a result. The vehicle is about to take off, the vehicle is about to take off, please pay attention to the Bat tank before takeoff, and keep warning. The one called Xiaomeng and his ex-boyfriend pulled each other's hair and moved aside. The posture was very funny, and it was hard to stop laughing. Grandpa Zhao Yuan shouted loudly while running like hell. Pop! A huge, sharply lined bat tank shot out a blast of air all around. People are scrambling to avoid it, and a teacher watching from the sidelines is blown off his feet by the huge blast of air, his wig blown off and his bald head exposed. This thing is going to fly. Guys, this thing is going to fly. Did you see the huge blast of air? Guys, this thing is so cool. Have you ever seen anything like it? This is the first time I've seen something that can fly. The rocket is revving up, keep going. With a loud hiss, the bat-shaped vehicle soared into the air, leaving the ground spotless after the huge airwave. The bat-shaped vehicle rose about 500 meters into the air, and the huge engine at the back ignited, flying towards the wooden villas. The students below, and the surrounding citizens, were watching as if they were watching a rocket launch. Shang Zishi felt incredibly comfortable sitting in the bat-shaped vehicle, which looked so cool, as everyone watched him go. Since this Batmobile can fly, why not fly for a while? How far can it fly on fuel? Shang Zishi asked eagerly. Master, this Batmobile can fly for half an hour and fly 500 kilometers on fuel. Half an hour and 500 kilometers. Not bad, this is basically supersonic flight. It's awesome. First take me for a spin over Jinling. Yes, master. Shang Zishi had never flown before, and this Batmobile satisfied him. What's more, this bat-shaped vehicle can fly supersonically, much faster than an ordinary airliner. What's more, this bat-shaped vehicle is now all his own, a private jet, no, a private flying car. Suddenly, a question bothers Shang Zishi, since this bat-shaped vehicle can fly, its fuel must be extraordinary. Bat-shaped vehicle, what type of fuel do you use? 93, 95, or 97? Master, the fuel I burn is not number 93, not number 95, and not number 97. I burn special aviation kerosene. Aviation kerosene for fighter jets. It's over, it's over. There are no gas stations in the entire city of Jinling that sell aviation kerosene. In half an hour, this bat-shaped chariot will crash for lack of fuel.
Shang Zishi said to himself. Master, don't worry about crashing. I have a highly advanced computer control system that can safely and smoothly land before crashing. Please rest assured, Master.
That's good, that's good.
I don't want to get killed in a car crash on my first ride in the Batmobile.
It's too scary to think about. Don't worry, Master. Have a drink and relax. As he said, the armrest box of the Batmobile raised a bottle of fine whiskey and a glass wine glass. Chapter 13, the Batmobile got rear-ended. How are you going to put aviation kerosene in it?
There are no gas stations that sell this kind of fuel here.
Should I go to the airline and have a look? Do you have to go to the airline every time you want to refuel?
Shang Zishi thought that the Batmobile looked cool, but without fuel it was pretty much worthless.
Master, don't you know how to copy and paste?
When my fuel consumption is halfway there, you just copy and paste once and it'll be full.
The Batmobile's words reminded Shang Zishi, yes, with copy and paste, what do I have to fear? Just fill it up until it overflows.
Master, I have set up an early warning system for the fuel consumption of the tank.
As soon as the fuel consumption reaches half, I will prompt you. Okay. This is fucking awesome.
With this copy and paste system, I can drive the world's one-of-a-kind luxury car for free.
Give me 2 hours to fly around first. With this inexhaustible superfuel, what's there to fear? We can fly until the end of time.
I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword in hand.
To see the world's prosperity.
A young heart is always a little reckless.
Now you.
Shang Zishi likes the song you once were and has set it as your ringtone.
Hello?
Shang Zishi takes the phone and answers the call.
Shang Zishi, where the hell have you been?
You still owe me 3 months' rent.
Don't you fucking think you can run away? I'll find you no matter where you go. Mr. Zhang, watch your fucking mouth. I'll pay you the rent tomorrow. Remember, you insult me today, and tomorrow I'll beat you into begging for mercy. Good boy, I'll be waiting for you. The phone hung up. Fuck, you ruined my mood. Let's go somewhere to relax. Take me to the most luxurious bar in Jinling. Yes, master. Now heading to Special Plus. The Batmobile veers to the side and turns right.
It has been flying for a minute, master, and Special Plus is just below.
Please hold on tight. The Batmobile will land soon.
The Batmobile hovers in the air as it quickly scans the area below for an empty parking space. There are too many cars in front of the bar, so the Batmobile descends from the sky. The powerful air current sends all the cars in the parking lot flying. After scanning for a while, the Batmobile found a large open space more than 200 meters away from the Special Plus bar, where it should be fine to land. Holy cow, the Batmobile on this live broadcast really exists, that's it. I have to go check it out. A beautiful woman driving a Porsche Panamera put her sunglasses on top of her head and drove in the direction where Shang Zishi's Batmobile landed. The Batmobile raised a cloud of dust in the open space and landed. With a crash, Shang Zishi felt the car shake. No way, this car has just landed and it's being rear-ended. Is there such a sad thing? Shang Zishi quickly got out of the car and was about to explode when he suddenly heard an apologetic voice. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Just now, when your car fell from the sky, it raised a lot of dust, and I accidentally hit it. A beautiful woman got out of the Porsche Panamera. She was tall, with dark curly hair that set off her standard oval face. Her big expressive eyes were full of apologies. It's okay, are you hurt? The girl was prepared for a scolding, but when she heard Shang Zishi gently tell her that it was okay, she immediately felt much more relaxed. Look, how much will it cost to repair your car? I'll fix it for you. I have a friend who's really good at fixing cars. The beautiful woman quickly walked over to take a look at how badly the car had been damaged. It's okay, the car isn't that delicate. As long as you're okay, Shang Zishi said with a smile. Shang Zishi glanced at her Porsche Panamera. The front had been dented and a large piece of the paintwork had been broken. Beauty, your car needs to be repaired. It's okay, my friend is a car mechanic, I'll report it to the police and take out insurance. I don't have to pay for it. The beauty smiled brightly, her eyes like stars. Report to the police? Take out insurance? Shang Zishi was taken aback.
She didn't even have a driver's license yet, and she didn't know if the Batmobile had a license plate.
Driving without a license is punishable by detention, and cars without a license plate are not allowed on the road. Thinking of this, Zhang Zishi quickly looked at the rear of the Bat-War vehicle.
Thank goodness, this Bat-War vehicle has a license plate, and not only that, it's a blue license plate.
Logically speaking, this kerosene-burning vehicle is not sure if it has a blue or yellow license plate.
All I can see on this blue license plate is Sue 111111. Not bad, not bad, this copy and paste system is really considerate. The license plate is here, and it's even got 6 ones.
These 6 ones are neither too local nor too low-key, but just the right amount of luxury.
Beauty, don't bother filing an insurance claim. I'll transfer you the money you need to add to your WeChat account. Zhang Zishi smiled slightly and took out his broken phone. No, I'm the one who hit your car, how can I let you pay for my car repairs?
This beauty already felt bad inside, how could she ask Zhang Zishi for money?
It's fine, you'll be covered by insurance, and next year your insurance costs will increase quite a bit.
I'll transfer the money to you, I'll be covered by insurance, and my friend sells insurance, he won't let me increase my costs. Zhang Zishi said, and brought up the Weixin QR code and handed over his phone.
Okay, handsome, thank you so much.
If I go through insurance, next year's premiums will increase by at least 5,000 to 6,000 yuan.
The beautiful woman quickly scanned Zhang Zishi's QR code. Handsome guy, what's your name? I'll make a note.
A guy like Zhang Zishi, who can drive a Batmobile, a fancy car you can only see on TV, must be a local tyrant among local tyrants.
Zhang Zishi.
Zhang Zishi smiled and introduced himself.
My name is Zhang Xian, I work at the Longwei Industrial and Commercial Bank, nice to meet you. Zhang Xian then made a note of Zhang Zishi's Weixin and quickly held out her hand.
A local tyrant like Zhang Zishi will definitely have opportunities to cooperate in the future. She, Zhang Xian, is in the banking and wealth management industry, and a local tyrant like Zhang Zishi can drive the world's one and only Batmobile, so she must be worth a lot. If she buys some financial products from her at that time, her own turnover will skyrocket.
I'm very happy to meet you. Zhang Zishi smiled and extended her hand for a light shake. It was soft as if it had no bones, and smooth as silk. A burst of a young girl's body fragrance came at her face, refreshing. Zhang Xian held Zhang Zishi's hand and felt a strong masculine aura coming from him.
As a financial advisor at the bank, she usually comes into contact with many male customers, but she has never met one with such a strong masculine aura like Zhang Zishi.
Chapter 14 Zhang Zishi got beaten up. Zhang Zishi added Zhang Xian as a friend and transferred 100,000 yuan to her first. Handsome guy, what's this for?
Zhang Xian was taken aback when she saw the 100,000 yuan transfer.
You can use it to pay for the car repairs first, I'll transfer more if it's not enough. No way, I'll send you the bill after the car is fixed. Okay, let me know if it's not enough.
Zhang Zishi's local tyrant aura immediately captivated Zhang Xian.
Someone who can just hand over 100,000 yuan like that must be worth over 100 million. How could an ordinary person just casually transfer 100,000 yuan?
You can't tell from the way he dresses or the phone he uses that he's actually a very generous boss. She, Zhang Xian, has also met many customers, and there are quite a few who are picky and fussy with others when they have a bit of smelly money.
Some people are rich, but they are as stingy as Scrooge McDuck. Thinking about this, Zhang Xian said, handsome guy, can you take a picture for me? I don't think I've ever seen a car like this before, you know? I just saw a video of this car on TikTok, do you know how many views it got? Zhang Xian handed over her phone. I don't know, I don't really like TikTok.
Zhang Zishi was right, as a college student, he didn't have that much time to watch TikTok. Besides, with this broken phone of mine, I can't even watch much of it, it's so laggy. Each of the dozens of videos has more than 10 million views and more than a million reposts, and the numbers are still rising.
As he said this, Zhang Xian played with his hair. Zhang Zishi took out his phone and took a photo of Zhang Xian.
He knew that Zhang Xian wanted to take a photo of himself with the Batmobile, so he picked a few good angles.
Not to mention that Zhang Xian is quite photogenic.
He is already beautiful, and the photos taken on the phone are even more beautiful. Zhang Zishi looked at these photos and really thought they were much prettier than those of the internet celebrities.
Zhang Zishi took a few photos of Zhang Xian and also shot a video. Handsome guy, you've helped me so much today, I'll buy. Okay. It doesn't matter who buys who, Zhang Xian bought today, next time you buy yourself, there's no need to be so stingy. It's 200 meters from the special plus bar, and Zhang Xian is in an incredibly good mood. Zhang Xian picked a few photos, combined them, and posted them in her circle of friends. She ran into Batman today. This Batmobile is so cool. Zhang Xian added a few tongue-in-cheek emojis, and then set a position. In no time, Zhang Xian's circle of friends exploded. Zhang Xian smiled slightly, and put her phone away. The two went straight to the second floor of the bar, which is the VIP area. Zhang Xian directly opened a booth. Zhang Xian's friends posted the location, and soon, a dozen friends came over. Basically everyone who could get here was rich, either the first generation or the second generation of rich people, and few were worth less than 100 million. A few were worth more than 1 billion. These dozen people together had hundreds of billions of dollars in assets. Why not copy and paste their information and save it for the new year? Copy and paste. Shang Zishi copied and pasted the assets of everyone on the second floor. Of course, some succeeded and some failed. After all, there are also many people here who are insolvent and come here to pretend to be rich. Cinny, what is this? Lu Yang asked as soon as he saw Zhang Xian. He looked at the clothes on Shang Zishi, which were all cheap. How could someone like this be in a place like this, and sitting so close to Zhang Xian? Lu Yang, let me introduce you, this is the famous Batman. Zhang Xian said with a smile, still completely immersed in the memories of the high-end Batmobile. Ha, laughing is over, Bruce Wayne? Still Batman, I think it's a bumpkin. Lu Yang laughed. Lu Yang, didn't you see the short video? That Batmobile is his. Zhang Xian said. Xiao Xian, you've been fooled, the Batmobile is only in the movies. If this poor kid can drive a Batmobile, it must be a movie prop, and you can make one out of wood for 100,000 yuan. Wang Yi said. Wang Yi is Zhang Xian's childhood friend and one of his suitors. His father is in real estate and is rumored to have made billions, although some say that is all false and that he is actually in debt. A dozen people burst out laughing. Jibo has arrived at 1,023 million. Shang Zishi's Jibo has arrived. Jibo has arrived at 156 million. 862,345,320 yuan has been credited to the support treasure account. 2.637804233 billion yuan has been credited to the support treasure account. The support treasure account has been credited. Holy shit, Shang Zishi is going to faint. I'm afraid there are tens of billions of yuan in a short while. Everyone is shocked. Suddenly, Lu Yang bursts out laughing. Yes, this is a trick to fool a 3-year-old. Yes, what kind of place is this, an upscale place to spend money? You say you set your ringtone to this kind of support treasure account number, and treat us like 3-year-olds? I'm going, I've never seen such a pretentious person before, this is too shameless, this is too childish. Shang Zishi wanted to argue back, but he didn't think it was interesting. You poor people, do I have to pretend with you guys? Is it worth it? Fuck, Xian, who the fuck is this guy, daring to talk to my friends like that? Come here, I'll chop him up. Lu Yang, you haven't even had a drink yet, what are you doing? Although Zhang Xian also thought that Shang Zishi's support treasure had arrived as a ringtone, Shang Zishi was the guest she was entertaining today, so how could she allow Lu Yang to do that? Shang Zishi didn't want to start trouble. He just wanted to relax here and go back to sleep well at night, but he didn't know he would run into these rich second generation. These people don't look like nice guys. You want to bully me, you bald guy with stubble? Do you have the strength? Shang Zishi stood up. With a crash, a beer bottle exploded above Shang Zishi's head. The shards of the beer bottle splattered everywhere, and Shang Zishi quickly bent down to protect Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian is a beautiful woman like a picture of jade. If she gets her skin scratched and her flesh rubbed by the glass shards, it's not okay. Zhang Xian screamed. She never expected that she wanted to thank Shang Zishi. She asked him to come here for a drink, but now instead of drinking, he got beaten up. Zhang Xian, are you okay? Shang Zishi asked with concern. What kind of person is this, who got fired himself, but asked if I was okay? Zhang Xian quickly shook her head. Another crash, and another beer bottle exploded on Shang Zishi's head. Fighting, fighting, fighting. Fighting. As soon as everyone saw that there was a fight, they gathered around like they had been injected with adrenaline. Chapter 15, Free drinks for everyone for a month. Shang Zishi stood up,
put his hands around Liu Yang's head, and said, "I came here to relax, and you're ruining my mood."
With that, Shang Zishi's head slammed heavily into Liu Yang's head.
With a loud thud, Liu Yang's head was smashed open by Shang Zishi's head.
Blood was gushing out. Is this bastard's head made of iron? Another beer bottle smashed towards Shang Zishi.
Shang Zishi's head was not made of iron, but it had copied and pasted the hardness of a baseball bat, so the beer bottle hitting his head was similar to scratching an itch. Not to mention the beer bottle hitting his head, even if a machete was used to chop his head, it would be fine.
Shang Zishi used one hand to protect Zhang Xian, and his head quickly met the attack. With a crack, the beer bottle shattered.
The beer flowed down Shang Zishi's head. Shang Zishi dusted the glass shards off his head with his hand, and then slammed his head into the man's head again.
With a bang, the man's head was smashed open. It's starting! It's starting!
Someone shouted, and immediately, a dozen people yelled and whistled.
Onlookers never mind how big the trouble is. Liu Yang. Are you okay?
Wang walked up to Liu Yang and saw that his head was covered in blood, with a large cut from Shang Zishi's head, and blood was constantly flowing out.
Take this. Wang grabbed a handful of ice and pressed it onto Liu Yang's head. It hurts, can you not be gentler? Liu Yang cursed while covering the wound with ice. Brothers, finish him off.
Wang shouted, swung the beer bottle in his hand and smashed it onto the table, scattering glass shards everywhere. Wang picked up the half-broken glass bottle and stabbed it at Shang Zishi. Zhang Xian let out a scream, closed her eyes, and covered her head with her hands, afraid to look. The same went for the group of beautiful women, but although they were screaming, they were afraid to look. With a crash, Wang Yi's body flew straight out.
No one could see what happened. Everyone attacked together.
Liu Yang covered his wound with one hand and held a beer bottle with the other, ready to charge forward.
Shang Zishi picked up a beer bottle and pointed it in his face. Is it getting exciting? As soon as Liu Yang saw it, he quickly threw away the beer bottle in his hand and covered his head with both hands. Coward!
Shang Zishi snorted, and threw away the beer bottle in his hand.
Zhang Xian, this person Shang Zishi pointed at Liu Yang and asked Zhang Xian. Shang Zishi, let him go. Zhang Xian said, she never imagined that one of her friend's circle would cause such a big trouble.
Liu Yang, Zhang Xian asked me to let you off, okay, what about the few bottles of beer you just opened on my head?
Wang Yi half-heartedly grunted and got up.
He didn't know what was wrong with him, he flew out in an instant, and now he just felt unbearable pain all over his body.
Liu Yang was stunned.
With Shang Zishi's abilities, they were no match for a dozen people. These bottles of beer had exploded on Shang Zishi's head, and he was fine.
Brother, what do you say we settle this? Liu Yang's voice trembled.
Simple, whoever just opened a beer bottle on my head, I'll do the same to his head.
Shang Zishi scanned the room.
If this beer bottle had exploded on his own head, he would have to stay in the hospital for at least 10 days or so. Just now, I couldn't stand being hit on the head by Shang Zishi, and if I get a beer bottle opened on my head, is there any fun left?
Thinking about this, Liu Yang ran outside with a bang. 36 stratagems, running is the best plan, whoever wastes time here is a fool.
Seeing Liu Yang take the lead in starting trouble and run away, the others thought, if they didn't run, would they be stupid to stay here and spend the new year? There was a hush on the scene.
They couldn't beat him, so they ran.
These dozen or so grown men had been outsmarted by a teenage student. Shang Zishi chased after them with a screech, blocking them in front of the crowd. After all, he had copied the basketball abilities of the gorilla Wang Yi, and his speed was much faster than these dozen or so rich second-generation kids.
What, you want to run after you've hit someone? Shang Zishi said coldly. My goodness, this kid is so fast.
I didn't even see him clearly, and he already jumped here.
Is he human? This kid has a few beer bottles opened on his head, and he's not even hurt. What a monster, a few beer bottles opened on him, and he didn't even blink.
Liu Yang and the others were stunned.
They couldn't run away, and they couldn't fight back.
This group of rich second-generation kids had really messed up today.
There was no way out. Liu Yang looked to Zhang Xian for help, but Zhang Xian didn't even look at him.
Girl, I was over here drinking, and you swung a bottle at someone without saying a word.
Sorry, buddy, you can solve it any way you want.
Liu Yang said, then bent down.
Wang Yi saw Liu Yang bend down, and he couldn't be the tough guy, so he quickly bowed to Shang Zishi.
Okay, I've dealt with my business, but Zhang Xian still got to be dealt with.
Shang Zishi said. How? Go and bow and apologize. If she forgives you, that's one thing, but if she doesn't, I'll punish you again. You're all in this together, so don't even think about running away. Lu Yang hurriedly ran up to Zhang Xian and said, Xin, what do you think we should do? Zhang Xian didn't want things to get out of hand either, so she walked up to Shang Zishi and said, Shang Zishi, we're here to relax, so I think we should just let this go.
Shang Zishi nodded and said, okay, since you say so, I'll let it go. Shang Zishi walked up to Lu Yang and the others and said, since Zhang Xian doesn't want to make things difficult for you, just leave. If I catch you here again, you won't get off so easily. As soon as Lu Yang and the others heard Shang Zishi say this, they hurriedly bowed to Shang Zishi and ran away without looking back. Everyone, go ahead and spend today. I, Shang Zishi, will pay for the entire bill today. Shang Zishi shouted, and not only today, I will pay for the entire bill this month as well.
Zhang Xian looked at Shang Zishi in surprise. Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. Oh.
Everyone got excited when they heard this. A waiter came over and said, handsome guy, beautiful girl, let's change your seats.
Okay. Shang Zishi and Zhang Xian followed the waiter to another seat, which was the best seat on the second floor. Soon, a few internet celebrity beauties walked over. Handsome guy, can I sit here? Shang Zishi looked at these internet celebrity beauties and felt sick to his stomach.
These artificial beauties all looked similar, and no one knew what these internet celebrity faces looked like before plastic surgery.
It's fine. Shang Zishi said indifferently. A few internet celebrity beauties quickly sat down.
This is a local tyrant, not only has he paid for the whole night, but also for the whole month.
Chapter 16, I'll give you 5 billion to manage my finances. After a few hours of revelry, Shang Zishi walked out. Zhang Xian, I'll walk you home. Zhang Xian smiled and said, no need, handsome.
You can't waste money like that.
If you trust me, I'll manage your finances.
I can't promise anything, but I can guarantee a 10% return in 1 year.
Okay. That's a quick decision? That's right. Shang Zishi gave a slight smile, and Zhang Xian felt that Shang Zishi looked even more handsome at this moment. So handsome, how much are you prepared to invest? Zhang Xian felt that such a local tyrant who spends millions a night could also come up with tens of millions of dollars for wealth management. If that's the case, this year's performance is set. 50.
Shang Zishi said, spreading his right hand.
Shang Zishi, you're really joking. What's enough with $50?
Our wealth management products start at $5,000.
I'll give you 50 billion. What? Zhang Xian couldn't believe her ears, and her jaw dropped.
Give you 5 billion to manage my wealth, and give me a 10% annual return.
Shang Zishi repeated.
Handsome guy Shang Zishi, handsome guy Zhang Xian panicked and blurted out.
Is it really Shang Zishi or a handsome guy? Both, but you're not lying to me, are you?
Zhang Xian has never taken an order of more than 1 million yuan since she became a junior manager in the wealth management department of the Longwood Industrial and Commercial Bank. This Shang Zishi wants to take out 5 billion for wealth management at once. What a big client.
If she can keep Shang Zishi, she won't need any other clients.
Just Shang Zishi alone is enough to keep her busy for a long time.
With Shang Zishi, she, a junior manager in the wealth management department, can at least become a vice president. Of course I'm not lying. I'll go to your bank tomorrow to go through the formalities.
Shang Zishi said with a smile.
No need. A godsend like you, I'll come to your door. Just tell me where you live. I'll bring the contract tomorrow. Zhang Xian said, beaming from ear to ear. Pablo Chalet Villa. When you get there, just call me and I'll come to the door to pick you up. Pablo Chalet Villa, isn't that a hotel?
Handsome guy, so you've been living in a hotel the whole time, don't you have your own house?
I haven't bought one yet, I don't know where to buy one.
Shang Zishi smiled awkwardly. I think you local tyrant should have your own luxury home a long time ago. I never thought you'd be living in a hotel.
I have a friend selling a house at Zhongshan Golf Villa, can I ask her to keep an eye out for you?
Sure.
Okay, I'll give your Weixin to her and have her give you the best one.
Zhongshan Golf Villa is the best property in Jiling, with a unit price of over 210,000 yuan per square meter.
The total price is over 100 million yuan. Ask your friend how many units there are, I'll take them all.
Shang Zishi said with a smile.
All of them? My goodness, how much money do you have anyway? Endless.
Shang Zishi said with a smile.
Endless? Even endless has an end. Endless means infinite. Shang Zishi was right. Now you can copy and paste as much money as you want. Goodbye, endless local tyrants, I'm going home. Tomorrow I'll bring someone to your place to sign the contract. Zhang Xian said and walked over to her car. Okay. Sure you don't want me to walk you home? Shang Zishi asked. No, I need to find someone to take this car to the mechanic, it'll take 2 days to fix. Zhang Xian took out her phone and called a Didi driver. See you tomorrow, handsome. 5 minutes later, 2 men came and drove Zhang Xian's Porsche away.
Shang Zishi walked towards the Batmobile, and a few young people came towards him, 5 men and 1 woman.
These people reeked of alcohol. It looked like the woman had drunk especially a lot, she couldn't walk anymore, and was carried by 2 men to walk forward. Now these people, when they drink, they don't care about their bodies at all. What's the point of a girl drinking so much? Shang Zishi muttered to himself while taking out the car keys. Suddenly, the woman slammed herself into him. Help me, she said weakly. Shang Zishi was stunned. Although the woman had spoken in a very small voice, Shang Zishi had heard her clearly. It was a cry for help. Could it be that the woman was? Sorry, this girl has had too much to drink. A wretched man quickly apologized to Shang Zishi. Wait a minute.
Shang Zishi suddenly blocked the way in front of these people.
Kid, what do you want?
The lecherous man froze for a moment and tried to push Shang Zishi away.
You ask what I want, I ask what do you want? Shang Zishi didn't even move. Kid, you're looking for death.
A man with a fierce expression said.
Don't worry. The lecherous man said. Young man, we have something to do, take this, said the wretched man, handing over a few bills.
Thank you for taking care of my sister, I can't accept this money, said Shang Zishi, stopping the wretched man's outstretched hand.
He put his arm over the woman's body.
Needless to say, the woman was drunk by these people, and it was self-evident what they wanted to do.
Your sister, who the hell are you?
The wretched man shouted when he saw that money was useless. With a slap, Shang Zishi slapped the skinny man in the face, knocking him out.
Brothers, attack. This kid doesn't want to take it the easy way. Several men quickly surrounded Shang Zishi.
Shang Zishi protected the woman with one hand, while pointing at the men in front of him and saying, My sister is drunk.
Thank you for taking care of her, but if you try to do anything beastly, I won't let you off. Your sister? What a coincidence. With these words, this person punched Shang Zishi in the face. Shang Zishi didn't even dodge, and went right at him. Pop.
This person's fist collided with Shang Zishi's head, which was harder than steel.
Ouch, ouch.
The punch to Shang Zishi's face broke 4 of his 5 fingers. This person screamed in pain.
Pop.
Shang Zishi kicked the man in the groin, and he quickly let out a squeal like a pig.
Seeing this, the other few people yelled, Kid, you dare to ruin our fun? Several people hit Shang Zishi on the head. Pop, pop, pop.
With 4 crisp sounds, all of these people's hands were broken. The 4 people screamed and cursed, Little thief, you just wait for me. Saying this, the 5 people quickly cursed while running away.
Beauty, beauty, those people ran away. Shang Zishi shook the woman. Beauty, beauty, where do you live?
Shang Zishi asked, but the woman didn't say a word, she was so drunk she was unconscious.
Alas, what is a pretty girl doing out drinking with someone at night when she shouldn't be home?
Shang Zishi said, and carried the woman onto the Batmobile and drove off towards the wooden villa.
Chapter 17, the bank president himself came. The Batmobile, start.
Shang Zishi maneuvered the Batmobile and drove over. Shang Zishi adjusted the Batmobile to driverless mode and drove towards Pablo's log cabin villa.
After half an hour, Shang Zishi arrived at the lobby. He helped the beauty to the lobby. Oh no, this girl is going to throw up. Hurry and help her to the bathroom. Shang Zishi said to a female receptionist. Is there an empty room at the Hiroi? Shang Zishi, your villa is full of empty rooms, and you Hiroi burst out laughing.
Give her a separate villa. Saying this, Shang Zishi brought up the payment QR code on his mobile phone.
Handsome guy, who is this beauty, your girlfriend? I don't know. Shang Zishi smiled and said. If you don't know, why are you paying for someone else? I watched this girl almost get hurt, so I rescued her. Hurt? Yes, that's enough. You can let someone take her to rest, and I'll pay for everything. Local tyrant, do you have a girlfriend? No. Do you mind if I'm your friend? Hirue smiled and said. Don't joke around. I'm tired, I need to rest. Shang Zishi said, walked out of the lobby, and drove the Batmobile to his log cabin villa. The next day, Shang Zishi woke up and saw a lot of messages in WeChat, so he picked a few to read. Zhang Xin, Shang Zishi, thank you, I will bring the contract to you tomorrow. Shang Zishi replied, I will be waiting for you at Villa C in Babaluo Chalet. Hirue, handsome guy, I was joking last night, and I sent it at 3:21 a.m. This little girl, not sleeping in the middle of the night, sending random messages. Shang Zishi smiled slightly and replied, Ha, I think you were joking too. The other person immediately replied with a tongue-in-cheek expression. Half an hour later, a Maybach stopped at the entrance to Villa Pablo's Chalet C1. President Wang, this is the place. The awesome Batmobile is parked right there. Zhang Xin smiled and pointed to a parking space next to the villa. Inside the parking space was a Batmobile. Don't let our god of fortune wait too long. President Wang said. Zhang Xin immediately took President Wang up to the second floor of the villa. This way, please, President Wang. Zhang Xin knocked on the door. Coming. Shang Zishi shouted. He opened the door. Mr. Shang, I've heard a lot about you. As soon as Shang Zishi opened the door, a pair of warm hands reached out to him. Who are you? Shang Zishi asked, puzzled. Shang Zishi, this is our president. Xiao Xin, I have to criticize you. What does Article 80, Paragraph 2 of Jinling Bank's Customer Service Regulations say? You can't call customers by their first names. President Wang said with a smile, Mr. Shang, after listening to Xin's report last night, I rushed here this morning. Have a seat. Shang Zishi walked over to the sofa, and President Wang followed closely behind. President Wang, what would you like to drink? Shang Zishi asked. Anything. Zhang Xin, there is excellent Longjing tea, and there is a coffee machine, go and get something to drink. Okay, Shang Zishi, oh no, Mr. Shang. Zhang Xin said, bowing deeply to Shang Zishi. I'm sorry, Mr. Shang, I didn't change it in time. It's okay, you can still call me Shang Zishi. Calling me Mr. Shang makes me sound old. That's not possible. Calling you Mr. is the bank's rule. Zhang Xin smiled. Whatever you say. Mr. Shang, let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Chang, the president of Jinling Bank. He stood up again and held out his hands. Hello, President Wang. Mr. Shang, I heard from Xiao Xin that you are going to invest 5 billion yuan in our bank's wealth management? Yes. That's great. Mr. Shang, our bank will definitely arrange the most professional team to arrange your 5 billion yuan well, and we will definitely help you maximize your profits. I believe in the strength of your bank, and if you do a good job, I will increase my investment in the future. Wang Chang never imagined things would go so smoothly. This is a sudden influx of 5 billion yuan. What is the concept of this? This is the Jinling Bank's half-year turnover. Shang Zishi said that as long as the service is good, they will increase their investment in the future. Such a local tyrant is what banks are looking for. Mr. Shang, so prompt? Wang Chang said with a smile. Well. Shang Zishi just said lightly. In that case, let's sign the wealth management contract. Mr. Shang, our bank will definitely arrange the best team to provide you with an annual return of at least 20%. Okay. 50 billion with an annual return of 20% is 1 billion a year. You don't have to do anything and you'll have 1 billion in a year. The Matthew effect is indeed correct, the rich will get richer and the poor will get poorer. Shang Zishi used to work several jobs. Even so, he could barely pay his tuition and maintain a minimum standard of living. Besides, where would he find the money to reinvest? Even if he had saved a little money, he wouldn't dare invest it, for if the investment failed, his money would be gone. Now it's different, invest in this and if it fails, reinvest in something else. This kind of financial management and investment is one with a relatively low rate of return. Investing in foreign exchange, real estate, US stocks, etc., as long as you seize an opportunity, it is possible to double your wealth in just a few minutes. Mr. Shang, let's sign the contract. Wang Chang said. Okay. Zhang Xin brought over 2 cups of Longjing and a cup of coffee. President, your Longjing tea.
Xiao Xian, you first serve the customer is God, you have no insight. Although Wang Chang said this, there was no reproachful tone. Mr. Shang, these two contracts have a total of 18 places that require a signature. Wang Chang pointed to the signature section on the contract. There are so many, this is too much trouble. No trouble, take your time.
Wang Chang said, and told Zhang Xian to point out the places that needed to be signed one by one to Shang Zishi.
Shang Zishi took the pen and signed his name in each place.
Wang Chang stood up and walked around the villa. Mr. Shang, your house is still not bought yet?
Oh, I don't know where you want to buy a house, Mr. Shang. You definitely need to buy a house, and you don't need to ask what kind of house to buy, it's naturally a luxury house.
Jinling now has several luxury real estate developments, and he has acquaintances there, so he can introduce them.
This will provide convenience for Shang Zishi on the one hand, and increase sales for the real estate developments on the other, killing two birds with one stone. I don't care where I live, as long as I can live there,
Shang Zishi said while signing the contract.
Shang Zishi's words did not sound like those of a local tyrant at all.
Chapter 18, Replicate the Super Traffic Jam Strategy.
After Shang Zishi signed the contract, the bank manager took out a bottle of champagne and 3 stem glasses from his suitcase.
Come, let's celebrate as usual,
Wang Chang said, and popped the champagne.
Golden yellow bubbles overflowed.
Wang Chang poured a glass for everyone.
Come, cheers to our pleasant cooperation today.
The 3 tall, fragrant champagne glasses clinked together.
Mr. Shang, take some time to visit our bank, and we'll upgrade you to VIP.
Great.
And if you want to buy a house, just let me know.
I know all the developers and can get you the lowest price, with the biggest discount.
Great. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. I'll be going now.
With that, Wang Chang stood up with his suitcase in hand. Xiao Xian, stay and keep Mr. Shang company for a while longer.
I'll go first. With that, Wang Chang walked out the door. Zhang Xian quickly followed him out and said, President, let me see you out.
Wang Chang walked to the door, turned around and said to Zhang Xian, you don't need to see me out.
Starting today, you are the vice president of Jinling Bank. Remember, your main workplace is here. Yes, thank you, President, for your cultivation.
It wasn't me who cultivated you, it was your outstanding performance, Wang Chang said with a smile and walked away.
The honorary position of vice president made Zhang Xian, a young girl who had just entered society, very excited.
Needless to say, her future work was like being on a high.
Zhang Xian returned to the room. Mr. Shang, what are your plans for today?
You'd better call me by my name, Shang Zishi. This Mr. Shang sounds quite awkward to me.
Shang Zishi smiled as he looked at Zhang Xian's expression and said, Whatever you like.
Shang Zishi said with a smile.
Shang Zishi, what's the next arrangement? I'm going to go to the school. I'll go with you.
Zhang Xian's big eyes twinkled like a spring of clear water.
Why are you going to the school with me?
Shang Zishi asked, puzzled. But the bank manager told me to follow you. Zhang Xian had just been promoted to vice president, and she was thinking about how she could do her job well.
Girl, grow up.
The bank manager is afraid that I won't increase my investment.
Go ahead, as long as you provide good service, how can I not continue to manage my finances?
But.
No buts, silly girl.
If it were me, I'd take a long vacation.
If the bank asks, just say you're with a client.
Shang Zishi smiled, raised her champagne glass, took a sip, and said,
Is that okay?
Of course it is.
You can go wherever you like now. If the bank asks, just say you're with me.
I'll vouch for you.
In that case, I'll go?
Zhang Xian suddenly thought how comfortable it would be not to have to go to work.
Life is not just about the immediate, there is also poetry and the distance.
Zhang Xian said with a smile.
Go find your poetry in distance, girl. So I'm leaving?
Go. Shang Zishi said with a smile, it's so good to get paid for traveling for free.
Okay. Zhang Xian skipped away, if there's anything, just find me.
Go, there's nothing to find you.
Shang Zishi took a sip of champagne, this $1,000 bottle of champagne is not as good as Sprite.
Shang Zishi thought about the fact that it would be a while before he went to school again, so he turned on the TV. He had a Batmobile, but no driver's license.
No driving skills. No driving skills and relying on the Batmobile's autopilot? That's lame. The Batmobile can have car mode, motorcycle mode, and flight mode. Shang Zishi switched the TV to the sports channel, as there were some racing programs on in the next few days.
Shang Zishi thought to herself that in order to drive the Batmobile, one needs to have superb driving skills. Only with superb driving skills can one be worthy of the Batmobile. If one just lets the Batmobile drive automatically, there is no fun at all. Search for Formula 1 programs. Shang Zishi said, pressing the voice input button on the TV remote control.
Please hold on, searching.
The search is complete, and 56 Formula 1 programs have been found.
Watch Michael Schumacher's program. Shang Zishi once again gave an order to the TV. Please hold on.
We found 15 seasons of Schumacher's programs.
Watch the 2004 season.
Shang Zishi knew that this was Schumacher's most glorious year, the year in which he won his 7th Formula 1 championship.
Okay, please hold on a moment.
A moment later, the TV showed images of the 2004 Formula 1 race in the land of the cherry blossoms. The race on TV was extremely intense, with the drivers speeding around the track in their respective Formula 1 cars. The racers chased each other without giving way to each other.
Copy and paste Schumacher's driving skills.
Shang Zishi muttered to himself.
In an instant, he felt a slight electric current emanate from his brain, quickly spreading throughout his body.
This feeling was so wonderful, like the relief of being unable to suppress a sneeze. At the same time, Shang Zishi had an additional driver's license in his hand. Damn, it can't be a driver's license from the Beer Kingdom. A driver's license from the Beer Kingdom is useless in the Dragon Kingdom. Shang Zishi said to himself, and when he raised his hand to look, thank goodness it was a blue license. Shang Zishi opened it and inside it read, name, Shang Zishi.
Age, 19. Vehicle driven, small family car.
Oh, yes, with a driver's license, driving will be much more convenient.
No longer an unlicensed person.
With a driver's license, I can drive freely in the future, speeding freely on the highway. Just thinking about it makes Shang Zishi's heart itch. I once dreamed of traveling the world with a sword.
To see the world's prosperity. Shang Zishi's phone rings again. It's Zhang Xin. It's only been a few minutes since I left, why is she calling again? Hello. Mr. Shang, oh no, Shang Zishi.
What's the matter? Speak quickly if you have something.
Don't be so rude. I was thinking. Thinking what?
I was thinking that you could come to the bank this afternoon or tomorrow to upgrade your account to Super VLP, and I'll take a vacation.
You go have fun, and I'll go when you get back. No. The customer is always right.
I have to take care of your business first before I can go have fun.
Don't worry, I won't stand you up. Just go have fun, and I'll be there when you get back.
I'll wait until your business is done before I leave.
Okay, I'll go tomorrow. I'll contact you then. Chapter 19. You're not going to procrastinate, are you? Shang Zishi walked out of the Pablo Chalet Villa, and her phone rang again. It was He Rue.
Hey, beautiful, what's up?
Handsome, may I ask if the beautiful woman from last night is continuing to stay today?
If not, I'll arrange for the staff to clean up later.
It's still early, why are you asking if she's staying? Don't hotels have a 2 p.m. checkout? Shang Zishi asked.
It's like this, we have to check out of the Chalet Pablo every day at 12 noon.
You're imposing a tyrannical clause. Sorry, that's the company's arrangement. Shit company, I'm so angry I'll buy up all your companies. Please be understanding, handsome.
The beauty from yesterday is staying next to you, in building C2.
Please ask. Okay, hold on a second.
Shang Zishi hung up the phone and ran towards C2.
Ding dong. Shang Zishi rang the doorbell. No one came to open the door for a long time. What's going on? Could it be that something unexpected happened after drinking too much yesterday? Thinking about this, Shang Zishi immediately kicked the door hard. With a bang, the door was kicked open by Shang Zishi. Bastard!
A beautiful woman's cry of alarm came, and then Shang Zishi saw a red object speeding towards him. With a loud bang, a red fire extinguisher hit Shang Zishi's face hard. The woman had used too much force and the fire extinguisher fell out of her hand. Shang Zishi quickly reached out and grabbed the fire extinguisher.
With a loud bang, the woman's fist hit Shang Zishi's face again.
Shang Zishi didn't feel anything yet, and the beauty shouted in pain.
Are you okay?
Since Shang Zishi had copied the hardness of a baseball bat and pasted it on his head was incredibly hard. Not to mention that the beauty's pink fist hitting his face didn't feel a thing. Even if the fire extinguisher hit his face, it couldn't cause any damage to his face. Just now, the fire extinguisher the beauty smashed into his face was similar to smashing it into a steel pole, so the beauty didn't catch it and it flew out of her hands. Immediately afterwards, the beauty's fist smashed into Shang Zishi's face again, as if it had smashed into a steel pole. How come your head is so hard? Only then did Shang Zishi see clearly that the beauty was wrapped in a bath towel. Shang Zishi immediately turned his back. There was another sound, a kick to his buttocks. Shang Zishi turned around and asked, "Why did you hit and kick me for no reason? Who are you, and why did you kick the door?" "I came to see you." "See me? Do you know me?" "No." "Then why did you kick my door? And where are my clothes?" "Beauty, do you really not know what happened last night?" Shang Zishi said. As soon as these words were spoken, the beauty immediately panicked. "What happened last night?" You Shang Zishi's words made the beauty remember what happened last night. "Oh, I remember, yesterday afternoon when I was selling a house, a customer insisted on treating me to dinner, and then I got drunk. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Thank you so much." The beauty was so nervous for a moment that she didn't know what to say. Shang Zishi saved her, but instead of thanking him, she attacked him with the fire extinguisher, then with her fists, and then with her feet. As the beauty said this, she bowed to Shang Zishi to thank him. "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry, I just hit you with a fire extinguisher." "It's okay, you see, I'm standing here just fine, aren't I? Thank you so much for what you did yesterday." "It was nothing, don't mention it," Shang Zishi said. "This may be a small thing to you, but it's a big thing to me." "In that case, how much did it cost last night?" "I'll pay you back." With that, the beautiful woman wrapped herself in the towel again and walked towards the bedroom. "No need. How can I not use it? You saved me last night and helped me pay for the room. How can I let you pay?" "Beauty, be careful when you're away from home." Shang Zishi said, "In which sales department did you sell the house?" "Thompson Riviera." "I heard that all the houses sold there are luxury homes, starting at tens of millions of yuan each, and only local tyrants can live there." "Well, the houses are a bit expensive, but the quality is good." "Handsome guy, do you want to buy it? I'll give you a discount," the beautiful woman said as she fetched her phone from the bedroom. "Okay, I'll take a look sometime. Come on, add me on WeChat, I'll transfer you the money from last night." "No need, it's just a little money, you don't have to be so polite." Shang Zishi kept saying no. But why did the beautiful woman agree? "You scan me or I scan you." "You scan me." With that, Shang Zishi brought up the WeChat QR code. Ding! The scan was successful. "Handsome guy, what's your name? I'd like to make a note of it." "Shang Zishi, and you?" "Wang Chenyu." "Chenyu, that's a really nice name." Shang Zishi said, and added Wang Chenyu's name to the notes. "How much?" "From last night. 10,000. I don't know about the rest yet." Shang Zishi said with a smile. "How much?" Wang Chenyu was so shocked that her jaw dropped. This 10,000 yuan is equivalent to most of her monthly salary. She had originally thought that living here would cost 1,000 or 800 yuan, but who knew it would be 10,000? This Shang Zishi is probably a hotel troll. Last night, she just got out of the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. 10,000 yuan is not a small amount of money. This Shang Zishi must not be a good person. "Handsome guy, you see, I don't have this much money in my hand either. Can I give you 1,000 first, and I'll give you the rest when I get paid?" "Okay, it's fine if you don't give it to me." Shang Zishi said with a smile. Listening to Shang Zishi's tone, Wang Chenyu once again felt that Shang Zishi did not seem like a bad person, not like a hotel drag. If it was a hotel drag, how could she be allowed to give only 1,000? Although it is said that $1,000 is not much, it also makes him feel bad.
Isn't $1,000 enough to buy cosmetics? That won't do, I'll give it to you when I get paid. Chapter 20, All the Way to the Green Light. Don't be polite, if you don't have the money for now, you don't have to pay.
Shang Zishi said with a smile, which made Wang Chenyu feel that Shang Zishi was not a drag. There are not so many good people in this world, this Shang Zishi is nothing more than a cunning drag.
I live in the next room, C1, if you have any problems, you can always find me. Oh yes, the receptionist asked me to ask you, are you still staying?
I can't afford such an expensive place, I'm checking out now.
Wait a minute. What are you waiting for? Wang Chenyu asked in puzzlement, what's the point of asking me to check out and then wait? What's the new trick? Anyway, this girl only has so much money.
If I have to pay the room fee, I'll just call the police.
I didn't want to stay here anyway. Wang Chenyu thought to herself. Your clothes. Shang Zishi pointed at Wang Chenyu's body wrapped in a bath towel.
Wang Chenyu then remembered that she had been wrapped in a bath towel the whole time. Your clothes have been dry cleaned and should be delivered soon. Shang Zishi said with a smile.
Beauty, ever since entering the room, you have been kicking and hitting me, and you haven't even asked me to sit down. Dry cleaning? Wang Chenyu said, sighing.
It's going to cost another few tens of dollars. In a place like this, where a night costs 10,000 yuan, dry cleaning is going to cost her 1,000.
Well, the dry cleaning should be delivered right away.
Shang Zishi saw Wang Chenyu's expression and guessed most of it. Here, there is no charge for dry cleaning clothes. Shang Zishi said softly.
Oh, handsome, thank you very much, please sit down. Wang Chenyu was embarrassed. Where are you selling the house? Thompson Riviera. Isn't Thompson Riviera in the Magic City? How come it's also in Jinling? Of course, Jinling is just being developed.
It's full of luxury homes.
I heard that a set in the Magic City costs at least tens of millions of yuan? Yes, starting at 50 million yuan, but it hasn't been launched yet. Jinling isn't that expensive, starting at 10 million yuan. Handsome, are you interested in taking a look at our Thompson Riviera? Okay, I'll go take a look when I have time. Shang Zishi said.
This Thompson Riviera has not yet started selling, and Wang Chenyu was one of the first sales ladies inside. She was cornered by a potential customer last night.
Really, are you free today, handsome? Wang Chenyu asked. Tomorrow was the day the sales department went public for sale.
Professional habits made her want to sell a house early so that she could get a commission, rather than receiving a few thousand yuan per month as a guaranteed salary.
Okay, I'll go take a look.
Although Wang Chenyu knew that this was just a polite response from Shang Zishi, she was still looking forward to it with all her heart.
What if it works out? I can get a 10% commission.
Even if she gives half the profit to Shang Zishi, she can still get hundreds of thousands of dollars.
In a short while, the staff of the Batmobile Chalet Villa delivered Wang Chenyu's clothes. Handsome guy.
I'll go in and change, and after I'm dressed, you can come with me to take a look.
Okay. Half an hour later, Shang Zishi and Wang Chenyu left the Pablo Chalet Villa. It wasn't until they left the villa that Wang Chenyu realized that this was a villa and not a regular hotel. No wonder it costs 10,000 yuan a night. Hey, Hirue, check out a Villa C2, I'll settle the bill when I get back tonight. Okay, Mr. Shang.
After hanging up the phone, Shang Zishi took out the key to the Batmobile and drove it to the entrance of C2. It seems that this person is a local tyrant, and has a dedicated driver.
Wang Chenyu looked up and down at Shang Zishi. In less than a minute, the Batmobile stopped at the entrance of Villa C2 in the Pablo Chalet. A laser scanner popped up on the door of the Batmobile. Please scan the palm print.
Shang Zishi extended his right hand and placed it on the scanner on the door. A dazzling laser scanned his palm from top to bottom.
The scan was complete. Welcome, Master. Please get in.
The door of the Batmobile opened.
Why didn't anyone come down to open the door? This doesn't match the TV show. Usually, the driver should hurry down and help Shang Zishi open the door. Wang Chenyu stuck her head inside to look. The driver's seat was empty. What's going on? No driver? This is some high-end stuff. Wang Chenyu thought to herself. Get in. Shang Zishi got in first, and Wang Chenyu felt uneasy. This is really high-end. As soon as she got in, Wang Chenyu was stunned by the tech-filled interior decor. The Batmobile first scanned Shang Zishi's retinas. Where to, my lord? Jinling City Thompson Epine Sales Department. Okay, I'll connect you to the GPS to plan your route. Route planned. It's 15 kilometers from here to the Thompson Riviera sales office, with 30 traffic lights along the way. Do you want to activate flying mode? No. Do you want to activate automatic driving mode?
No, Shang Zishi has just copied the driving skills of Michael Schumacher, so how could he not practice?
Okay, master, I've adjusted to manual driving mode for you. Shang Zishi put the driver's license away. This series of human-computer dialogue shocked Wang Chenyu's jaw. Holy cow, leek stir-fried with green onion, what kind of magical thing is this? Wang Chenyu wanted to take out her phone to take a picture of the scene just now, but when she took out her phone, Shang Zishi had already started the Batmobile. The roar of the huge engine was deafening. Close the windows. Shang Zishi gave the order, and soon the windows of the Batmobile rose up, blocking out the loud noise outside. As soon as Shang Zishi stepped on the accelerator, a powerful feeling of thrust came, and the Batmobile sped off with lightning speed. The Batmobile quickly reached the main road, and the 30 traffic lights were terrifying. Just waiting at one traffic light meant waiting under multiple traffic lights next. Copy and paste. Shang Zishi mentally recited, pasting all the green lights on the road he was driving on. Soon, the traffic light in front of Shang Zishi changed, and he drove all the way without any obstacles. The traffic lights kept a good rhythm and did not cause any traffic chaos. The traffic light turned green 30 seconds before Shang Zishi was about to arrive, and soon turned red after Shang Zishi's Batmobile drove past. This is the case for all 30-odd traffic lights, so Shang Zishi has had an unobstructed ride and hasn't spent any time at the traffic lights. Boy, the traffic lights today are really awesome. I've never encountered a situation where the lights are all green in Jinling City. Wang Chenyu is overjoyed. Does this unobstructed ride indicate that today's house-selling business will be a success? Chapter 21, Fight Your Way Through. God bless, Buddha bless, fairy sister bless, fairy brother bless, let me be able to open today. Wang Chenyu prayed secretly in her heart. Beauty, here we are, you get off first, I'll park the car. Shang Zishi said, park the Batmobile in front of the sales department entrance, let Wang Chenyu get off the car. Handsome guy, I'll be waiting for you. Wang Chenyu got out of the car and gave Shang Zishi a bright smile. Okay, go. Shang Zishi said, and drove the Batmobile to the underground parking garage. Shang Zishi got off the Batmobile and hummed a song as he walked towards the elevator in the underground parking garage. A long screeching noise came from the brakes, and Shang Zishi quickly ducked to the side. A crash came from the sound. A Mercedes-Benz GLS crashed into the wall next to it. You blind bastard. A curse came from the top of the Mercedes-Benz. Who is this person cursing? Shang Zishi looked over and saw that he was not violating any rules by walking in this underground garage by himself. There was no one around, so who the hell was this person cursing? Who cares? Mind your own business. Let's go up first. Shang Zishi said, pressing the elevator button. Bastard, trying to run. The man in the Mercedes lowered the window and pointed his finger at Shang Zishi and cursed. What the hell is going on? I was walking fine and got cursed at. Me? Shang Zishi pointed at himself and asked in surprise. It's you. The man stopped the car and walked over to Shang Zishi. At a glance, he was dressed in a security guard's uniform, which was brand new, and it seemed that he was the security guard of a unit nearby. Shang Zishi saw that this person was his scapegoat. He hit the car himself and tried to blame it on Shang Zishi. Shang Zishi ignored him and walked straight to the elevator. Bastard, you hit my car and tried to run away. He said angrily, and quickly rushed into the elevator. I told you not to run, but you fucking ran anyway. The security guard said, and punched Shang Zishi in the head. Shang Zishi dodged lightly. I advise you not to fight with me, you will suffer greatly. You fucking still dodged. The security guard threw another punch at Shang Zishi's head. With a bang, the security guard's fist hit Shang Zishi's head hard. With a crack, all 4 fingers on the security guard's right hand were broken. Is your fucking head so hard? Is it made of iron?
The security guard raised his right leg and kicked Shang Zishi again.
You're shameless, you told me not to dodge, so I didn't dodge, and you got hurt. And you're still cursing me? With that, Shang Zishi raised his right leg and blocked the security guard's flying kick. Get out!
Shang Zishi gave a kick with his right leg and sent the man flying.
The elevator door closed quickly.
The security guard struggled on the ground for a long time before he managed to get up. He quickly took out his walkie-talkie and shouted, "Attention, this is Chen Jiang. A person in his late teens or early 20s has crashed our captain's Mercedes-Benz and injured me.
He is now taking the elevator to the ground floor."
As he spoke, Chen Jiang fainted. Shang Zishi arrived on the ground floor and more than 10 security guards came running over. "It's him, don't let him get away, don't let him get away.
Surround him."
Suddenly, a dozen security guards armed with rubber batons surrounded Shang Zishi. Upon closer inspection, Shang Zishi noticed that these men in brand new security uniforms were all Thompson security guards.
"You're the one who crashed my car?"
the security team leader asked. "No, that guy crashed his own car."
"You must be joking."
"My car was parked there perfectly, who hit it themselves?"
"Chen Jiang said it was you who hit it."
"Let me say it again, I didn't hit that car, it should have been Chen Jiang who hit it as you said." "Then you have to pay for the repairs, mine is a new car, just bought for 1.2 million, you just pay 200,000. Why should I pay you to repair the car? Whoever hit your car and touched you should pay."
"You must be joking," Shang Zishi said disdainfully.
"Kid, if you don't pay today, don't even think about leaving here hungry."
"What are you doing?" "I came here to buy a house, is this how you treat customers?"
"Customers are God, is that just bullshit here? With your poor appearance, you still want to buy a house in Thompson Riviera, just dream on.
Don't look down on people like a dog."
"Who the hell are you calling a dog's eye? You're dressed like a bum, and you look like a migrant worker who works somewhere.
Don't come here pretending to be a big shot."
This team looks at you with contempt.
"That's right, kid. Do you know how much a house in Thompson Riviera costs?"
"I'm not afraid to shock you if I tell you, the starting price is 10 million yuan.
"That's enough for you to earn for 8 lifetimes. It's enough for you to earn for 8 lifetimes.
Shang Zishi said, making a gesture of contempt with his hands, and then giving the crowd the finger.
"Brothers, beat him up."
With that, the security chief's rubber baton slammed towards Shang Zishi's head.
Seeing this, Shang Zishi quickly dodged to the side and shouted, "Are you fucking kidding me?
I said your car wasn't damaged, and it wasn't. And you're still picking a fight with me.
Don't waste time talking to him, just beat him up." The security chief gave the order, and no one dared to disobey. Everyone immediately pounced on Shang Zishi. A dozen people beating one person.
The security team leader slammed down a club, and when he saw Shang Zishi easily dodge it, he immediately flew into a rage.
How dare he dodge?
The security team leader swung another club at Shang Zishi. With a crack, Shang Zishi threw a sidekick with his right foot, kicking the security team leader in the wrist and knocking the baton out of his hand. Immediately afterwards, Shang Zishi's body soared into the air, and he kicked out with his legs in quick succession, knocking the team leader to the ground. The security team leader was propped up on the ground trying to get up, but after crawling for a long time, he still couldn't stand up.
Shang Zishi quickly rushed over and completely knocked him out with a kick.
As soon as the team leader was kicked over, the others quickly swung the rubber batons in their hands and smashed them recklessly at Shang Zishi's body. Shang Zishi quickly dodged to the side and jumped out of the encirclement of more than 10 people. There he was. At the shout of a small security guard, everyone immediately turned around and hit Shang Zishi.
Crack! Crack! Crack!
Shang Zishi lifted his right foot and stepped on the feet of the security guards rushing over, instantly crushing the toes of the few people rushing in front of him to broken bones. Immediately afterwards, Shang Zishi swung his hands left and right, knocking the people around and knocking them unconscious. The people behind rushed up, and Shang Zishi gave a sidekick that sent a security guard flying.
The security guard's body crashed into the body of the security guard behind him, knocking the remaining people all to the ground.
The security guards were lying on the ground, some groaning, some screaming and wailing. The security guard captain was lying on the ground, half unconscious. With your kind of skills, you might as well go home and sit on your hen's nest and lay eggs.
Ugh. With that, Shang Zishi turned around and walked towards the sales department.
Chapter 22 Security, Security. Shang Zishi dusted himself off, turned a corner, and walked over to Thompson Riviera.
Wang Chenyu stood at the entrance to the sales office, waiting for Shang Zishi with a smile. Sorry to keep you waiting,
Shang Zishi said with a smile. You should, handsome, come on in.
Wang Chenyu quickly invited Shang Zishi to come in.
Mr. Shang, our Thompson Riviera is a high-end property tailored specifically for successful people.
Okay, no need for an introduction, I'll buy it. Which one do you want to buy? Wang Chenyu was taken aback.
She had never met such a straightforward person before.
Suddenly, Wang Chenyu's expression froze. Several people entered the sales department. Xiaoyu, selling houses again, sold out? Brother Zhang, not yet? It hasn't even opened yet. Brother Zhang wants to buy it, what do you say, let's go out and drink tonight?
Zhang Ge, don't make fun of me, the wine last night almost killed me.
Wang Chenyu is still scared when she thinks about last night. You are my life, Xiaoyu.
Accompany Zhang Ge tonight, and I'll buy your house tomorrow.
Zhang Dawei smiled lewdly. Copy and paste.
Shang Zishi muttered to himself, he wanted to see how much money this Dawei had, and he was actually molesting the sales lady here.
Shang Zishi copied and pasted Zhang Dawei's wealth. Ding, copy and paste failed. It can't be that he's insolvent and pretending here. A saleswoman came over to Zhang Dawei, boss, buying a house? Let me introduce you. Get up, I want Xiaoyu to introduce it to me.
Zhang Dawei looked with contempt, this saleswoman wasn't bad looking, not much worse than Wang Chenyu, just a little older.
Zhang Ge, it doesn't matter if I introduce you or Lu Jia, all the houses here are from Thompson Zipin, there won't be two identical houses, don't you agree, Zhang Ge? I just want Xiaoyu to sell me a house. Tonight, let's go to Paramount and drink, and tomorrow I'll buy your house. Zhang Dawei's face was full of lechery.
But, Zhang Ge, I have to take care of this customer. Wang Chenyu pointed at Shang Zishi. Hey, a poor worker can't afford to buy a home in this Thompson Riviera.
That's a joke. He can't even afford to buy a toilet seat here in his lifetime of working. As he spoke, Zhang Dawei burst out laughing. Brother Zhang, there's always a first come, first served, right?
This handsome guy came first. According to company regulations, I have to serve him first, so please wait a moment. Zhang Dawei could not argue with this, and he looked up and down at Shang Zishi, feeling that this person looked familiar, but he just couldn't think of where he had seen him before.
Okay, I'll wait for you, my life, my little heart. What do you mean, your little heart, your little lungs? Who is your little heart? Shang Zishi took over the conversation. Thief, are you looking for death?
Zhang Dawei said viciously.
Copy and paste.
Shang Zishi repeated it in his heart.
Ding, copy and paste failed. The system prompted again.
It can be confirmed that this Zhang Dawei is a freeloader. Others pretend to be rich, but he is one of those who pretend to be rich even if they have no money. There is no need to think that the Rolex Sea Dweller on his hand must be fake, and the big gold chain around his neck will probably float on the surface of the water even if it is put in the water.
I want to die. What are you pretending to be a poor man who is insolvent?
I'm afraid that the bathroom in here is enough for you to earn a lifetime's worth of money.
Shang Zishi's words made Zhang Dawei's face turn cold.
Who is this bastard? How does he know so clearly, is it? Zhang Dawei, the more he thought, the more he felt that Shang Zishi had seen him somewhere, he just couldn't think of it for the moment. Kid, what are you talking about? Our brother Zhang makes millions a month, at least tens of millions a year. A little follower next to him said. That's right, my brother, how could I not know, the company under him loses heavily every year.
And has long been insolvent. Shang Zishi said. This is a perfect response. It's amazing.
At this time, not only Zhang Dawei was stunned, but also his brothers in arms, who, upon hearing this news, quickly looked over at Zhang Dawei.
Big brother, is he serious? What big brother? He's just fooling you. He's in debt for God knows how much. What's with the act? Shang Zishi hates it when people who have no money act like they have money. People like this go around picking up young girls, it's really annoying. You little thief, what did you say? Look at you, you're dressed shabbily, and you're not even worthy of being here. Security, security, get this kid out of here.
Zhang Dawei's words were nothing more than an attempt to draw attention away from himself.
Kid, you bought all your clothes from street stalls, I'm afraid you don't have more than 100 yuan on you.
As he said this, Zhang Dawei waved his hand, and the golden and green Rolex Sea Dweller immediately appeared. "You're wearing a $200 knockoff Rolex, don't you have to adjust the time every day?"
Shang Zishi laughed.
Every word hit Zhang Dawei's sensitive spot.
"I spent half a day on this Rolex, and even Zhang Dawei didn't know how much the Rolex Submariner actually cost."
"I know, it cost $200, and there are a lot of people selling these knockoff watches on WeChat."
Shang Zishi quickly added.
A few words seamlessly connected. Zhang Dawei's face was getting uglier and uglier.
"This is a genuine Rolex Submariner."
Zhang Dawei is a 2.5 gene duck with only a hard mouth left. "Look at the poor look of your body." Zhang Dawei and Shang Zishi's clothing and appearance formed a stark contrast. One was stylishly dressed, while the other was dressed in a rustic way.
"Security, security.
Why call the security guard over to beat you out?"
Shang Zishi said as he walked towards Zhang Dawei.
"You little brat, you're looking for death." Zhang Wei swung his fist at Shang Zishi.
Shang Zishi lightly dodged, avoiding the blow.
Brother Zhang, calm down, let's talk about this."
Wang Chenyu saw that Zhang Dawei was about to hit Shang Zishi. She quickly went to stop the fight.
After all, both of them are potential customers of hers. Although she doesn't know Zhang Dawei's background, from his clothing style and behavior, he doesn't look like a penniless man. Shang Zishi is wearing a whole lot of street-sourced goods, but he's not like a penniless man either, driving such a high-tech car. Not to mention that Shang Zishi also rescued her from Zhang Dawei's clutches. What's more, Shang Zishi went straight to the point and wanted to buy a house, which is much better than Zhang Dawei, the lecher.
Neither of them can be offended, and they are both Wang Chenyu's financial benefactors.
At Zhang Dawei's loud yell, more than a dozen security guards quickly rushed into the sales department. Chapter 23, I'll take care of all the houses here.
"What, you really ran into the sales department, kid?"
A dozen security guards rushed over.
"Why can't I be in the sales department?"
Shang Zishi looked at these people and asked.
"The captain just said on the walkie-talkie that he was beaten by someone in his 20s, which means you." "It's me." "He looks down on people. I don't think you all have the same problem as him. Get out."
One of the security guards came up and grabbed Shang Zishi by the collar and said,
"If you don't want your hand to be disabled, I think you'd better let go of my collar quickly." Shang Zishi said coldly.
"Kid, see if you can still pretend to be able to listen,"
the security guard said as he tightly gripped Shang Zishi's collar. Zhang Dawei saw the situation and laughed as he walked up.
"Kid, get the hell out of here, what kind of person are you embarrassing yourself here?"
"Ouch, your skin is itchy again, haven't you forgotten the beating you got last night?"
Shang Zishi snorted at him.
Zhang Dawei quickly turned his face cold.
"Yesterday, it was you, brat, who ruined my good deed. Today, I must make you look bad. Yesterday, a few people couldn't beat you, but today, there are a dozen security guards here. What's more, the security guards at Thompson Riviera aren't like the security guards in other communities.
They're all pretty good. Today, I'll make you look bad, you bastard."
Zhang Dawei was gloating when Shang Zishi used a reverse grip to firmly grasp the security guard's thumb in his hand and bend it backwards.
"Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." The security guard screamed in pain, his face contorted in agony. "Let him go." The other security guards shouted. "I told you, I'm here to buy a house, you bunch of condescending people, you're really the most detestable. If you keep talking big, I'll break every one of your fingers."
Wang Chenyu was scared pale at the sight, not expecting that she had caused such a big problem by bringing people to buy a house.
"Brother, calm down, calm down. Harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth," Wang Chenyu said. "What did you tell them?" "I came to buy a house, and this is the attitude they have." "Xiaoyu, call your manager, I want to buy a house,"
Shang Zishi said, and he broke the security guard's hand back again.
Handsome guy, let go, if you break it again, you'll break his hand."
The other security guards wanted to go up, but after seeing the security guard's thumb in Shang Zishi's hand, they all gave up the idea.
"Let him go, you bastard. Let him go quickly, you definitely won't be able to leave this gate today."
"Kid, don't be arrogant, you'll suffer later, you broke his finger, I'll break all your fingers later."
Wang Chenyu saw this situation, no one would listen to him.
She was completely unable to control the situation here, and had no choice but to ask the general manager to come.
"Kid, it's useless to call anyone," the security guard said viciously.
This poor kid is just buying some time, and it's only a matter of time before he gets beaten up. Wang Chenyu made a phone call, and in less than half an hour, the general manager of the sales department of Thomson Riviera rushed over.
Manager Tang, these two gentlemen want to buy a house.
As soon as Wang Chenyu saw the general manager, she quickly went up and quickly told him what had happened. You guys go out first. General Manager Tang looked at the security guards and said, customers are God.
Don't you know this basic common sense?
General Manager Tang, these security guards of his still wanted to say something.
Go down first. More than a dozen security guards sulked and retreated.
Before leaving, the security guard whose finger Shang Zishi almost broke whispered in Shang Zishi's ear, Kid, I'll be waiting for you outside, don't even think about running.
Manager Tang walked up to Zhang Dawei and said with a smile, Sir, you want to buy a house, right? We specialize in customizing for successful people here. I want to buy a house. He is insolvent, so what are you talking to him for? Come here. Shang Zishi said. Who are you calling insolvent?
Sir, please wait a moment. Manager Tang gave Shang Zishi a slight smile.
Shang Zishi said that Zhang Dawei was insolvent, which in his opinion was just an inoffensive joke. Manager Tang turned around and said, May I ask which house you are interested in?
Manager Tang's smile was still very sunny, and this professionally cultivated sunny smile looked very comfortable.
I haven't decided yet. Let's take a look first. Zhang Dawei put his hands up in the air. Oh, take your time.
Manager Tang gave Zhang Dawei a slight smile, turned around, and said to Lu, Come here and take care of this gentleman. I don't want anyone else to take care of him, I want Xiaoyu to take care of him.
Zhang Dawei said. Oh, yes, Xiaoyu, you go and receive this gentleman.
Manager Tang said to Wang Chenyu.
But, Manager Tang, I'm receiving this gentleman. Wang Chenyu pointed lightly at Shang Zishi. I'll do it.
Manager Tang once again revealed his habitual professional smile.
May I ask what size apartment you would like to see, sir?
This Manager Tang didn't bother to introduce any brands or community features.
He just asked Shang Zishi what size apartment he wanted to see. How many apartments do you have here?
We have 436 square meters of the cozy family version, 820 square meters of the luxurious and prestigious version, and 1,200 square meters of the supreme and unparalleled version.
Manager Tang recited it like an endorsement. I said, how many units do you have here?
Shang Zishi asked again, this time word for word.
What? How many units? Yes, how many units do you have here?
We plan to launch 1,200 units here, with 500 units in the first phase, 500 in the second phase, and 200 in the third phase. Among these, there will be 180 townhouses and semi-detached villas, and 20 single-family villas. Manager Tang finished speaking in one breath, and it seems that he is quite skilled at sales.
I don't know which one you want, sir.
Manager Tang brought the conversation back to the topic.
Which one is the best? They're all good. Since they're all good, I'll take them all.
Shang Zishi said softly.
I want it all.
Manager Tang repeated Shang Zishi's words, and it took him a while to come back to his senses.
This guy is crazy, he wants it all. Do you know how much a house here costs? At least 15 million. Are you talking in your sleep?
Zhang Dawei's voice suddenly amplified several times.
He can't afford it, but this Shang Zishi is talking about buying all the houses here, that's just crazy talk.
It is impossible to buy all the houses here without hundreds of billions of dollars.
It is not easy for even the richest man in the world to come up with that amount of money, let alone an unknown nobody. Thinking about this, Zhang Dawei laughed out loud. Xiaoyu, look at you, you have found a lunatic to buy your house. Chapter 24, the numbers are too many to count. Zhang Dawei's mocking laughter made Shang Zishi feel very uncomfortable.
This insolvent show-off who bought a house himself is talking nonsense here. Shang Zishi's desire to buy a house in Thomson Riviera was not a whim. He knew the price of Thomson Riviera in the Magic City, which is a status symbol for successful people. Just like some people like to drive luxury cars, some like to wear designer watches, and some like designer bags.
Some people like to live in luxury mansions.
According to Shang Zishi's understanding, most of the residents of Thomson Riviera in Shanghai do not buy the apartments but rent them. These residents' minds are easy to understand. It's like someone who has just started working needs to get a whole new set of nice clothes. A small business owner who is doing construction work, whether he makes money or not, will first get a BMW to drive.
It's the same principle.
Sheng Zishi wants to buy all of Thomson Riviera. Anyway, now he has the ability to copy and paste, and there is still a lot of money in his bank card, so he can just copy himself a few times. Judging from the 70-year property rights of the residents, I can collect rent for decades, and if the land here is expropriated in the future, I can make a lot of money. Sir, which type of unit would you like to buy? Manager Tang repeated. I said, I want all 1,200 units here, whether it's phase 1, 2, or 3, I want them all. Sheng Zishi repeated. This kid is crazy, this kid is psychotic, security guards, get him out of here. Zhang Dawei shouted. More than 10 security guards rushed in from outside quickly. Manager. Get out. Manager Tang said coldly to the dozen security guards, no one is allowed in without my order. Sir, you're not joking. Manager Tang said with a smile on his face. No joke, I'm busy, if you don't believe me, Xiaoyu, come here for a second. Sheng Zishi took out a bank card from his body. Copy and paste 10 times. Sheng Zishi silently mouthed the words in his heart. He had already copied and pasted the money in the bank card 10 times. His bank card balance changed from 20 billion to 40 billion, from 40 billion to 80 billion, and from 80 billion to 160 billion. Wang Chenyu walked over, and Sheng Zishi said, take the bank card and swipe it. Is it enough to buy all the houses here? Hearing this tone, Manager Tang hurriedly said, Sir, you misunderstood what this gentleman meant. No misunderstanding. Sheng Zishi said, Manager Tang, shall we go and have a look together? Okay. Sir, please follow me, the finance office is this way. Wang Chenyu raised her right hand slightly, inviting Sheng Zishi and Manager Tang to walk towards the finance office. Zhang Dawei and the others were smiling lecherously nearby, while his sworn brother was busy flirting with the sales lady next to them. Let's see how long you can pretend to be cool. Zhang Dawei laughed, saying, once you swipe your card, there will only be a few hundred yuan left, and then Xiaoyu will see his true face, and he will throw himself at me. Zhang Dawei is dreaming and fantasizing. Sheng Zishi and Manager Tang, led by Wang Chenyu, walked to the finance office. Wang Chenyu skillfully inserted Sheng Zishi's bank card into the credit card POS machine. Please enter the password. Sheng Zishi quickly entered the 6-digit password. Wang Chenyu stuck her head over. I can't count it, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wang Chenyu felt dizzy. She had never seen so much money before. Although she sells houses for a living, she has never seen more than 7 digits. But Sheng Zishi's bank card balance was so high that she couldn't count it all at once. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I really can't count it all. How much is this? Wang Chenyu said again and again, but she still couldn't count it all. Xiaoyu, what do you mean you can't count it? How can you count it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? It should be a 10, 100, 1,000, a million. Manager Tang laughed and said, I guess elementary math was taught by the gym teacher. My goodness, this is unbelievable. A 10, 100, 1,000, a million. Manager Tang counted the numbers over and over again, tapping his fingers on the table as if he were counting. He counted over and over again, but the numbers on the small, narrow digital display were too small to count. This bank card can't be fake, I've never seen so much balance before. Manager Tang thought to himself. Get a new POS machine. Manager Tang said. The cash accountant in the finance office quickly replaced the POS machine and skillfully swiped Sheng Zishi's bank card. Please enter your password. The cash accountant said with a smile. Okay. Sheng Zishi quickly entered the password again. You don't believe that there is so much money in my bank card? Sheng Zishi's words immediately pointed out the doubts of the others. No, you've got it wrong, sir. I'm afraid there's something wrong with our POS machine. Manager Tang smiled apologetically. Don't be sorry, you can try another POS machine. No need, we have full confidence in you. May I ask your surname, sir? It's Tang Ji. Manager Tang asked. This gentleman is Sheng Zishi. Wang Qianyu quickly interrupted. Oh, Mr. Sheng, nice to meet you, please come to my office for a chat. Okay, Manager Tang. Xiaoyu, tell the sales department that they are closed for the rest of the day. Tang Ji turned to her and said. Yes, Manager Tang, I'll go tell them right away. Wang Qianyu was overjoyed. What a rhythm! She would soon get her commission. With that, Sheng Zishi followed Tang Ji to his office. Next to the sand table in the sales department, Zhang Dawei and a few others were bored in chatting with the other saleswomen.
Why hasn't that poor kid arrived yet?
Zhang Dawei stared at the sand table of Thomson Riviera and said,
The houses here are really good.
if he, Zhang Dawei, had the money, he would really like to buy a set here. Unfortunately, not only is he now empty-handed, he also owes a buttload of debt, so he can only fool his own people and innocent young girls.
It's not because he has no money that he was beaten up from the back door, is it?
One of his brothers said. At this time, Wang Chenyu walked over.
Zhang Dawei looked at Wang Chenyu's charming waist and proud figure, and couldn't help but swallow.
Shoo!
Zhang Dawei whistled.
Xiaoyu, where's that poor kid?
He was beaten out the back door, wasn't he?
Wang Chenyu didn't even look at him and walked straight to the front desk.
Sisters, Manager Tang said that we're taking the afternoon off.
No need to work, that's great.
What's going on?
Sister Lu asked. I'm not sure what Manager Tang has arranged. Wang Chenyu said to the security guard at the door. Manager Tang said that from now on, the sales department will be closed.
Chapter 25, I'll buy all the houses here with full payment.
Wang Chenyu explained the situation to the security guard at the door. The guard had never encountered such a situation before.
Xiaoyu, where is that poor kid? Was he kicked out through the back door?
Poor kid? His wealth will scare you to death.
With that, Wang Chenyu walked away without looking back.
This little demon, these long legs. Zhang Dawei said with a smile.
Sir, could you please go out for a while? Our sales department is closed. I still want to buy a house. Please come back tomorrow to buy. I want to buy today. But we're already off duty. Then you'll have to work overtime, right now.
Okay, sir, which one did you like?
I'm still looking. Take your time. Wang Chenyu quickly walked over to Tang Ji's office. Manager, what would you like to drink, tea or coffee? Chenyu, I have some excellent pu'er tea here that I've never had the heart to drink. Today I'll personally make tea for Mr. Shang. Mr. Shang, please.
The two of them sat down at the tea table, which was made of ebony wood and had several lifelike dragons carved on it.
Mr. Shang, how many houses are you going to buy?
All of them.
All of them?
Yes, all 1,200 of them. I'll pay the full price in one go.
That's great. Tang Ji played with the teapot.
But, we're only launching 500 houses in the first phase.
I'll pre-order them.
I only have the right to sell the first 500 units. I need to ask headquarters about the remaining second and third phases.
Then go ask now, you won't get another chance.
Please wait, I'll go ask now. As the general manager of the sales department, Tang Ji is actually responsible for the sales of the second and third phases, and he only needs to inform headquarters.
While Tang Ji was on the phone, Wang Chenyu quietly asked Shang Zishi, handsome, how much money do you have?
Endless. Shang Zishi said with a smile.
Endless? Oh my god, Tangji is calling back. Mr. Shang, the headquarters has sent me a message. What does it say? The headquarters doesn't quite. Then I won't buy it, not a single one. Shang Zishi said. Which of these developers doesn't want to quickly get their money back?
If Shang Zishi buys all the houses in the first, second, and third phases at once, that is undoubtedly a particularly attractive condition for the developer. If you're going to buy all the houses, or don't buy at all.
This embarrassed Tang Ji.
He had wanted to raise the prices of the second and third phases, but this god of wealth in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. If he sold, Tang Ji knew how much commission he could get from selling all 1,200 houses at once. At least it would be more than 1 billion, which he had not earned in the past 10 years, and now he could earn it in one day.
Mr. Shang, since you are so happy, I, Tang Ji, will also be happy for once.
There are a total of 1,200 units in the 3 phases, so I will not calculate the money according to the floor, and I will sell them to you at the lowest price of the first floor.
Okay. Shang Zishi lifted the pu'er tea and took a sip.
It really is the king of teas, with an incomparable fragrance. You are buying the house with full payment, and on this basis, I will give you a 10% discount.
Okay.
Shang Zishi did not ask for many concessions.
It was just a light-hearted okay.
You bought so many units at once, so I'll give you an additional 20% discount on top of the multiple unit discount. Well, Shang Zishi still drank his tea without saying a word.
Tang Ji's heart was a little uncertain. Would this gentleman buy or not? Why wasn't he bargaining like the usual homebuyers? I'll also give you a 5-year reduction in the property management fee after you buy the property. Well, another word. Mr. Shang, this is the biggest discount I can get for you. Good. Tang Ji was dumbfounded. There was a good and an okay again, and there was no other word. So are you going to make a decision today or? Just decide today, buy today. But I have a condition. Please speak, I will definitely do as you say, I will definitely do as you say. I bought all your houses at once, you can't make a fuss, you can't disclose to the outside world that I bought your houses. Shang Zishi is still a student, he doesn't want to be too conspicuous or show off. Don't worry, we will keep your identity a secret. That's good, as long as you do a good job, I'll buy it. Good, you're really straightforward. Xiaoyu, go out and sign the contracts. Tang Ji said happily, Mr. Shang, happy cooperation. Saying this, Tang Ji extended a warm hand to Shang Zishi. There are more than 1,200 Thompson Riviera residences, which means more than 3,000 contracts. Since Shang Zishi doesn't need to apply for a housing loan, only 3 copies of the contract are needed for each residence. Shang Zishi sat at Tang Ji's desk, and every time Wang Chenyu typed up a contract, Shang Zishi signed it while it was still hot. One printer was simply not enough, so Wang Chenyu quickly ran to the finance office and asked the accountants inside to help print the contracts. Zhang Dawei was still there, and the few of them were sitting around a round table playing poker. The anger of the saleswomen was palpable. These guys were doing nothing but wasting people's time. Wang Chenyu, what are you running around for? Zhang Dawei asked, looking at Wang Chenyu's busy figure. Selling houses. Selling houses, you're selling to ghosts, I haven't seen anyone come in this sales office. Sell it to that poor kid you were talking about just now. Wang Chenyu said, and walked away without looking back. This little demon is really fresh, I like it. Zhang Dawei leered at Wang Chenyu's backside. Big brother, do you think that poor kid really bought a house here? Bullshit, if he could afford it, I'd write my name backwards. But the chick selling the house was busy back and forth like crazy. What? You don't believe me? Yeah, what's wrong with you, you don't believe your boss? It's not that I don't believe you, I just think it's been a while since he went in there, something must have happened. Who cares, do you know why you're waiting here? Zhang Dawei asked. Several people shook their heads repeatedly. This poor kid is the one who spoiled our fun last night. Really? Yes, we got a bit drunk last night and didn't finish him off. Since there are security guards here today, don't hold back when the time comes. Don't worry, boss, you'll see. With that poor kid's puny body, I can kick him 100,000 li away with one kick. Don't brag, we'll see how good you are then. Big brother, just wait and see, if I don't cripple this kid, I'll be your fucking ancestor. Pop. Zhang Dawei slapped this guy in the face, how dare he fucking talk back. You're my ancestor, big brother, I said the wrong thing. Chapter 26, Mom's Concern. Manager Tang, how long does it take to sign this contract? Shang Zishi asked, shaking his arm that had gone numb. We've only signed 100 or so, it's still early. Tell you what, I'll go to the finance office to pay, you have someone print me the property purchase invoice. All the invoice printers print invoices for me now, and I'll go over there to take the contract back to sign. Okay, as long as there are invoices, our purchase will be guaranteed. Just a moment, I'll ask the accountant to stamp the company's seal and the legal representative's seal on the contract. Then arrange it quickly. Don't worry, I'll have a few accountants and sales ladies come over from the company, and we'll have it done for you within half an hour. Then I'll go to the real estate registration department. You don't need to go, we've already made contact with them. Our company will take care of all the formalities, and at the end, the real estate registration department will come to your door. Home service again, it's really great to be rich, everything is home service, it's really fucking cool. There's one more thing. Mr. Shang, go ahead, your word is more powerful than an imperial decree. You will decide on the future supporting facilities of this community. Don't worry about this, no one will compete with you. This community will be rented out to others in the future, needless to say, all the people here will be successful people, at least they are all middle class. Their spending power will definitely not be low, and by then, the catering, entertainment, leisure, fitness, health preservation, early childhood education for children, and healthcare for the elderly will all be upgrading endlessly.
Tang Ji gave Shang Zishi full control over the future supporting facilities of the entire community, which means he made a lot of money this time.
Wang Chenyu was also full of excitement.
In theory, she should be able to get a commission of no less than 5 billion yuan for selling so many houses this time, but Tang Ji took the initiative to reduce his own profit, so the commission she can get is also around 2 billion yuan. She had never imagined that she could earn so much in her entire life. In just one day, she had gone from being a saleswoman in Jinling City with a monthly salary of less than 10,000 yuan to a billionaire. Wang Chenyu took advantage of the time when Tang Ji and Shang Zishi were discussing the follow-up supporting facilities and construction to rush to the bathroom.
Emperor Yu of the Jade, Buddha Tathagata, Sister Guanyin, Brother Yama, God, and all the other immortals, is this for real?
She said this and gave her thigh a hard twist. It hurts, it really hurts.
But I'm happy despite the pain.
Wang Chenyu, this is your day, ha. Wang Chenyu was almost beside herself with joy in the bathroom. With a creak and a flushing sound, a door opened.
Chenyu, are you okay? Lu's sister asked with concern. I'm fine.
Saying this, Wang Chenyu quickly ran to the sink and took out her makeup case to retouch her makeup. After Lu had left, Wang Chenyu stuck out her tongue at the mirror.
This feels twice as good. Wang Chenyu was so happy that she could have jumped for joy.
She had to thank Shang Zishi, the god of wealth, for saving her innocence last night. She thought that when they were at the Pablo log cabin villa, she had mistaken Shang Zishi for a scoundrel.
Now it seemed that she had really been paranoid. Shang Zishi and Tang Ji were chatting when suddenly Shang Zishi's phone rang.
Shang Zishi took it out and saw that 2,000 yuan had been deposited into his bank account.
What was going on? He hadn't copied and pasted anyone's wealth, so why had 2,000 yuan been deposited into his bank account?
Someone must have transferred 2,000 yuan to him.
Shang Zishi was wondering who had transferred money to him when suddenly his phone rang.
It was a strange number, but the number was from the Magic City.
Who was calling from the Magic City?
Shang Zishi made a gesture to Tang Ji to answer the phone, and Tang Ji immediately understood and told the finance staff and sales lady next to him, who were printing the contract and stamping it, not to make a sound.
Hello. CC.
A familiar voice came over the phone immediately.
Mom?
Alas, the kind and gentle voice of his mother came over the phone. It had been more than half a year, and Shang Zishi had heard his mother's voice again. He quickly covered the microphone part of the phone and said, "Sorry, I have to answer the phone."
He said. Shang Zishi went straight to the bathroom. Mom? Sigh. Where's my dad? He's right next to me.
How are you guys doing?
Much better.
Your father and I have both found jobs here in the Magic City, and now that we're making some money, we're sending you some living expenses.
No need, I have money.
What do you mean no need, my child? We're sorry we let you suffer all these years.
Shang Zishi could clearly hear his mother's choking voice from the other end of the phone.
What are you crying for? Calling your child will affect his mood.
Shang Zishi heard his father's voice. Dad, Mom, I have money.
Shang Zishi was also choked up.
My child, don't blame your parents for being heartless.
The reason we didn't contact you was because we were afraid that the people collecting debts would cause trouble.
Now, your mother and I have both got jobs.
We don't earn much each month, but we still have more than 10,000 yuan. In such a high-spending place like Shanghai, this amount of money is not easy to come by.
Dad, I have money. What money? You're just a student, how could you have any money? You're just working more. That's hard-earned money. My child, you've suffered. It looks like Mom's going to take the phone back.
But at least there's hope for the future. Once we get jobs, we'll earn enough to pay off the debts in 10 or 20 years.
Mom and Dad, come back, I have money. My child, I have to go now.
I'll call you later.
Long distance, expensive. Mom and Dad, you just got a job, how do you have time to call me now?
Your father and I worked the night shift last night, and we get to rest for half a day today.
Okay, I'm hanging up. And the phone hung up on the other end.
Shang Zishi looked at the old phone in his hand and the old clothes he was wearing in the mirror. He had used the phone for 3 whole years. His father had bought it for him when he was just admitted to Jinling University, and his mother had bought the clothes he was wearing.
Now that he has money, he doesn't want to replace these things. Looking at the phone in his hands is like seeing his father's kind face.
Wearing the clothes his mother bought him, he feels like his mother is still by his side. Shang Zishi looked at the phone number in the phone again and again, not knowing if it belonged to his father or mother. No matter whose it was, Shang Zishi noted the number as Dad and Mom. Looking at these words, Shang Zishi felt a wave of warmth spread through his body. It was the feeling of home, the warmth of home, after a long time. After everything was settled, Shang Zishi saw tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. He quickly turned on the tap and washed his face clean. With the information of his parents, he was more motivated to do anything. Let's prepare some gifts for my parents first. Chapter 27, I kicked you, but you have to pay compensation. Shang Zishi looked at the account number in his phone to which he had transferred money. This must be his parents' bank account. He quickly transferred 50,000 yuan to his parents' account. He didn't dare to transfer more, for fear that his parents would worry about the source of his money. 50,000 yuan was neither more nor less, and there were plenty of excuses to explain it away. Within 5 minutes, Shang Zishi's phone rang. Without thinking, it was his parents calling. Cici, did you just transfer 50,000 yuan to the card I gave you? Mom's voice came through again. Yes, Mom. Take it back. What do you mean take it back? Are you confused? How can you just take the money in the bank card back? Go to the bank tomorrow and transfer the money to Cici. Dad, I have money now. This is for you and Mom. Shang Zishi's voice had not yet finished when his father's authoritative voice came through on the other end of the line. Your parents are not too old to be of use. Tomorrow, let your mother transfer the money back to you, and don't send any more money in the future. But. No buts. Dad, you can take back the 2,000 yuan. I can support myself now. No, this is for your living expenses. I can't spend all the money I earn now. Okay, I'll stop talking now. Study hard and we'll talk again later. Shang Zishi knew his father's character. His father had not given him the opportunity to explain. Alas, we'll talk about it later. Who tricked his father into losing tens of millions of dollars in the first place? We must find out and make him pay back the principal and interest. Not only must he pay back the principal and interest, but he must bleed us dry. Let him also taste the feeling of losing everything and being separated from his family. Thinking about this, Shang Zishi clenched the phone in his hand. Shang Zishi walked out of the bathroom door, and Tang Ji was already waiting there. Mr. Shang, our company has already stamped all the contracts in here, just waiting for you to sign. Look where you live, I'll send someone to deliver it to you later. No, I'll just bring it over myself. These contracts fill 2 large cardboard boxes, I'm afraid your car won't be able to fit them. That's a lot. Alright, you can send the contracts back to me. I live at C1, Babaluo Chalet Villa. Okay. Is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave. It's like this, Mr. Shang, to congratulate you on becoming the sole owner of the Thompson Riviera community, and also to thank you for purchasing a home here, I'd like to invite you to someplace nice tonight. Some other time, then. Sure, we'll definitely have a lot of things to continue working on together in the future, and there should be plenty of opportunities. Well, I'll be going then. I'll see you out. Saying this, Tang Ji and Wang Chenyu quickly escorted Shang Zishi to the sales department entrance. Sir, take care. Several financial officers stood up together and bowed to Shang Zishi. Shang Zishi nodded slightly and walked towards the door. Hey, you poor kid, you're still here. Zhang Dawei teased Shang Zishi as soon as he saw him come out. You bastard, you're still here. Shang Zishi said unceremoniously. You want a beating. Zhang Dawei was still bitter about what happened last night. A slap, Shang Zishi hit him hard in the face, knocking out 2 of his front teeth. How dare you hit me? Zhang Dawei quickly spat a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva at Shang Zishi. Shang Zishi quickly dodged the spit, followed by a side kick, kicking Zhang Dawei in the stomach. With a loud bang, Zhang Dawei's body flew out and fell heavily on the sand table in the sales department. You're looking for death. Zhang Dawei's so-called brothers in arms rushed up. Shang Zishi clenched his fists and swung at Zhang Dawei's brothers in arms. The men were scared and quickly covered their heads with their hands, backing away again and again. Tang Ji saw this and quickly stepped forward to stop them. Zhang Dawei stumbled to his feet from the top of the sand table, but fell back down again. He gritted his teeth and got back up. He struggled on top of the sand table, cursing as he did so, and pretty much wrecked the whole thing. After a hard struggle, he managed to climb down, and his friends quickly ran up to support him.
Let's go. A real man doesn't lose face easily. As long as there's green mountains left, there'll be firewood to burn. Where are you going?
Shang Zishi said coldly. I can go wherever I like, it's none of your business.
Zhang Dawei tried to put on a brave face. You think you can just walk away after wrecking someone's sandbox? You kicked me. Zhang Dawei said.
Oh, sir, I saw it was your body that was installed.
Everyone in here can be a witness.
Tang Ji said without missing a beat.
What, you sales department want to extort people? I'm telling you, no way.
Xiao Yu, go get Xiao Gao from the legal department.
Wang Chenyu quickly ran to the legal department.
What, get a helper? Zhang Dawei was held up, but he still felt unbearable pain in his body, as if it had fallen apart.
No, sir, you've misunderstood, we're just doing our job. If you don't admit responsibility, we'll have to find a professional to solve the problem.
In a short while, the manager of the legal affairs department, Xiao Gao, ran over.
Manager Tang, what's the matter?
This customer has damaged the sand table here, he doesn't want to compensate, so you see how to solve it.
Saying this, Tang Ji gave Xiao Gao a wink.
The manager of the legal department immediately understood what Tang Ji meant. Sir, you have damaged the sand table here and must pay compensation according to the price. This sand table cost a total of 360,000 yuan, and you must pay compensation before you can leave.
Xiao Gao said, in a lawyer's tone. What, do you want to extort people? 360,000 yuan, why don't you go rob? Brothers, let's go.
Zhang Dawei said to his brothers who were holding him up. As I said, sir, you cannot leave here without paying the 360,000 yuan in full.
I'm leaving anyway, and I'll see what you can do about it. It is stipulated in Article 49 of the Public Security Administration Law that anyone who commits theft, fraud, looting, robbery, extortion or intentional destruction of public or private property shall be detained for not less than 5 days and not more than 10 days and may also be fined not more than 500 yuan. If the circumstances are more serious, the person shall be detained for not less than 10 days and not more than 15 days and may also be fined not more than 1,000 yuan. Article 275 of the criminal law stipulates that anyone who intentionally destroys public or private property, where the value is large or there are other serious circumstances, shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, criminal detention, or a fine. Anyone who intentionally destroys public or private property, where the value is huge or there are other especially serious circumstances, shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years and not more than 7 years. In addition, anyone who intentionally destroys the property of another person and this constitutes a crime shall also bear civil liability for compensation. Xiao Gao is indeed very skilled at his work, and recited all these legal provisions in one go, very proficiently. Chapter 28, You must not flirt with your brother's wife.
Manager Gao from the legal department recited several legal provisions fluently, and then said, Sir, now you know what you should do, right? Zhang Dawei looked at the sand table, which was in a terrible mess from being crushed by him, and his heart became uneasy.
How can he afford to pay for the hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of sand table? Shang Zishi, that bastard, was right.
He had already been insolvent for a long time, and had been borrowing money from one place to pay off debts in another just to put on a brave face.
What, you want to extort money from me? Do you believe I will call the police? Zhang Dawei yelled.
This was the only move left for the scoundrel, but in fact, it would not work at all with a legal professional.
Okay, we can also help you call the police, and we can also call the court on the way, so that when you are arrested and tried, it will be seamless and there will be no delay.
Manager Gao's words completely despaired Zhang Dawei. Not only had he failed to act like a big shot, he had also racked up hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt, which made his situation even worse.
Boss, don't listen to them.
With your wealth, this little money is nothing.
Yes, boss, let's go.
Zhang Dawei, however, knew his own business.
Where would he go, just waiting to be detained and then go to prison? Where could he come up with hundreds of thousands of dollars? No bank would give him a loan.
He had already been blacklisted for borrowing money from the East to pay the West.
What evidence do you have to prove that I broke the sand table here? Zhang Dawei acted like a scoundrel. It's simple, there's a surveillance camera in here. As he said, Manager Gao pointed to the camera in the corner. There's a camera, that's good.
Zhang Dawei felt like he had grabbed a lifesaver. There's a camera here, so that can prove that Shang Zishi kicked him onto the sand table.
Manager Gao,
from the sound of it, you know the law. This camera can prove that this kid kicked me onto the sand table. Oh, I forgot, this camera is only facing the sand table. In that case, there's no way to prove how you jumped onto the sand table. You. Zhang Dawei quickly glanced at the ceiling. There were 5 or 6 cameras here, so in that case, Shang Zishi's kicking him onto the sand table would be visible to all. That camera only filmed the sand table, so what about these ones? Zhang Dawei said with a smile. Oh, I'm sorry, these cameras are broken. Manager Gao smiled slightly. Broken? Are you trying to fool me? The red indicator light is still on. Oh, it is broken. Tang Ji added. Broken? When did it break? It's now. Tang Ji said, and had the cameras removed. Ha, you bastards, I've got it all on my phone. I've got everything you just said on film. Zhang Dawei's henchman held up his phone. Well done, worthy of being my henchman. These words prove nothing. Manager Gao said, this is clandestine filming, it cannot be used as evidence in court. Oh, there's no need to go to court. I'll upload this video online, and it'll be enough to get you all thrown in jail. This sudden accident caught Tang Ji and Manager Gao off guard. If Zhang Dawei's sworn brother only filmed these few words, it wouldn't have too much of an impact. But if he filmed anything else, that would be trouble. Copy and paste. Shang Zishi silently repeated these words in his heart as he pasted all the messages from Zhang Dawei's phone and the phones of his other sworn brothers onto his sworn brother's phone. Shang Zishi was acting on impulse. Now that the internet was so well developed, he was confident that he could quickly take down Zhang Dawei and his henchmen, but she could post those videos online in a second or two. What do you want to post online? Shang Zishi laughed. It's the one I just shot. Which one? Shang Zishi asked. Tang Ji and Manager Gao couldn't understand Shang Zishi's words and actions. This is just asking this person to post the information online. I don't think you'll change your ways until you see the error of your ways. With that, the man switched his phone to the photo album and found the video folder. What's going on? The first file isn't even the video I just secretly shot. Why is it some other video? He quickly clicked on the video. An embarrassing sound came from his phone. The sales hall suddenly became awkward, and several saleswomen were giggling there, covering their mouths. Zhang Dawei's face turned pale, and his brother-in-law's face looked even worse. Big brother, what's going on? This person's voice was stuttering. He walked step by step towards Zhang Dawei. This video is of Zhang Dawei and his wife in a passionate moment together. Zhang Dawei, I'll fuck your grandmother. With that, this person slammed the phone onto the ground and pounced on Zhang Dawei. A loud thud landed on Zhang Dawei's face, causing him to bleed from the nose. I trusted you so much, and even helped you find a way out, and this is how you repay me? Immediately after that, another punch. Zhang Dawei's other brothers and followers saw what was happening and quickly pulled the two of them apart. What's going on? What's going on? How could you hit your boss like that? Several people persuaded him. Ask him what kind of animalistic thing he did. As he said this, the man choked up. Nothing is more annoying than being betrayed by your own brothers. What's going on? Zhang Dawei, I've seen you clearly. You're a fucking animal. You can't mess with your friend's wife, and you're a fucking asshole for doing it. He said this, picked up the phone on the ground, and dropped it again. The phone was smashed to pieces, and then he stomped on it a few times. Suddenly the phone was just a pile of parts. Fuck you. I have nothing to do with you from now on. He said this, walked quickly out of the hall without looking back, and as he was about to leave the hall, he stuck his middle finger out at Zhang Dawei. Zhang Dawei was depressed. He had a hobby of secretly filming little videos at that time to watch when he had nothing to do. But how did he end up on his best friend's phone? He hadn't sent any of these videos to anyone, so how did his best friend get this video? Zhang Dawei went over everything in his mind from the day he filmed the video, but still had no clue. Looking at the pieces of the phone all over the floor, Zhang Dawei knew that no one could help him. It seemed that he would not be able to get away without paying the 360,000 compensation today. Zhang Dawei was at his wit's end. Damn it, this is really evil. Stealing a chicken only to lose a handful of rice, failing to catch the weasel and getting into trouble instead. He really had a bad luck. Chapter 29. You are heartless, brainless. Perhaps they heard the sound of the fight inside and dozens of security guards rushed in. Of course, their security captain was among them.
Boy, you made us look for you, you were in here.
Shang Zishi looked at him and realized that this person was the jerk who had caused the car accident. This jerk had crashed his car and blamed Shang Zishi for causing the accident.
Oh, I've been here the whole time. I told you from the beginning that I came here to buy a house.
Manager Tang, this kid is a poor kid full of lies.
He wrecked my car and even lied to you.
Wang, this is our super customer, you can't offend him.
Tang Ji said.
But seeing that dozens of security guards had injuries on their faces, he knew that Captain Wang and the people had already fought. Zhang Dawei was happy to see someone coming to Shang Zishi's trouble.
Finally, someone was able to take this out of his mouth.
Maybe he can also distract himself from wrecking the sand table.
This kid is here to cause trouble.
Zhang Dawei rubbed his bleeding nose.
Who are you?
This bastard has made a mess of the sand table inside. By Geno's, Captain, tell me, what should we do?
Tang Ji pointed at the sand table and said. Manager Tang, don't worry, we will definitely sort out what happened here. Okay, I will deal with what happened here. But I have to beat this kid up. Captain Bai pointed at Shang Zishi and said. Manager Tang, I don't want to see people like this here. Look at what kind of person this is.
I don't want my Thompson Riviera to become a lawless place in the future.
Shang Zishi said coldly. Mr. Shang, I understand.
Tang Ji said with a smile.
Tang Ji made $1 billion in profit this time.
Although he sold all the houses to Shang Zishi, he still hopes that Shang Zishi will let him handle the rental housing in the future. In that case, he will be able to live a life of luxury and enjoy himself for the rest of his life, relying on Shang Zishi alone. Captain Bai looked at Tang Ji, who was so deferential to the poor boy in front of him, and his mind couldn't wrap around it for a moment. This manager Tang is also a person who has seen the big world, so why is he being so polite to this poor boy? Mr. Shang has spoken, so you can go now, you don't need to go to work.
Manager Tang, what do you mean? What do you mean?
You're fired, that's what it means.
Why? We've been doing a good job.
Bai knew in his heart that he hadn't figured it out.
From now on, this place will belong entirely to Boss Shang. He doesn't want to see you here. Don't you understand? This sudden turn of events left Bai completely at a loss. Mr. Shang, Boss Shang, I'm begging you, have mercy on me.
I have an old mother and a young child to support, and I'm not in good health.
Not in good health? Well, I'm not feeling well.
Bai Ji knew that there was still a chance to save the situation, so he quickly replied with a smile on his face.
What's wrong? Why aren't you feeling well? Thank you, Boss Shang, for your concern. Oh, I know what's wrong with you.
You're lacking heart, lungs, and brain.
Yes, I lack heart, lungs, and brain. Mr. Shang, what do you think? Can I continue to work here? Bai Jidao's serval face made Shang Zishi want to vomit just by looking at it.
Captain Bai, you lack a heart, lungs, and brain, so you are not suitable for working here.
This is an upscale community, and you have forgotten that someone who lacks so many things is not suitable for working here.
I, Mr. Shang, will not hold a grudge against you. I am sorry for any offense I may have caused.
Please be lenient.
Besides, you have injured dozens of my brothers.
Bai Jidao knows that he looks reluctant. Shang Zishi turned his face away. Just now, Bai Jidao still looked arrogant, but now he was pretending to be pitiful. Get out! Tang Ji gave an order. Bai Jidao would never dare disobey the orders of Shang Zishi and Tang Ji. Tang Ji was naturally his longtime boss.
Shang Zishi, who could buy more than 1,000 luxury apartments in Thompson Riviera, must also be extraordinary.
His family must be a super rich second generation. People like this cannot be offended.
Thinking about this, Bai Jidao had to leave.
Wait! Shang Zishi shouted.
Bai Jidao heard Shang Zishi call out to him and thought there was a chance for a turnaround. He hurriedly trotted all the way to Shang Zishi's side. Your car was damaged by your subordinate. You can go and check the surveillance footage in the underground garage.
Bai Jidao was disappointed. Thank you, Mr. Shang, for your kind reminder. Bai Jidao left with the security guards in a huff.
Once they were outside the sales department, Bai Jidao and a few dozen people gave the guy who falsely accused Shang Zishi of causing the accident a good beating. If that guy hadn't falsely accused Shang Zishi, how would there have been a dozen people ganging up on Shang Zishi, and how would dozens of people have been fired at the same time? That guy got a good beating, and half his life was taken away from him. He'll be in the hospital for at least half a year. Good deeds will be rewarded, and evil deeds will be punished. It's not that they're not being punished, it's just that the time hasn't come yet. When the time comes, everything will be punished. Sheng Zishi thought to himself. Manager Tang, the new security guards need to be selected as soon as possible. Apart from ability, what's more important is character. Yes, Boss Shang, don't worry, I will have the Human Resources Department reselect, and this time I will personally oversee it. I definitely won't let those dogs and cats in. Tang Ji's address to Sheng Zishi immediately escalated from Mr. Sheng to Boss Sheng. Manager Tang, you might as well call me by my name. Boss Sheng sounds so full of himself. I'm afraid not. If you don't like Boss Sheng, I'll call you Mr. Sheng. Okay, that's better than Boss Sheng. These days, there's no shortage of anything except bosses. After Sheng Zishi finished speaking, he laughed heartily, and Tang Ji and the others all laughed along with him. Zhang Dawei was afraid when he saw that Sheng Zishi had just a few words to make dozens of security guards obedient. He also heard that Sheng Zishi, who looked like a person with a street vendor's goods, had actually bought the entire Thompson Riviera. This time, Zhang Dawei was not only scared, but also regretted it. He looked down on people, but this Sheng Zishi was really something. He was obviously super rich, but how could he wear such shabby clothes? Isn't this obviously cheating people? Mr. Sheng, look. Zhang Dawei pointed at the sand table and asked. I'm not cheating you, either. Although the sales department has not yet opened, the sand table in the sales department is not brand new. Just compensate 300,000 yuan. 300,000, Zhang Dawei can't come up with it either. Now, let alone 300,000, he can't even come up with 3,000. Mr. Sheng, this small amount of money is nothing to you. Don't you play around with women everywhere? What can you do without money? Sheng Zishi glanced at Wang Chenyu as he said this. Chapter 30, A Ginger in the Morning and a Duck Egg in the Evening. Manager Gao, you will be responsible for the compensation from now on. Sheng Zishi said, and walked out. Manager Gao and Wang Chenyu saw Sheng Zishi off to the underground sales department. Mr. Sheng, I'm Cao Chang, here's my business card. Gao Chang said, handing over a business card. The manager of the legal department of this Thompson product must be an outstanding legal advisor. In the future, Sheng Zishi can go to him for all matters and legal issues, which will save himself some worries. He is tall and has strong business skills, just as his name suggests. Sheng Zishi took the card with both hands and took a photo of it in his phone. Thank you, Mr. Sheng, for your praise. Gao Chang was overjoyed. To be able to get Sheng Zishi's praise for his strong business skills was a trust and affirmation of his abilities. Mr. Sheng, the contract will be delivered this afternoon. Okay, I'll go back to school first. Call me if there's anything. Sheng Zishi made a gesture with his right hand to indicate that he was answering the phone. Bye. Several people bowed deeply in the direction of Sheng Zishi's departure. This bow came from the heart. Zhang Dawei was reluctant to leave the sales department for a long time. He gave himself 2 hard slaps in the face. He really had no eyes, no discernment. Zhang Dawei went over these words in his head, preparing to tell Sheng Zishi and Tang Ji, but Sheng Zishi had already left. While walking, Sheng Zishi took out the remote control for the Batmobile and drove it to the exit of the underground garage to wait for me. I will be there in a minute. I once dreamed of traveling the world with my sword. To see the world's prosperity. A young heart is always a little frivolous. The phone rang, and Sheng Zishi took it out to see that it was the sports committee. Why is the sports committee calling him at this time? Hey, Mengzi, what's up? Sprouts, where are you? What's wrong? What's the matter? Our department needs you. Ha, what would we possibly need me for? You make it sound like I'm some kind of big shot. Dawei, our department has a basketball match with Jinling Sports Institute, you have to come and lend a hand. No problem, I'll definitely be there, just tell me when. Sheng Zishi used to like playing basketball himself, but after the family's misfortune, he rarely plays basketball anymore. But for boys, who doesn't like playing basketball, who doesn't want to show off on the basketball court to win respect? The feeling of breaking through the enemy lines on the court and scoring a layup is so damn cool. Dawei, the school gym at 2:30 this afternoon. Okay, see you there.
Shang Zishi looked at his phone. It was now 2 o'clock, half an hour to go. Hey Mingzi, where are the basketball uniforms? What color basketball uniform will you wear? I don't know, I'll just see what the Jingling Sports Institute animals are wearing. As long as we're different from them, that's fine. Okay, I'll be there on time. This is another great opportunity to shine. Shang Zishi doesn't want to miss it.
Now that he's heard from his parents, he needs these kinds of occasions to prove to himself, to his classmates, to his teachers, to himself, and even more so to his parents, that he's not just a nobody. It's been a long time since I played basketball in a formal setting, so I'll get myself some basketball clothes and 2 pairs of shoes first.
There are Adidas and Nike stores right by the school.
Shang Zishi drove his Batmobile to the school gate and parked it in the underground parking garage. Shang Zishi said to the remote control, and the Batmobile quickly drove towards the underground garage of Jingling University. Needless to say, this caused another commotion.
Welcome, classmate. Do you want to see tracksuits or sneakers?
The saleswoman quickly said when she saw someone come in, but her attitude immediately cooled down when she saw the clothes on Shang Zishi.
I want to see basketball shoes and buy 2 basketball suits on the way. Those basketball shoes in the row are 40% off.
The saleswoman pointed to a row of basketball shoes in the distance. Shang Zishi looked over and saw that the basketball shoes were old-fashioned, the colors were ugly, and it looked like the sizes were not all available.
This row is 25% off. This row is 20% off. These 2 rows are 10% off.
The saleswoman said, and when she saw that Shang Zishi was not moving, she pointed to the pile by the door and said, "This pile is on sale, 120 yuan a pair." Shang Zishi was about to lose his temper when a few tall and strong students came in.
Welcome to our store. What would you like to buy?
I've come to look at shoes.
Okay, we have this year's latest models here. I wonder if you guys are interested in taking a look. Bring them all over here and let's have a look. Okay. I wonder which one of you buy shoes and what size you wear. We all buy them. I wear a size 50. Bring them over for me to look at first. Size 50?
Okay, handsome, just a moment, I'll go get them from the back warehouse.
With that, the saleswoman went to the back warehouse to get the shoes. The man sat down, and the other few people wandered around the store.
Shit, Shang Zishi noticed that the man was almost as tall as him when he sat down. He must be 2 meters tall. People like Wang became small in front of these few people. Shang Zishi looked at these people, all unfamiliar faces, and it looked like they had come from the Jingling Sports Institute to play. In a short while, the saleswoman came over with a bunch of shoes. "Handsome, you try these on, they're all new models." The man took off the shoes on his feet, and suddenly a foul stench that made people's eyes water drifted out. Shang Zishi felt nauseous immediately after smelling it, and he quickly covered his nose and walked over to the side.
"Here, put the shoes down. Let me try it," said the man, raising his foot.
Holy cow, this man's socks have holes in them front and back. Wu Taiju, you're wearing your socks so that the ginger is showing in front and the duck egg is showing in back,
said someone next to him. What do you mean the ginger is showing in front and the duck egg is showing in back? This is a symbol of strength. The saleswoman, holding back her queasiness, took out a plastic bag.
Handsome guy, put this plastic bag over your feet and try the shoes again.
The saleswoman looked at him with pleading eyes. Nonsense, can my feet be that dirty? Heroes have smelly feet and strong stomachs, understand? With that, Wu Taiju shoved one of his smelly feet into the brand new shoes. The saleswoman's heart skipped a beat. This jerk doesn't practice hygiene at all. Not only does he not practice hygiene, but he also has low quality. Wu Taiju shoved his smelly foot into the shoe and squeezed it with his hand at the front. Not bad, the size is just right. With that, he stood up and walked back and forth in the store twice.
Handsome guy, these shoes on your feet are called handsome.
Wu Taiju heard this and walked over to the fitting room mirror to take a look. Chapter 31, A Hero's Feet Stink, and a Hero Farts a Lot.
The saleswoman saw that Wu Tiezu's smelly feet gave off a disgusting stench, and that his socks were completely torn in the front and back. From the front hole, toes like ginger stuck out, and the nail beds were covered in dark, black dirt. The heels were equally disgusting, with skin peeling off like rotting moss.
Who would want to wear shoes with feet like that? He could only praise Wu Tiezu and ask him to buy the shoes. Wu Tiezu was overjoyed when the saleswoman praised him. "Come, bring me those shoes and let me try them on." The saleswoman didn't dare to disobey the tall and strong Wu Tiezu.
Handsome man, please put this plastic bag on when trying on the shoes.
You'll be. You're so annoying. And I'm complaining about you.
Hurry up and bring me a few pairs of shoes to try on, or you'll pay for it when you delay me from playing tennis.
The saleswoman didn't dare say another word, so she had to keep praising Wu Taizhu.
Wu Taizhu tried on each pair of new shoes one after the other, and didn't forget to take some photos to post on WeChat Moments. Handsome guy, these shoes are tailor-made for you.
You look really awesome in them. Shall I wrap them up for you?
The saleswoman said with a smile, apologizing.
No, I'm just looking. Do you have any special shoes?
Wu Taizhu's words made the saleswoman's face turn completely green.
Isn't this cheating, people? Who would buy shoes with a smelly foot like this?
The saleswoman took the shoes that Wu Taizhu had worn and looked at them. The stench made her dizzy. Looking inside the shoes, she saw that they were already black.
Who would want to buy these shoes?
Handsome guy, don't kid around.
No customer will buy these shoes after you've worn them. You have to buy them today.
Hey, you're considered a world-class brand, so why do you still want to strong-arm customers into buying? Wu Taizhu said, looking at the saleswoman disdainfully. These shoes cost 5,000 to 6,000 yuan a pair, and you've tried 8 pairs in a row, which is tens of thousands of yuan. You can't leave today without buying. The saleswoman's eyes were red and a few tears rolled down her cheeks. What about these shoes that cost tens of thousands of dollars? They're enough to pay her salary for most of the year.
What, you can't even try on shoes in your store? What kind of rule is that?
Several other shop assistants also came over, but how could these weak women possibly compete with these men who were as tall as mountains? Handsome guy, our store doesn't say that we won't let you try on shoes, but you.
Then does your store have a rule that you have to buy the shoes after trying them on? Is there such a rule?
Ah, I've never heard that you have to buy the shoes after trying them on. But when you tried on the shoes, you took a plastic bag and asked you to put it on your feet.
Ridiculous, who says that we have to put a plastic bag on our feet after trying on the shoes? I've never heard of such a rule. This Wu Taizhu is quite quick-witted, and every sentence he says hits the nail on the head.
I came here today to buy these special shoes.
Wu Taizhu said this and walked over to the special shoes area.
Shang Zishi was looking at the basketball uniforms in the store when he heard Wu Taizhu's sentence-by-sentence retort, leaving the saleswoman speechless. Suddenly a stinky fart smell mixed with sweaty stink pounced on Shang Zishi.
Shang Zishi quickly covered his nose and walked to the other side. From there, he could quickly walk to the front of the store.
Shang Zishi felt that if he stayed in there for a while longer, he would not pass out, but he would vomit. Ugh, Shang Zishi felt something in his throat turn upward.
He wanted to vomit but couldn't. What's wrong, kid? What are you doing? Pregnant?
Wu Taizhu looked at Shang Zishi contemptuously, and Shang Zishi's retching sound caught his attention.
What's wrong with you? You lack a father, so let me give you one? Shang Zishi saw his disgusting face. Bastard, what did you say? Wu Taizhu walked over.
Oh, you didn't hear me clearly.
Are you fucking looking for death? I'm looking for death? You're so arrogant, I'm afraid the wind will blow your tongue.
I don't want to beat you up right now, aren't you guys here to play ball? I'll see you on the court later.
Shang Zishi pointed at Wu Taizhu and said.
Ouch, this guy looks like bean sprouts. He said I'm not afraid of flashing my tongue.
What about you?
The few people who came with Wu Taizhu saw Wu Taizhu arguing with Shang Zishi and hurriedly came over.
What's wrong, Lao Wu?
This kid cursed me. Wu Taizhu pointed at Shang Zishi, his eyes bulging like cow eggs. I'll go, you motherfucker said I'm pregnant first.
Shang Zishi didn't hesitate to point her finger at Wu Taizhu. The confrontation between the two was very unequal.
Wu Taizhu was 2 meters tall, the physique of a big center forward, and Shang Zishi was just a little over 1.7 meters tall. Not only was he much shorter in front of him, he was also much weaker. Taizhu, the competition will start soon, let's not waste time here. Hurry up and buy your clothes and shoes and let's go.
Yes, brother Zhu, there will be plenty of opportunities to fix this kid in the future, there's still a long time to come.
Let's just focus on the match today, and we can find a chance to fix him later.
The school uniform this kid is wearing is from Jinling University, so he can't get away with it.
After some persuasion from the others, Wu Taizhu changed his pointing finger at Shang Zishi into a fist and waved it. Then he stuck out his middle finger and waved it in Shang Zishi's face.
Fine, Wu Taizhu, I'll break your finger on the court today.
Shang Zishi said this and walked outside.
Good boy, you've got guts. I'll be waiting on the court for you to break my finger today. If I don't dunk on your head today, I'm your grandson. I don't want a grandson like you. I'm going. It stinks. Not only do your feet stink, but your mouth stinks too. You must eat shit every day. Kid, I'm not going to engage in verbal sparring with you now. We'll see who's the real deal on the court. Don't you know that a hero's feet stink and a hero farts a lot? Wu Taiju is a man with no education. A hero's feet stink, and a hero farts a lot. You're neither a hero nor a good guy, you're just an ill-mannered jerk. A person who bullies the sales assistant can't be of high quality. No matter how good you are at basketball, you can't change your scumbag nature. After finishing his tirade, Shang Zishi walked out of the store. The air was so fresh outside, Shang Zishi couldn't help but take a long, deep breath. He had never felt the air in Jinling so fresh before. Shang Zishi walked towards another store. He had originally wanted to help the saleswoman, but upon thinking of her face, he decided it wasn't worth it for someone with such eyes in the sky. Shang Zishi bought 2 basketball uniforms and 2 pairs of the latest basketball shoes, humming a tune as he walked towards the school basketball gym. Chapter 32, The Difference in Strength is Too Great. This is an ordinary friendly match between Jinling University and Jinling Sports Institute, and the level of competition is not high. However, there are quite a few students here to watch. Shang Zishi walks into the door of the sports hall, and many people have already arrived. They walk along the grand staircase to the spectator stands upstairs. Amidst the crowd, Shang Zishi suddenly discovers that the school's TV station is also here. Jinling University's TV station is the school's treasure TV station, but since Jinling University is a well-known university in Longwa, the school TV station is also very famous in Suzhou Province. Many programs on Jinling University TV station are broadcast by Suzhou Province TV station and even Longwa TV station. This is a great opportunity for Shang Zishi. However, although Shang Zishi has copied Huang Yiba's basketball skills, he is not optimistic about being able to beat Wu Taiju and his gang from Jinling Sports Institute. Just now, I saw that Wu Taiju was much taller and stronger than Huang Yiba, and these people are basketball majors from Jinling Sports Institute, so naturally their basketball skills are much better than Huang Yiba, who is a self-taught player. As he thought about this, Shang Zishi walked into the first-floor players' lounge. Zhang Meng and his gang were already waiting inside. They were all wearing red basketball uniforms and red basketball shoes, looking full of energy. Come on, Xiaoxi. We've been waiting for you. After scanning the room, Zhang Meng quickly handed him a red basketball uniform and a pair of red basketball shoes. I've already bought them. You haven't played a proper match in a long time, don't you know that the uniform and shoes have to be the same for a match? Is he an idiot? Let him play in some match. Zhang Meng, if I'd known you were bringing such an idiot, Huang Yiba, wouldn't have come. Yo, Huang Yiba, you bastard, you're here too. You're not ashamed enough from last time, and you're here to be humiliated again. The school TV station is here today, and those bastards from the Sports Institute will give you a big feast. Where will you put your face? Okay, Shang Zishi, I'll settle the score with you after the game today. The game will start in a few minutes. Let's not act like a bunch of sissies here. After the game, I'll fucking cut you up for the school TV station. Okay. I'm ready to go anytime. Will you two ever stop? Where are we? Jinling University. We need to stick together now. We can't fight among ourselves when we have a big game coming up. Zhang Meng quickly pushed Shang Zishi aside to change his clothes. Mengzi, don't push me. I know what to do now and what not to do. I know exactly what to do. Let me be clear. Everyone, no matter what past issues you have had, you must stick together today. Yes. Although today is said to be a friendly match, we must give it our all. Do you hear me? Our teachers and students at Jinling University are watching us. Good. Several people shouted in unison. Get ready to go on the court. At Zhang Meng's command, 10 basketball players walked out of the locker room. As soon as they walked out of the locker room, they ran into a group of ball-playing rascals from Jinling Sports Institute. What surprised Shang Zishi was that Wu Taiju was not the tallest or the loudest one in the group. Wu Taiju was just average height on the Jinling Sports Institute basketball team. Damn, they said it was a friendly match, but they sent their best players, and their school TV station. Zhang Meng muttered under his breath.
Mingzi, don't be afraid, there are 2 TV stations here, if we beat them, it'll be so awesome. Shang Zishi said, his voice loud and clear for everyone from the locker room to the court to hear. Zhang Meng immediately signaled for him to lower his voice, and the big strong men from Jiling Sports Institute cast despising glances at him. Brothers, let us take the lead at that time, we are playing away from home. Wu Taizhu smiled, his tone could disgust people to death, and even bring the dead back to life. The talented people from Jiling University, you must show mercy at that time, you cannot pull the score too far apart. Otherwise, it will be too embarrassing for us. That's right, we're playing away from home, so you guys have to take it easy and not score desperately. What are you talking about, home court or away court? We're all here to improve our skills and learn from each other. Competition first, no, friendship first, competition second. Ha ha ha. The basketball rascals from Jiling Sports Institute laughed with great pride. Zhang Meng didn't expect these bastards to act like this. The competition has completely changed. This is no longer a friendly match, but rather it concerns the reputation of the 2 schools. You can't let the news appear on TV tomorrow, Jiling Sports Institute and Jiling University's friendly basketball match, with Jiling Sports Institute leading Jiling University by dozens or even hundreds of points. If such news goes on TV, Zhang Meng himself will be humiliated, not to mention what others will say. Learn from the basketball superstars at Jiling Sports Institute. Zhang Meng spoke up. He didn't want the relationship between the 2 sides to become too tense and be led by a large margin. Learn from the brothers at Jiling Sports Institute. The TV stations of Jiling Sports Institute and Jiling University were filming non-stop next to them. Although these news reports are not broadcast live, they are recorded in broadcast. But both TV stations are pulling out all the stops. Before they know it, the 2 teams have walked onto the court. The basketball players from both teams enter the court. After the referee's whistle blows, the athletes from both sides walk into the center of the court. They hold hands and stand shoulder to shoulder. They bow and salute to the audience. Players, 5 minutes to prepare. With the referee's whistle, the basketball team from Jiling Sports Institute began to warm up. Their first warm-up was a running warm-up. Under the leadership of Wu Taizhu, more than 10 basketball players quickly formed a semicircle around the basketball goal. The first person slammed the basketball in their hands against the backboard, and the players behind them ran towards the backboard in turn, continuously slamming the basketball that the person in front of them had slammed against the backboard and bounced out onto the backboard. The players from the Sports Institute are agile and athletic, and they easily dunked the basketball one after the other on the backboard next to the basket. Dunking is a piece of cake for these guys. The Sports Institute basketball team's wonderful performance won the audience bursts of applause and cheers. Damn, how can we compete like this? They're a bunch of 2-meter-tall guys, and we don't have any. They can all dunk easily, but what about us? I'm afraid that apart from Huangyiba, no one can dunk easily. Yes, there are 2 things in basketball, shooting percentage and rebounds. First, shooting percentage, we can't stop them from dunking, and I don't think we can get any rebounds. Yes, the difference in strength is too great. They beat us like adults beating up children, effortlessly. How can we play like this? The game hasn't even started yet, and already a few people are like deflated balloons. Guys, don't look, we need to warm up quickly. Zhang Meng drew everyone's attention back. Chapter 33, Copy Kobe Bryant's Ball Skills. The warm-up at Jiling Sports Institute welcomed bursts of applause and cheers from the audience. Is this the home court advantage? Why do I feel like we're playing away from home? Shang Zishi walked over to the side, ignoring Zhang Meng's request to warm up. Mengzi, wait for me for a minute. Shang Zishi said as he walked off the court. Okay, Zishi, hurry up, we're waiting for you to start. Zhang Meng shouted from behind Shang Zishi, and he quickly led the team in a warm-up. Shang Zishi took out his phone, opened Pumpkin Video, and typed in, Kobe Bryant's top 10 plays. Soon, dozens of videos of Kobe Bryant's top 10 plays appeared on the phone screen. Shang Zishi selected the one with the highest number of views and comments, and clicked to play it. Soon, Kobe Bryant's top 10 plays were playing on the phone screen. Shang Zishi is such a fool, still watching Kobe Bryant videos. Huangyiba said loudly to the basketball team members warming up on the court. Huangyiba, give him a minute to get in the mood. Zhang Meng passed the basketball to Huangyiba, who quickly took it and made a 3-point basket. Watching videos to get in the mood, I've really never heard of anything like this. After Huangyiba slammed the basketball in, someone on the court finally cheered for this side.
Sheng Zishi, you want to imitate Kobe Bryant? Do you have the qualifications with your small body? Huang Yiba shouted at Sheng Zishi. Sheng Zishi ignored Huang Yiba and quickly browsed through Kobe Bryant's top 10 plays. These top 10 plays included three-pointers, slam dunks, steals, and assists, and were very comprehensive. Copy and paste. Sheng Zishi silently repeated to himself, and soon he had copied and pasted Kobe Bryant's skills. Sheng Zishi felt full of strength. He wanted to dunk, he wanted to make three-pointers, and he wanted to defeat the Jinling Sports Institute basketball team led by Wu Taizhu. I'm coming. Sheng Zishi put away his phone, pulled down his tracksuit, and the brand new red basketball jersey came out. The eye-catching number 8 was on his chest and back. Hurry up and warm up. Zhang Meng shouted, and gently fed him the ball. Sheng Zishi took the basketball, took 3 steps to the bottom of the basket, and dunked the basketball with a light leap. After Sheng Zishi's dunk, he didn't jump down, but grabbed the basket with both hands and did a few pull-ups. The heifer flips the horizontal bar. The cow is facing the sky. I didn't think you, kid, with such a small head, could dunk. Zhang Meng cast an envious glance at Sheng Zishi. Pfft, what's so amazing about dunking? Huang Yiba took the basketball and also dunked it towards the basket. With a pop, Huang Yiba also easily dunked the basketball in. Huang Yiba, you dunked with one hand, while Sheng Zishi dunked with both hands. Didn't you see that? And how tall is that person, and how tall are you? Said number 11 Miaoyi Wei. Sheng Zishi's jumping is really rare. At 1.75 meters tall, he can dunk with both hands. I've never seen that before. This is extremely rare even on Blue Star. Said number 18 Pan Yen. The warm-ups by both teams attracted bursts of cheers from the audience. Huang Yiba felt particularly uncomfortable when he heard these people constantly praising Sheng Zishi. He glared at Sheng Zishi fiercely. He's fine, he's got good jumping ability, then Sheng Zishi will jump for the ball later, but I'm not going. Huang Yiba, you can't put it that way. You're the tallest and heaviest in our team, and only your physical fitness can compete with those animals from the Sports Institute. I don't care, I'm not jumping the ball anyway. Huang Yiba's face turned cold. Huang Yiba, do you think the earth will stop turning if you're not here? The sky is the biggest, the earth is the second biggest, and you Huang Yiba are the third biggest? Pa, if you're not jumping, I will. Sheng Zishi said to Huang Yiba. Huang Yiba slammed the basketball onto the ground, and it bounced high, almost hitting the ceiling of the gymnasium. Sheng Zishi, what did you say? Huang Yiba rushed to Sheng Zishi's face, glaring at him. Sheng Zishi was not to be outdone, glaring at him as well. The two were of very different heights, and Sheng Zishi had to tilt his head back. Will you two ever stop making a spectacle of yourselves? Zhang Meng quickly pulled the two apart. Huang Yiba, buddy, I'm begging you, you jump for the ball this time. Zhang Meng pleaded. Ha, it looks like there's an internal dispute over there. Wu Taichu nudged Sheng Zishi with his chin. This time, we must beat them by 100 points. Guys, Huang Yiba is the better one over there. As long as we keep an eye on him, the others will be like vegetables in our hands. We not only have to beat them by 100 points, we have to shave their heads bald, so that they won't get a single point and we'll get a big goose egg. What big goose egg? Let them get a turtle egg. Brothers, it's time to show our faces. Come on, shout. With that, Wu Taizhu, the starting 5, extended his right hand and folded it together. Let them eat turtle eggs, come on. Let them eat turtle eggs, come on. The 5 shouted together, and their voices were still deafening in the stadium full of people. Zhang Meng saw this and said, brothers, it's time for us to go on. Huang Yiba, you jump for the ball. Okay. At the critical moment, I'm still the one they look to, right? Huang Yiba looked at Sheng Zishi with contempt. Shall we cheer together? Come on. Zhang Meng said, extending his right hand, and Sheng Zishi placed his right hand on the back of his hand. Pang! Huang Yiba slammed his right hand onto the back of Sheng Zishi's hand, which immediately made him grit his teeth in pain. Bastard, why is your hand so hard? You have the nerve to hit me? Sheng Zishi cursed. Okay, everyone is ready to go, stop embarrassing yourself. With that, the 5 hands were stretched out together. Destroy them, come on. Zhang Meng took the lead and shouted. Come on. The 5 shouted in unison. A whistle sounded. All the players from both sides were on the court.
The person in charge of jumping the ball at the sports institute was He Xingjin.
At 2 meters and 1 centimeter tall, Huang Yibo was a little intimidated.
Mengzi, this Huang Yibo is seeking help from Zhang Meng.
Don't worry, we're here for you.
It's okay if you can't jump for the ball. Zhang Meng cheered him on.
Where did that bastard's invincible momentum go?
Shang Zishi cursed in his heart, a bully who bullies the weak but fears the strong.
The players quickly took their positions. Wu Taizhu was opposite Shang Zishi, and he recognized him at once.
He recognized Shang Zishi, who had said in the sports shop that he smelled like a stink. Before the ball was even thrown, Wu Tai wanted to use his strong body and his height, which was a head taller than Shang Zishi's, to take up all of Shang Zishi's space. But what he didn't expect was that no matter how hard he pushed, Shang Zishi, a small guy at 1.75 meters, didn't budge an inch. And it seemed that Shang Zishi's body was as hard as an iron pillar.
Is this bastard made of iron?
Wu Tai cursed in his heart.
Chapter 34, A Winning Start. With a whistle, the referee threw the basketball into the air.
He Xingjin and Huang Yibo jumped up at the same time. After the basketball reached its highest point, before it fell, He Xingjin used a big hand to knock the basketball away.
Huang Yibo jumped so high that he didn't even touch He Xingjin's arm.
With a whoosh, the basketball flew towards Shang Zishi.
Wu Taizhu bullied Shang Zishi because he was shorter than him, and reached under Shang Zishi's armpit with his right hand, while his left hand quickly reached for the basketball.
Shang Zishi quickly passed under Wu Taizhu's armpit and came in front of him, leaped up and held the basketball tightly in his arms with both hands.
Good boy, Zishi. Steady, everyone attack. Don't play a position battle, play a fast break. After Zhang Meng yelled, he quickly ran towards the opponent's basket.
Jinling University has seized the ball and they are starting their attack. There is a burst of applause and cheers from the sidelines.
Go Jinling University.
The shouts of encouragement come one after the other. A few moments ago, they were still complaining that the home court was the same as the away court, but now, it seems that Jinling University is still thinking about winning for their school. Seeing that Shang Zishi has seized control of the ball, the few people from the Sports Institute quickly return to defense.
Wu Taizhu rushes quickly towards Shang Zishi, trying to intercept the basketball from the side.
But Shang Zishi's body is like a swimming fish, and it's hard to grasp. He had to rush in front of Shang Zishi to block Shang Zishi's line of attack. Shang Zishi rushed 2 steps to the 3-point line, got up, and his body jumped in the air. The referee quickly held up 3 fingers. Fuck, Shang Zishi, you're too impatient, pass the ball more often. Zhang Meng saw Shang Zishi jump in the air and about to shoot a 3-pointer.
He yelled in desperation. You're so impatient, Shang Zishi. You've got the ball, but you're not even warmed up yet, and you're already shooting for the 3-point basket.
Huang Yibo scolded. Wu Taizhu jumped up quickly, ready to give Shang Zishi a big block. Damn, he's trying to shoot for the 3-point basket right away, so arrogant.
I'll give him a big block. Shang Zishi's body suddenly leans backwards.
He jumped suddenly, and since he jumped higher than Wu Taizhu, with his body leaning backwards, Wu Taizhu's outstretched right hand can't reach the basketball in his hand at all.
Shang Zishi shoots.
The basketball draws a graceful arc in the air, spinning backwards while flying towards the basket. With a swish, the basketball goes in, and Shang Zishi has made a 3-point shot. With a crack, Wu Taizhu's right hand hit Shang Zishi's arm. The referee's whistle sounded, and he waved his right hand with 3 fingers downward, then made a fist.
Wow! There was a burst of cheers from the audience.
Number 8, come on, number 8, come on.
Who is number 8?
He's so amazing, he made a 3-pointer and also caused a foul by the opponent.
I don't know, but it looks like the guy who drove the Batmobile.
Handsome, so handsome, there is such a handsome guy.
Does this handsome guy have a girlfriend?
For a while, there was a lot of discussion.
A whistle sounded, and number 8 was given a technical foul. The referee said. Shang Zishi quickly ran to the free throw line.
Good, brother, fight for 3+1. Zhang Meng said, and extended his hand and gave Shang Zishi a high five.
Come on, brother, steady. The other 2 also came up and gave Shang Zishi a high five.
Huang Yibo saw this and cursed in his heart.
He quickly returned to defense.
Shang Zishi was holding the basketball in his hand. For some reason, he extended his right hand, licked the 4 fingers of his right hand in his mouth, and wiped them on the bottom of his shoe. Damn it, Shang Zishi, you really imitate the referee too well. You even imitated him licking his palm and wiping it on the bottom of his shoe. As he said this, the group burst into laughter.
Don't laugh, it affects my free throws.
Before Shang Zishi finished speaking, the group immediately held their breath and concentrated. Shang Zishi suddenly felt that the basket in front of him had never been so big. In the past, his free throw shooting percentage was only a little over 20%. But today, it seemed to him that the basket was as close as it could be. Swish! The basketball was thrown from Shang Zishi's hands, arcing in a curve and falling into the basket.
The scene erupted again. The 5 starting players from the Sports Institute all turned green with envy. They had planned to send one of them to focus on guarding Wang Yiba, and then come in for the kill. They wanted to beat the crap out of him, but to their great surprise, he scored 4 points first. Defend the other team's number 8 well. The captain of the Sports Institute, He Xingjin, shouted. Wu Taizhu quickly stuck close to Shang Zishi. He wanted to guard him closely. Stay away from me, you're not a hero, not a man, you're just a guy with a big mouth and smelly feet. Shang Zishi's words immediately caused everyone to laugh. Shang Zishi, right? Wu Taizhu recognized his name from Shang Zishi's team uniform. What, it's me, do you have something to ask me? Pa, ask you, I want to tell you, this is the first time you've scored today, and it's also the last time, if you can score again. How about it? I'm your grandson. Grandson, what did you say? Shang Zishi teased and said. I said, I'm your grandson. Okay. Grandson. Wu Taizhu was about to lose his temper when the referee's whistle sounded. The physical education college serves the ball. Brothers, get ready to attack, we're going to dunk over their heads. Go. Wu Taizhu rushed to the front. But he found that the little guy Shang Zishi was just as fast as him, not even a little faster. Taizhu, catch the ball. He Xingjin shouted, and the basketball in his hands flew through the crowd like an arrow, heading for Wu Taizhu. Huang Yiba, guard. Zhang Meng shouted, as Huang Yiba was closest to the basketball hoop. Only he could block Wu Taizhu. Huang Yiba quickly ran towards Wu Taizhu. It was like a mantis trying to stop a car. Wu Taizhu's body soared into the air, and he held the basketball in both hands and slammed it hard into the basket. Huang Yiba saw this and quickly jumped up, blocking Wu Taizhu's body in the basket with his body. With a loud bang, Wu Taizhu's body and Huang Yiba's collided heavily. Since Wu Taizhu was the offensive player and had already built up speed, while Huang Yiba was the defensive player and was not as fast as his opponent. In addition, the two men had different weights, so Wu Taizhu had a huge advantage. With this collision, he knocked Huang Yiba flying. Everyone at the scene was on tenterhooks. Wu Taizhu was about to score, and it would be a slam dunk that would get the crowd going. The referee had both fingers raised, waiting for Wu Taizhu to score. Snap! Wu Taizhu's right hand slammed down on the basket, but no basketball fell out. What was going on? Wu Taizhu was stunned. He had rarely missed a slam dunk, but today he had failed. The basketball was in Shang Zishi's hands. Chapter 35, The basketball is a slam dunk. Fast break, fast break. Zhang Meng shouted while running towards the opponent's basket. Wu Taizhu didn't even see how Shang Zishi got his ball into his hands. Wu Taizhu lost twice to Shang Zishi in the first round of confrontation, and he angrily pounced on Shang Zishi. Mengzi, catch. Shang Zishi passed a ground pass in front of Zhang Meng's running. Good pass. After copying Kobe Bryant's top 10 plays, Shang Zishi's pass angle was tricky for his opponent. Although it looked like it was close to hand, it was out of reach. For Shang Zishi's teammates, however, the pass was very comfortable. They only needed to take a step forward to catch the basketball. Zhang Meng quickly ran over, caught the basketball, jumped up quickly, and threw it towards the basket. He Xingjin from the Sports Institute quickly returned to defense, and a large hand reached out to the basketball Zhang Meng threw. This He Xingjin was like an insurmountable mountain in front of Zhang Meng. The basketball Zhang Meng threw was easily caught in He Xingjin's arms. The stadium suddenly went from a cheer to silence. After He Xingjin caught the basketball in his arms, he quickly passed it to the guard. Press down, press down. He Xingjin quickly shouted while running towards the Jinling University basketball goal. Everyone, get back on defense, hurry. Zhang Meng shouted loudly. Several people quickly ran towards the goal. The dribbling guard of the physical education college was Bao Jianfeng, who was 1.9 meters tall. Although he was the shortest in the physical education college basketball team, his dribbling skills were the best. No one else had confidence against the opponent's top guard,
but Shang Zishi was full of confidence.
Kid, you're pretty good. Bao Jianfeng looked down on him with disdain. Bao Jianfeng was a very arrogant guard.
His dribbling skills were second to none in Jinling.
He saw Shang Zishi come over to steal the ball and immediately stopped. Good boy, come on. Bao Jianfeng's tone was full of provocation.
He dribbled the ball from side to side while provoking him. Shang Zishi leaned towards Bao Jianfeng, lowered his center of gravity, and then quickly spread his arms. Bao Jianfeng dribbled with his right hand, while his left hand blocked Shang Zishi from the dribbling path.
Is that all you've got? Shang Zishi stopped and pushed his chest towards Bao Jianfeng's space.
Bao Jianfeng never expected that Shang Zishi, with such a small body, could have such strength. Shang Zishi took advantage of his moment of confusion and pushed past him again.
Bao Jianfeng was even pushed by Shang Zishi from the front court to the back court. The referee's whistle sounded.
Jingling Sports Institute returned to the court, and Jingling University served the ball.
The referee made a hand signal to return to the court. Good. The audience on the sidelines immediately shouted. Block them so that they can't serve the ball. Bao Jianfeng shouted. Man-to-man defense, one guarding one.
Team captain He Xingjin shouted as he ran towards the player he considered most threatening, Huang Yiba.
Shang Zishi, you go on the offensive, I'll take the shot. Zhang Meng quickly ran towards the referee.
Zhang Meng took the basketball from the referee, not knowing who to pass it to. The 5 players from Jingling Sports Institute were blocking the way like 5 big mountains. Hurry up and pass it, if you don't, the ball will soon be in the hands of the Sports Institute.
Shang Zishi ran towards the basket.
He quickly pointed at the sky, and Zhang Meng
immediately understood and threw the basketball high over the opponent's basket. Dream on. Bao Jian, the defender in front of Zhang Meng, sneered. He reached out and slapped the basketball. But the basketball slid past Bao Jianfeng's fingertips and flew straight towards the basket. The basketball flew even higher after being touched by Bao Jianfeng's fingertips. Good shot. This basketball is mine.
He Xingjin is over 2 meters tall, and when he extends his arms, he can reach over 3 meters. With this height, he can dunk without having to jump much. He Xingjin extends both hands and takes the basketball in his hands, a smile on the corner of his mouth. But Shang Zishi also jumped up, and with his height of 1.75 meters, he jumped even higher than He Xingjin. Shang Zishi took the basketball in both hands and slammed it hard towards the basket.
With a loud bang, the basketball was slammed in by Shang Zishi.
The 2-meter-tall big guy actually lost completely to Shang Zishi in terms of strength, and his body fell to the ground. With a loud crash, the glass backboard shattered, and the basketball hoop was held in Shang Zishi's hands. The referee's whistle sounded, and he held up 2 fingers and pointed down a little. The score was valid.
Wow!
The crowd erupted into a round of applause.
What kind of bounce and strength was that?
This Shang Zishi, at such a height and with such a thin body, was able to smash the backboard and snap the basket off and hold it in his hands. Shang Zishi generously threw the basket in his hands aside, and he extended his right hand towards He Xingjin. He Xingjin quickly reached out his hand, and Shang Zishi pulled the 300-plus pound He Xingjin up from the ground.
Do. The referee made a pause sign.
The glass fragments on the backboard needed to be cleaned, and the backboard and hoop needed to be replaced. The audience above the stands outside the court quickly rushed into the basketball court.
Well done, Shang Zishi, you're a real animal.
Zhang Meng jumped up and put his hands on Shang Zishi's shoulders.
The others all ran over and ran their hands through his hair, rubbing his face. Big star. I've only seen someone shatter the backboard on TV before. You have to sign my autograph. Big star, sign my autograph.
As he said this, one of the spectators took off his clothes.
Sign what name? No time. Zhang Meng jumped off Shang Zishi's shoulders. Here, throw one. Throw one.
More than 10 people shouted together.
They lifted Shang Zishi up and threw him up into the air.
Shang Zishi had now become a hero-like figure, scoring 6 points as soon as he entered the game. Such a score has never been seen in the basketball match between Jingling University and Jingling Sports Institute.
Oh, the crowd threw Shang Zishi into the air, caught him and threw him into the air again.
The TV screen of Shang Zishi's 3-point shot and slam dunk repeatedly played on the huge display above the gymnasium. Whenever it played Shang Zishi crushing the rebound, there was a loud cheer from the audience. In particular, when Shang Zishi jumped down from the air with the basketball hoop in his hands, He Xingjin from the Sports Institute happened to fall, and this very shocking scene stimulated the audience to scream in waves.
The faces of the few people from the Sports Institute could not hold back any longer.
They had originally wanted to shave the other party bald, but not only did they not shave the other party bald, their own side did not get a single point.
It really is like what you think will come that doesn't come. Chapter 36, Dunking from just outside the three-point line. Shang Zishi never imagined that his dunk would cause such a stir.
The image on the huge electronic display screen stimulated everyone at the scene. Many people took out their phones and snapped photos of the big screen. They wanted to post the image of Shang Zishi's dunking the ball off the backboard on their moments. Some of them regretted not having set up a live broadcast earlier, because they would have definitely received a lot of rewards. A few people from Jilin University TV station ran over with their cameras, and they helped Shang Zishi down.
Hi, classmate, I'm Lu Yahan, a reporter from Jilin University. Can you give us an interview?
Of course.
Shang Zishi said with a smile, and Zhang Meng and the others all crowded around Shang Zishi. What's your name, handsome? Shang Zishi, his name is Shang Zishi, and I'm Zhang Meng. Shang Zishi, your performance today was perfect. Do you have anything you want to say to the audience? Can be called perfect? The game has only been going on for 2 minutes, and the rest is even more exciting. Shang Zishi laughed out loud. So let's wait and see, shall we? Lu Yahan smiled. Shang Zishi's game quickly spread online, immediately causing a sensation. Half an hour later, the backboards and hoops were replaced. The buzzer sounded, and the game was about to start. Come on, Shang Zishi.
Lu Yahan clenched her right hand into a fist and waved it at Shang Zishi.
Brothers, get ready.
Zhang Meng held up his right hand.
Shang Zishi and the others quickly placed their hands on top of it. Go!
Wu Taizhu from the Sports Institute was responsible for the serve, and Bao Jianfeng took the basketball and quickly dribbled it forward.
Pay attention, everyone defends their own. Zhang Meng shouted.
Wu Taizhu ran over and blocked for the point guard Bao Jianfeng, which made it much more difficult for Shang Zishi to steal the ball from Bao Jianfeng.
Back to defense, back to defense.
At this time, Zhang Meng had to focus on defense. He knew that although they were leading 6-0, if they didn't play mercilessly, the opponent could overtake them in less than a minute.
Soon, Bao Jianfeng dribbled the ball to the front court under the continuous blocking of Wu Taizhu.
He Xingjin pointed at the basket, his meaning was too obvious, he wanted to retaliate with a slam dunk. Bao Jianfeng immediately understood, and with a quick feint of his right hand, he passed the ball, fooled Shang Zishi, and threw the ball with his left hand, sending the basketball soaring into the air.
Oh no!
Shang Zishi quickly ran towards the rebound, his body airborne. He Xingjin's body also jumped up, and Shang Zishi pushed the basketball towards the backboard in the air, and the basketball bounced back in front of He Xingjin. He Xingjin didn't manage to grab the ball, and he shouted loudly as he watched the basketball bounce back past him. As soon as Shang Zishi landed, he quickly turned around, ran past Wu Taizhu, and then turned around again. He jumped up again, and just as Bao Jianfeng was about to touch the basketball, he tipped it up into the air again. Stop him! He Xingjin shouted, and all 5 members of the Sports Institute ran towards Shang Zishi. Shang Zishi took the basketball in his arms and counted to 3, then he jumped into the air.
What's he going to do?
Zhang Meng saw that Shang Zishi started jumping from outside the three-point line.
Is this bastard trying to dribble? What's the point of jumping such a long distance? Wang yelled angrily from behind. Rush up there, no matter what he's going to do, stop him. The people from the physical education college quickly rushed over. Shang Zishi's body soared in the air, his hands tightly grasping the basketball as he flew towards the basket. He's going to dunk it! Lu Yahan shouted excitedly.
The scene had come to a complete standstill at this moment, as if everything had come to a halt except for Shang Zishi gliding through the air. The students who were broadcasting the event also stopped talking. They gaped, their mouths agape, their eyes wide, witnessing this miracle. Shang Zishi was like a big bird spreading its wings and soaring, his legs kicking back in the air as he stepped on the air and walked forward.
Pop! Shang Zishi sunk the basketball. Wow! The crowd went wild.
Jumping from beyond the three-point line and dunking with both hands was a miracle that had never been seen before at Blue Star.
Wow, wow, wow!
The glass backboard that had just been put in was smashed by Shang Zishi's dunk. But this time, the glass shards on the backboard didn't fall off, but instead the entire piece of glass shattered into a network.
Animal, Shang Zishi, you're really an animal.
Zhang Meng was the first to come running over, wrapping his arms around Shang Zishi's thighs and lifting him high into the air. The audience seats were boiling over, and people were no longer sitting on the audience seats, they were running onto the basketball court.
Great God, sign my book for me. A pretty girl handed over a signed highlighter. Okay, where do you want it?
Shang Zishi took the highlighter and asked with a smile.
Sign it on my back.
The girl quickly turned around, revealing her snow-white basketball uniform behind her. It seems that she is also a basketball fan.
Handsome guy, sign my name too.
Handsome guy, sign my name, please.
Handsome guy, I want to take a picture with you. Handsome guy, look here. A girl took out her phone and started filming. Superstar, I'll give you a monkey, you don't have a girlfriend, do you? Hey, buddy, come here, I want to take your picture. Excuse me, I'm his manager, if you want to take pictures, come to me first.
Zhang Meng said with a cheap smile.
Go away, I've never heard of anyone at our school having a manager before. What's the big deal?
A girl was very aggressive.
Hey, just take the picture, don't hug me.
Shang Zishi said to a chubby girl next to him who was hugging him for a selfie.
How can you get into a fight while taking pictures? Beauty, take your hands off my back.
Zhang Meng also became a shining star next to him. Although he didn't score, judging from his command on the court, his ability should not be low. Shang Zishi and a few others were surrounded by people inside and outside, and the scene almost got out of control. The sportsmen quickly gathered around their captain He Xingjin.
The opponent's number 8, does anyone know him?
No, I've never seen or heard of him before. Exactly, someone who can jump from outside the three-point line and dunk with 2 hands, I've never heard of that either.
This person is Shang Zishi, we have to pay attention to him in the future, his shooting and jumping ability is rare in the entire Blue Star.
This person is not human, he is an animal, even Jordan only jumped from the free throw line and dunked with 1 hand. This Shang Zishi not only jumped from outside the three-point line, but dunked with 2 hands. This guy's jumping ability is also much stronger than Jordan's, we must get to know him better in the future. There was no way to continue the game. The stadium was in chaos, and the female fans just wouldn't go away.
Chapter 37, one person takes out an entire team.
The game between Jinling University and Jinling Sports Institute ended with a big score of 89-16.
Shang Zishi scored 80 points alone, becoming the veritable MVP of the game. Huang Yiba didn't score a single point, and Wu Taizhu, the hero with bad feet and a lot of farting, also didn't score a single point. The two of them cursed Shang Zishi in their hearts dozens of times. In particular, Wu Taizhu not only didn't score a single point, he also became the worst defensive player in this competition at the Sports Institute. Wu Taizhu's hundreds of blocks and hundreds of steals all came to nothing in front of Shang Zishi, and he didn't even get a single point. As soon as the whistle ended the game, the stadium once again became an ocean of joy.
In particular, some female fans were frantically pushing and shoving their way forward.
Shang Zishi, look here.
The girl holding the phone shouted.
Shang Zishi, I love you. Shang Zishi, I love you too.
Zhang Meng said next to him. Suddenly there was a burst of laughter next to him. Lu Yahan quickly led the cameraman through the crowd and ran to Shang Zishi.
Shang Zishi, can you accept one small request from me?
Say it, beautiful girl.
Can you perform for us again? What do you mean?
Several boys from Shang Zishi's class also rushed onto the basketball court. They flirted with Lu Yahan in a strange and ambiguous way. Perform that super long distance slam dunk. Lu Yahan quickly signaled to the group with her eyes, reminding them that the camera was rolling.
Okay, today I will fulfill the request of Jinling University's beautiful reporter Lu Damei. I will buy 1 get 1 free today. Shang Zishi took the microphone from Lu Yahan directly. Everyone wants to see me perform. Shang Zishi shouted into the microphone. Yes. The crowd answered in unison. Please make way, brothers and sisters. Shang Zishi shouted, holding the microphone. Many people immediately and spontaneously walked towards the outside of the stadium.
Soon, there were no more spectators in the stadium, but the area around the stadium was full of people.
Brothers and sisters, I will first show you a long-distance shot. Shang Zishi shouted, attracting those who were about to leave back. People kept saying they wanted to see what a long-distance shot looked like. What is the distance for a long-distance shot? Several girls asked in a chorus. Do you start shooting from the middle of the court? If you start shooting from the middle of the court, how much arm strength do you need? So far, not many people have been able to shoot from the middle of the court.
Shang Zishi walked towards the baseline with the basketball in the midst of all the chatter.
What, this guy is going to shoot from the baseline? Can he make it from such a long distance?
No way he can make it. There are some players in the NBA who can throw the ball from the bottom line and into the opposite basket.
That's a very rare case. And they threw the ball, not shot it. Exactly, if you want to shoot, I haven't seen anyone do it yet.
Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Shang Zishi took the basketball in his hands, gave a kiss to the opposite basket with his right hand, and immediately caused a burst of laughter from the people around him.
Shang Zishi held the basketball with his left hand, bent his legs slightly, and quickly aimed at the opposite basketball hoop. With a whoosh, he shot, not threw, not flicked, but shot. The basketball, in the gaze of the crowd, quickly flew towards the opposite basket. With a soft sound, the basketball hit the basket, and Shang Zishi made a layup. Is this person an animal? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This is a textbook shot, this is too strong.
After a short silence, there was a burst of cheering. Just as the crowd was about to cheer, Shang Zishi took another basketball. I'll show you a dunk from beyond the three-point line.
The audience immediately fell silent.
Shang Zishi dribbled the ball quickly towards the middle of the court, and when he crossed the midline with one stride, he caught the basketball in his arms. Soon, he ran to beyond the three-point line, his body quickly levitating into the air, his legs running in the air as if he were running towards the backboard.
With a loud pop,
Shang Zishi slammed the basketball into the basket with a heavy slam.
So cool. What kind of jumping power is needed to reach such a height?
People rushed recklessly to Shang Zishi's front, holding one leg each as they lifted him high into the air. The crowd celebrated for more than half an hour, with Shang Zishi constantly taking photos and signing autographs. After everyone had dispersed, Zhang Meng and the others came up to him.
Let's go celebrate, Zishi. I'm not going, you guys go.
Huang Yiba said coldly. Huang Yiba, let's go together. It's rare to be happy today, and it's rare to win the physical education college by such a large margin.
Yes, Huang Yiba, let's go, it's rare to be happy. No, if you want to go, I don't want to have anything to do with this jerk.
Huang Yiba made a throat-cutting gesture at Shang Zishi, and then whistled a shrill whistle.
Brothers, Huang Yiba is not going, so let's go. We owe him this donkey meat, and it's not even a full meal, right? Shang Zishi said disdainfully, as he quickly walked towards the locker room.
Zhang Meng and a few other substitutes were all persuading Huang Yiba, hoping that he would put aside past grievances. As soon as Shang Zishi arrived inside the locker room, a large burlap bag was placed over his head.
Who are you? Shang Zishi shouted. Beat him up. No one answered.
A dozen people quickly surrounded him, and the baseball bats in their hands pounded on Shang Zishi's head and body.
What kind of heroes are you for stealing like this? Shang Zishi shouted. Who the hell told you about heroes?
One person yelled, and the baseball bat in his hand quickly smashed towards Shang Zishi's head. With a clang, the baseball bat in this person's hand seemed to have hit something metal, and it made his hands tingle.
What's going on? Never mind, just hit me.
Xiao-san, you take photos and videos, and send them to the boss when you're done.
Don't worry, I promise the videos will be clear and smooth without shaking. The baseball bats in the hands of a dozen people made a clanging sound on Shang Zishi's body. Something's wrong, whatever this guy is wearing, it's so sturdy. Never mind, 10 of them hit him, let's get out of here.
Trying to run, is that even possible?
Shang Zishi yelled, and with a pop, he broke free from the bag over his head. Run! More than 10 people quickly ran towards the door. Copy and paste.
Shang Zishi muttered to himself, and he copied the bench where the players were resting and pasted it at the door. More than 10 people quickly tripped over the bench at their feet and fell to the ground, and more than 10 people fell like a stack of dominoes, one person on top of the other.
Chapter 38 Huang Yiba, eat my big ear stickers. Say it, who let you guys come? Shang Zishi walked over slowly. What, who let us come? No one let us come, we came on our own. No one, it's just that we don't like you. Yes, it's just that we don't like you. No one instructed us, it's just that you were too sassy, arrogant, and overbearing on the court, and we just wanted to teach you a lesson. I have no grudges against you, but if you want to teach me a lesson, do you think you have what it takes? Shang Zishi smiled and picked up a bench. Boom!
Shang Zishi punched the bench, making a hole in it.
Can you see clearly? What is this? This is a 5 centimeter thick bench. If you don't say anything, this is what will happen to you. Shang Zishi threw the wooden bench aside. I said. The person who was pressed at the bottom yelled, "Help me get out, I'm being crushed to death, I can't breathe." Say you. He dared to hit us with his fist, he'll have to pay with his life if he kills us. Really? You didn't think about paying with your lives when you hit me just now? This punch on you is nothing more than self-defense, don't you think so? Shang Zishi said, taking a baseball bat. Shang Zishi, oh no, brother Shang, Grandpa Shang, let me go, I can't breathe. The person being pushed screamed in a hoarse voice. Shang Zishi gently pulled the several people, and they immediately stood up. The person being pushed let out a long sigh of relief. The several people who stood up immediately ran outside. Where to? Shang Zishi jumped up and gave a gentle kick, knocking the several people to the ground. Shang Zishi picked up the baseball bat and smashed it against his body, immediately making a clanging sound. Hearing this sound, everyone's scalp immediately went numb. How is this Shang Zishi bastard human? How come his body is so hard? Do you want to be hit by this baseball bat, or do you want to be hit by my fists? No, don't hit, I'll talk, my name is Hugon, Wang Yiba told us to come and teach you a lesson. It really is that bastard Wang Yiba. Get out of here, if I see you again, I'll chop you up. A dozen people quickly helped themselves to run away. Shang Zishi took off her clothes and ran into the bathroom to take a shower. In a while, Wang Yiba and Zhang Meng and the others also came in, joking and laughing while taking off their clothes and coming in to take a shower. The shower room in the basketball stadium of Jinling University is very large, with more than 200 square meters, and can accommodate 100 or 200 people taking a shower at the same time. Shang Zishi is showering at the back. What a great game today! You could hear Zhang Meng's voice from far away. Yes, how many years has it been? It seems like our school hasn't beaten the Sports Institute for 30 years. Today's big win against the Sports Institute really gave us back our pride. Yes, it really feels good, so good. Today, Shang Zishi was really awesome, the kid is on fire today, he's on fire. I used to only see Jordan jump from the free throw line to dunk on TV, but I never imagined that Shang Zishi could jump from beyond the three-point line to dunk. Everyone laughed and chatted while turning on the faucet and getting ready to shower. Shang Zishi is a beast, how many points did he score today? I love him so much, this beast. Zhang Meng said while rushing to get ready to shower. Are you guys annoying? Don't mention that jerk in front of me again. I heard that jerk was just beaten up. Huan Yiba said while rubbing the shampoo into his hair. He was beaten up? When did it happen? I haven't heard about it. Is Shang Zishi okay? I don't know. Let's hurry up and wash up, and go check after we're done. Meng said, speeding up the pace of his shower. A dozen people poured shampoo onto their heads and rubbed it in. Shang Zishi walked up to Huan Yiba and watched him wash his hair with his eyes closed. Who hit me? Huan Yiba quickly wiped the foam around his eyes. Pop. Shang Zishi swung his arms from left to right, and the two slaps made Huan Yiba's eyes fill with stars. His cheeks quickly turned red and swollen, and his teeth felt loose from the two slaps. Hearing the slaps, the dozen people quickly rinsed the shampoo from their heads. They wanted to see what was going on. Huan Yiba, you bastard, you actually got someone to beat me up. Shang Zishi, 2 more big ear-piercing slaps. Huan Yiba finally washed the foam off his eyes. Shang Zishi, fuck you. With a slap. 2 more big ear-piercing slaps. What kind of skill is that for sneaking up on someone? Huan Yiba didn't dare to curse anymore. He clearly remembered that last time on the outdoor basketball court, every time he cursed, Shang Zishi hit him with a basketball bat, and now when he thought about it, his nose still ached faintly. Sneak attack? I'm just returning the favor. You had a dozen people use their pockets to trap me, then hit me with a baseball bat. You call that a sneak attack? Huan Yiba didn't know what to say for a moment. What the hell does it matter if you get beaten up? You got beaten up and you're blaming it on me? That's ridiculous. A real man takes responsibility for his actions. You're a coward, Huang Yiba, for not admitting what you did. Shang Zishi, maybe it really wasn't Huang Yiba who made you get beaten up. A few people pulled Shang Zishi away. Cici, be careful, Huang Yiba is the son of the school director, aren't you afraid that Zhang Meng will whisper in Shang Zishi's ear? School director, what kind of bullshit is that, trying to bully people by taking advantage of my status?
I, Shang Zishi, won't allow it. Shang Zishi said, and then he fiercely kicked Huang Yibo in the butt. With a thud, the floor in the bathroom was very slippery, and Huang Yibo slid several meters on the floor. Let's go and have some fun, Shang Zishi shouted.
Shang Zishi, where are we going to have fun? Zhang Meng asked.
Special Plus.
I can't afford to go there.
I heard it's the best bar in Jinling.
That's going to cost a lot of money.
I heard the minimum consumption is 1,000 yuan, and I can eat and drink, so it'll be thousands of yuan.
No matter how much it costs, since Xiaoxi suggested it, let's go have some fun. After all, we won a big victory today.
Zhang Meng said. Captain, I just heard that the guys from the Sports Institute are planning to challenge us to a match next week to avenge today's defeat.
Never mind, let's go to Special Plus and have some fun first. I hear there are lots of beautiful women there.
Everyone was happy and wiped the water stains off their bodies before going to change. Inside the bathroom, Huang Yibo was the only one who couldn't get up from the floor.
Chapter 39, There's no food at the bar anyway.
Shang Zishi and Zhang Meng quickly dried off and got dressed, then walked outside. Shang Zishi took out the remote control car key and said, "Drive the car to the entrance of the stadium and wait for me."
Wow, Shang Zishi has a car now? And he has someone to drive for him? You country bumpkins don't know, the coolest Batmobile at our school belongs to Shang Zishi. Zhang Meng laughed and nudged Shang Zishi. Really? Then let's enjoy Shang Zishi's Batmobile today.
The group laughed and rushed outside. Shang Zishi, I want to sit in the passenger seat.
Miao Wei said. Look at you. You're so unambitious.
Shang Zishi, can I take your car out for a spin? Pan Yan had just got his driver's license, and his hands were itching to get behind the wheel.
Sure.
We're all brothers, what's not to like? Shang Zishi said with a smile. As soon as they exited the gymnasium, Bao Jianfeng and the others came out of the shower, and they hurried up to say hello when they saw Shang Zishi. Brother, today I realized what it means to be humble.
There are people out there who are better than me, and there are even more people out there who are better than them. You are really amazing. Bao Jianfeng said, then he held out his hand. You're too modest. No, I'm not being modest, I really admire you.
I already told the head coach of our Jiangsu basketball team about your performance, and he really wants to meet you. Bao Jianfeng said, while shaking Shang Zishi's hand. Wu Taizhu was glaring at Shang Zishi with a look of defiance.
Okay, I'll go if I get the chance. Then it's settled, let's play at the basketball stadium of the Sports Institute next time.
Bao Jianfeng and the others were about to leave. Brothers, let's have dinner together.
Zhang Meng said to Bao Jianfeng and the others.
No, guys, we have things to do.
Next time we'll have a good drink with Shang Zishi and the brothers. Definitely. After a while of small talk, Shang Zishi could tell that Bao Jianfeng was very friendly with him.
This was a true basketball player. As long as you are better than him, he will respect you. Huang Yibo and Wu Taizhu are the kind of people who can't stand to see others do well. They only think they are the best, and if others are slightly better than them, they want to teach them a lesson in no time. Bao Jianfeng, on the other hand, is the kind of person who likes and admires strong people. He won't be annoyed if you dunk on his head, but instead admire you. In a short while, several Land Rovers stopped at the entrance to the gymnasium, and the few people from the Sports Institute quickly got into the cars. Shang Zishi and the others stood on the stairs of the gymnasium and waved goodbye to Bao Jianfeng and the others. Those bastards from the Sports Institute are really rich, all Range Rovers with the top-of-the-line equipment. This top-of-the-line version must start at least 1 million yuan. More than 1 million, at least 2 or 3 million. As several Range Rovers started, the few people quickly left.
The Batmobile is here. Miao Wei shouted.
The group looked over, and with a loud roar, the Batmobile pulled up steadily at the entrance to the stadium.
Shang Zishi, let me drive this car, just for a little while. Pan Yan quickly ran up to Shang Zishi. Okay, you can drive it today. This is so cool. Thanks, handsome.
As he said this, Pan Yan reached out his hand to Shang Zishi.
What? The car key. How can I drive without the car key? Buddy, this car doesn't need a car key.
Shang Zishi walked over and placed his hand on the glass of the car window.
Soon, the car scanned Shang Zishi's palm print. The palm scan is complete. Welcome, master.
The artificial intelligence said as it opened the car door.
Holy cow, leek and green onion stir fry, this thing is so advanced.
Zhang Meng took out his phone and started filming.
Mengzi, why are you filming this? Just playing with it. Zhang Meng gave a cheeky grin at Shang Zishi.
Miao Wei sat in the passenger seat, and Pan Yan took the driver's seat.
Shang Zishi, is this for real? I'm driving this Batmobile too? It's real, Epsilon, of course it's real.
Master, please look here and scan your retina.
The AI spoke again. No need to scan, my friend is driving today. Okay, where to? I'll guide you. Wow, it's all voice activated?
Pan Yan, sitting in the passenger seat, also took out her phone and started recording. Go to Special Plus, Shang Zishi said from the back seat.
Okay, please fasten your seatbelts.
The AI said, and projected a transparent navigation map in front of Pan Yan.
Awesome. Shang Zishi, where are the steering wheel and the brake and accelerator pedals? Pan Yan could see nothing in front of her except the transparent map.
There was no steering wheel in front of him, no accelerator or brake pedals, and no clutch. Batmobile, give me a steering wheel, accelerator, clutch, and brakes for Pan Yan.
Give them to me? Is this reliable? Don't worry, it's absolutely reliable.
Shang Zishi said with a smile. Soon, laser 3D projections appeared on the steering wheel and other corresponding positions.
Okay, go. By the way, do you have a driver's license? Shang Zishi asked quickly. Yes, I just got it last week. Pan Yan said excitedly. Then let's go. Before starting, sit firmly, check the car's instruments.
The oil pressure and voltage are stable, remember to adjust the rear view mirror. Turn the key, step on the gas, hands and feet must work together closely.
Pan Yan was chanting there. Damn you, what are you chanting?
Zhang Meng cursed. After chanting for a long time, they still hadn't started.
Don't worry, what's the hurry? If you're in a hurry, just go for a run. Pan Yan laughed. You idiot, you just got your license, what are you so cocky about? Don't talk, you're interrupting my train of thought. Sit tight before starting, check the car's instruments.
Voltage and oil pressure are stable, remember to adjust the rear view mirror. Turn the key and give it a kick, hands and feet must work in unison.
You have a shit idea. Are you doing a problem? Miao Wei scolded. Where the hell is the car key? How do I start the car? Don't worry, the car has started, just drive. Okay, hands and feet must work together. Hands and feet must work together. You all keep quiet, don't disturb me while I'm driving.
Pan Yan got the accelerator and clutch working well, and shouted again, the car is moving.
Holy cow, I'm afraid that if I ride in the car you're driving, we won't be able to reach Special Plus until next year.
We won't even need next year, we'll reach Special Plus tonight, Pan Yan said with a smile. Screw that, we're starving, we'll pass out from hunger before we get there, a few of the guys grumbled. Why don't we each buy a burrito from the stall up ahead, there's no rice in Special Plus anyway.
Screw that. The guys said, and they were about to give Pan Yan a piece of their minds. Chapter 40, Good wine is hard to drink.
Pan Yan drove the bat-shaped vehicle with the feeling of a tractor, and it stalled more than 10 times before they had gone less than 100 meters. It was torture for the others to sit inside.
Pan Yan, you ball-less punk, let me out, I'd rather walk than ride in your car, or in Shang Zishi's car.
Miao Wei, who was in the passenger seat, growled.
It's fine, let him drive for a while, it's fine. Shang Zishi comforted Pan Yan. Let me get off, I'll go buy you guys some burritos to eat.
Zhang Meng said, and then shifted his butt towards the car door.
What burritos? We'll be there soon.
It's been half an hour, you've been driving for 100 meters. I'm just sitting on the floor, shifting my butt forward, and I've already moved more than 100 meters in the last half hour.
Zhang Meng cursed. Mengzi, let him drive slowly. We'll all get out and get something to eat.
Shang Zishi said, and opened the car door and walked down.
Shang Zishi, aren't you afraid something will happen if you leave Pan Yan in the car?
No, this car is super intelligent. Shang Zishi turned to Pan Yan and said, brother, drive slowly and practice your skills.
Thanks, brother, you're the best. Pan Yan nodded gratefully to Shang Zishi.
After Shang Zishi and the others had eaten and returned to the car, Pan Yan had just arrived at the school gate. He had been the focus of attention along the way.
Here, we brothers have eaten, and we got you some burritos. Zhang Meng reached out and handed Pan Yan a burrito and a bottle of drink.
Eat more, and don't make a fool of yourself when we drink it special plus later. I really can't stand it anymore. When will this climb be over? It's okay, just wait until we hit the road. It's rush hour anyway, so it's nice that we can just sit here in the car and chat. Exactly, you guys have burned incense for 8 lifetimes in your past lives, so I'm driving you. This is the first time you've been in a cool car, so you should enjoy the ride for a while, shouldn't you? Yuck. I've never seen anyone as brazen as you. Pan Yen, you're disgusting. You're disgusting. Open the door, you're disgusting. A few people teased him. Dude, how did you get this car? It's so awesome. A relative drove it for me. Damn, what kind of relative is that, really fucking rich? A few people chatted all the way to Special Plus. As soon as they entered the bar, the waiter recognized Shang Zishi, who had been paying the bill for a month. He was about to say something enthusiastically when Shang Zishi quickly gave him a hand signal to be quiet. The bar was filled with loud voices, dazzling lights, and harsh music, so Zhang Meng and the others quickly covered their ears. No need to cover your ears, you'll get used to it in no time. The waiter immediately understood and took Shang Zishi and the others up to the second floor. I've never been to the second floor before. I hear it's all high-end. Can I survive here for a night on my monthly, no, half-yearly living expenses? Who cares, as long as I'm here, I'll just have a beer and nothing else. A few people muttered to themselves. What would you like to drink? The waiter politely asked. A glass of water. Niaowei said, the lights in here are so dazzling that I'm getting dizzy, and the loud music is giving me a headache. I'll have a glass of water too. Pan Yen hurriedly said when he heard that Niaowei had asked for a glass of water. Just ice water. Yes, yes. Get lost, did you guys come here just to drink water? Shang Zishi laughed and said, order a few bottles of Hennessy. Shang Zishi, are you crazy? A bottle of Remy Martin costs thousands of dollars outside, and here it costs tens of thousands of dollars. Don't worry, I checked before coming here, and someone has booked the place for the next few days. What do you mean booked? It means that we don't have to pay for anything we spend tonight. Really? Is that a good thing? Waiter, 10 bottles of Hennessy, please? Niao Yiwei grinned evilly. Didn't you say you wanted to drink plain water? You can't finish 10 bottles of Hennessy, you can't waste things. Zhang Meng pounded Niaowei. If I can't finish it, can't I take it home and drink it? Niaowei continued to smirk. Take it wherever you want, take it wherever you want. Don't disgrace Jinling University, right? As soon as we enter, we want plain water. I heard that if you drink for free, you have to order 10 bottles of Hennessy. Isn't that embarrassing? Waiter, don't listen to him, just give us 10 bottles each. As soon as Pan Yen finished speaking, he was punched hard by Niaowei. You animal, and you're telling me? You're even more disgusting than I am. Waiter, don't listen to them, just give us 4 bottles first. Shang Zishi nodded slightly to the waiter. The waiter smiled knowingly, and in no time at all, 4 bottles of Remy Martin were placed on the table. Open it for me, I want to taste what this Hennessy is like, said Niaowei. With a crash, a bottle of Hennessy was opened, and the waiter used his hands to hold the bottle as he prepared to pour the wine. No need to pour, I'll just drink from the bottle myself. You save yourself the trouble and I'll save myself the trouble. With that, Niaowei took the bottle and gulped it down. He took a few big gulps and then took the bottle off. It's fucking awful. Is there any food? I want some snacks. Where are the snacks? You've only had a few sips and you're already drunk? Zhang Meng laughed. Shang Zishi, everyone says that the 1982 Lafite is delicious. I wonder if there is any here. Yes, if you want it, we have all kinds of wine. Shang Zishi said, waving his hand at the waiter. The waiter quickly leaned down. Sir, can I help you? My friend wants the 1982 Lafite. Sorry, we don't have any. Those so-called 1982 Lafites are all fakes. Then find some for me. No matter what you have to do. What do you mean? Just find some. We have Lafite, but it's not from 1982. Then go get it. As soon as the waiter left, Shang Zishi saw Niaowei taking a selfie with his phone. Guys, I'm at Special Plus, drinking Hennessy, and about to drink the 1982 Lafite. After finishing a video, Niaowei posted it on his Moments, accompanied by an expression of covering his face. In no time, Miao Yiwei's moments exploded with comments, with dozens of messages and hundreds of likes in less than 5 minutes. Miao Yiwei happily replied to the comments one by one on his phone, saying, "Damn, they actually questioned whether I was really at Special Plus. I'll post another one." Miao Yiwei then received another friend request on his new La fight served by the waiter, and of course he didn't forget to add a location. "Handsome guy, is this taken?" A few princesses also recognized Cheng Zishi and quickly leaned over.